Hi, how are you doing? We are extremely delighted to see you. This is Koen from Belgium.
Hi, everyone. This is Jennifer from Florida. So happy to have you here for this amazing Climate Action Day.
We have been going on a journey for 6 weeks with the Climate Action Project. And it was so amazing to see what happened this year. We were really happy to work with WWF International to create a new curriculum. It was really nice to see what was happening, students focusing on the causes, the effects, and solutions for climate change. But the most important part is that it was student driven, and that is what we try to accomplish today as well. Having a conference to celebrate their actions and their findings and making sure that they are at the front stage, basically. And that is why we came up with a quite cool lineup in which the students are really crucial. We will be having world leaders today, and we will be asking them questions which were submitted by our students, the participants of the project. But also we have a really amazing group of interns who are helping us out at this very moment. They will be helping behind the scenes and even introducing some of those speakers as well. And we will be having students who will be presenting their findings and solutions from every continent. Jen?
So today we have a full lineup. Every hour is going to be full of action and celebration. So we really view this day as a celebration of the learning that all of you classrooms have been able to accomplish over the past 6 weeks. So Koen and I, really believe we are in remarkable times. We have teachers who have joined us their first time using technology, their first time collaborating with classrooms from different parts of the world, with students who look and live differently from the students in their classrooms. They've been able to connect them, have them together, find solutions. Last week, we had a student mentor week where we had over 50 classrooms join to pitch their solutions and receive feedback. These are things that we're seeing in industry and that have, in some cases, never before been done in education. So we thank you all for being on this journey with us. For many of you, it was something stepping out of your comfort zone, something that you may have had to be the only teacher in your school participating in a project like this. So we are so grateful for you taking that risk with us and for being here today. So excited to get this day going.
Wonderful. So what's going to happen today? We will be having the most inspiring teachers today, including presidents. We will be having the former president of Colombia, President Santos, but also the president of North Macedonia, and they will come up with a message, and we will be doing an interview with them as well. We will be having Jane Goodall with an interview, and also Princess Esmeralda of Belgium will be doing an interview with Vanessa Nakate, a young activist. We will be having Nobel Prize winners. We will be having people from the Ministry of Environment, Education, prime ministers. We will be having activists. We will be having scientists, people from WWF, from NASA and the UN sharing their findings, solutions, sharing their expertise, basically. And we have been doing this during the past years many times. And we have been working with Richard Hyman and Céline Cousteau for several times. And it was more like Jennifer and I behind our desk, just setting up a webinar on Zoom and just having those experts to talk. This year, we were like, let's do something extraordinary. Let's make this an event with all of those teachers, but also with the students. And this really grew to something extraordinary. I think we are close to 30 speakers. And inevitably, I'm pretty sure that something will go wrong at some stage, which is fine, people, because we have backup scenarios for everything. But that is how it goes with technology, with people not able to join. That is how it went with COVID as well. And we want to let you know that we really respect you and appreciate what you've been doing during Corona, because it's really tough at some times. And we really appreciate that you still have been able to teach and attend class. And even on top of that, joining this project and this day. So grateful for that.
So today we are loving trying out our new streaming platform here with StreamYard. So Koen and I talk often about accessibility. So accessibility and access to information, to ideas, to opportunity. And it was so important to us that every student anywhere on our planet could have access to these incredible speakers. So we are streaming and broadcasting out to Facebook, to Twitter, to YouTube Live. So we are trying to be anywhere and everywhere where our teachers are so they can join in today. We'll be having people start at the very beginning now and staying with us through the end. But also you're welcome to come in and out as it works for your schedule. If your students are working remotely and they're not at home, please feel free to share the YouTube Live link with them and they can join with their families and hear about what our experts from different governments and different organizations will be sharing. So we're going to get started here in just a minute, right, Koen?
Yeah. So on another note about accessibility, this year we wanted to have all continents, all countries on board. And for some countries that requires a different technology, like on WeChat in China or WhatsApp in Africa due to bandwidth issues. And also language. We found out that especially in Latin America, we need to make sure that people are guided in Spanish. And that's why we will translate this webinar synchronously with 2 translators. And that will be more like the 2 last hours of this day. Language is key, and we are so grateful for all of our facilitators and ambassadors because they guided all of those teachers during the project in their own language. Teachers have been guided in 15 different languages, and that's the same amount as we translated our curriculum into. Curriculum which is available for free. Today we will be speaking about several of our initiatives like Plant At, a global tree planting, but also In the Air. You will even be able to send a message to space, and we will be mentioning how to generate a certificate by the end of this day as well. And now we will go to London, to the UK, because somebody is waiting for us with a very special message. And this message, the extraordinary part is that it was created especially for you, for the students and the teachers. Here is it.
My name is David Attenborough, and I am 94 years old. When I was a boy, the world was much wilder than it is today. I worry about the legacy that my generation is passing on to yours. The destruction of nature that I've witnessed in my lifetime is starting to erode all the things we rely upon for society to function. Clean air, water, food, and a stable climate. When you look at the scale of the problems that we face, it's easy to become downhearted. But do you know what gives me the greatest hope? It's you. Young people. Your actions are already making people sit up and listen. And the choices you make now and in the future are key to putting us back on the path to recovery. Start today in your community, your school, your home. Together, we can create a wilder world. Just imagine that.
So remarkable. It was exciting for me as a mom last night. My 18-year-old son came in and said, I can't believe you're working with Sir David Attenborough. So that's pretty amazing. All right. So we are thrilled to announce our first group of speakers. And this is a group of students coming from Keystone Academy in Beijing. They're joined by their teacher, Ruben Bathgate, a fourth grade teacher there. They've been working very hard to prepare this session for you all today. So we will turn it over to them.
And there we go. Oh, we're on the backup. Okay. We're going to go. So if we have audio here, excellent. And I'll screen share here. Get your slides up. Okay, sorry guys for the hiccup. Here we go. Slides are here. And you guys can advance your own slides here. Okay. You need to keep going there. Excellent. So we'll see if they can cut in the slides. They should have them shared. I see you guys on camera still. So I think we're sharing the slides. All right, tell you what guys. Oh, here it comes.
All right. But there's no audio on that one, is there? Yeah. So I think the one with the green behind them has the
video plus their audio. And I think it's sharing the desktop with their slides. All right, let's do it this way. Let's just go and follow your script. And we have the other video up. So I'll put the slides where we see the slides in the window on the left. I'll make that full screen slides. And you guys can just go now. So why don't you go ahead and start, please? Sorry for the delay.
Hi, I am Amy and this is Jeffrey, and we are presenting from Keystone Academy in Beijing, China. 您好，我是 Jeffrey， 他是 Amy， 我们代表中国北京市鼎师学校进行演讲。We are very excited and proud to be a part of the Global Climate Change Action Project. 能够成为全球气候变化行动项目的一员，我们感到非常兴奋和自豪。We have 8 classes of grade 4 students here at Keystone Academy, and we have been working on the project in both English and Chinese. 北京市鼎师学校有8个4年级的班级，同时进行全球气候变化行动的中英文学习。We started by exploring the definition of climate change. 我们首先探讨了气候变化的定义。We came up with climate change is a long-term shift in global or regional climate patterns. It is a change in the usual weather found in a place. This could be a change in average temperature or a change in how much rain an area usually gets in a year. 我们得出的结论是，气候变化是全球或区域气候模式的长期气候变动，是指某一地点日常天气的变化情况。这可能是平均气温的变化，也可能是一个地区一年中通常降雨量的变化。Then we started thinking about personal connections to climate change, what it meant to us, and how it affected our home city of Beijing. 同时，我们开始思考个人与气候变化的关系，它对我们的意义，以及它如何影响我们的家乡北京。We discovered that Beijing's annual average temperature has increased by over 1 degree Celsius in the past 30 years, and seasonal patterns have changed, affecting the structure and function of local ecosystems. 我们发现，近30年来，北京的年平均气温上升了1摄氏度以上，季节规律发生了变化，影响了当地生态系统的结构和功能。
We asked, what can we do? Even though we are only kids, we know that if we each commit to one small action, together we can make a difference.
面对上面情况，我们能做什么呢？虽然我们只是小学生，但我们知道，如果我们每个人都承诺采取一个小行动，我们就能一起改变现状。
We decided to look at our school first, and this is what we found.
我们决定先从学校开始，探索我们可以做什么来改变，这就是我们的发现。
Our school cafeterias do not serve meat on Mondays. We call it Meatless Monday. They do this because factory farming of animals accounts for 1/3 of carbon emissions annually. This is one small action that we can take to make a positive impact.
我们学校的食堂周一不提供肉食，我们称之为素食日周一。这样安排是因为工厂化养殖的动物占每年碳排放量的1/3，这是我们可以采取的一个小行动，以产生积极的影响。
We have paper recycling bins beside our printers and in all our classrooms.
我们的打印机旁和所有教室里都有纸张回收箱。
We have a large greenhouse on our campus that our teachers use in a number of ways, including ideas from sustainability and combating climate change.
我们的校园里有一个很大的温室，老师们通过多种方式进行教授可持续的应对气候变化的想法和行动。
For many students, walking through these gardens is the first time that they are seeing food being grown.
对于很多学生来说，第一次走进温室是看到植物的种植和生长。
We have an aquaponics, sustainable closed-loop food system where the water not only feeds the sustains plants growing in it. It also has a small fish. The plants help feed the fish, and the fish help feed the plants.
我们有一个鱼菜共生系统，可持续的闭环食品，系统中的水不仅喂养和维持植物的生长，还养着小鱼，植物帮助养鱼，鱼帮助养植物。
We create compost to help feed our beautiful gardens. We grow worms in the compost that can in turn be fed to the fish in the aquaponics system.
我们制造堆肥来帮助建设我们美丽的花园。我们在堆肥中种植蠕虫，而这些蠕虫又可以喂养鱼菜共生系统中的鱼。
Many of our teachers have switched to using online tools as Seesaw, Padlet, and Teams to reduce paper consumption.
我们的很多老师已改用在线工具，如 Seesaw, Padlet 和 Teams， 以减少纸张的消耗。
We also identified 3 potential projects for the future. 我们还找到了3个会未来使用的潜在项目。
The first involves working with our teacher librarians. It was actually their idea on a research project to investigate and source alternative eco-friendly feedings for the beanbags in our library.
我们第一个合作项目就是与图书馆老师，实际上是他们的想法，一起进行研究。关于我们图书馆的豆袋，我们正在调查和寻找可替代性的环保的豆袋填充物。
The second involves working across many subjects and departments in our school to research the viability and effect of installing solar electricity panels on our school's roofs.
我们的第2个发现涉及我校多个学科和部门。我们研究在学校的屋顶上安装太阳能发电板和可行性的效果。
The third problem we have identified is food wastage at our school. We recently learned that our primary school alone produces 60 kilograms food waste every day.
我们发现的第3个问题是学校的食物浪费。最近我们了解到，仅我们小学每天都有产生60公斤的食物垃圾。
Finally, we would like to challenge everyone listening out there to make one small change in their own habits that can have a positive effect on climate change.
最后，我们想挑战每一位正在聆听的人，请在自己的习惯上做出一个小小的改变，并可以对气候变化产生积极的影响。
It could be as simple as making sure you switch off the light and appliances when you leave a room. It could be not eating meat 1 day a week. It could be walking or riding a bike instead of taking a car.
它可以是一件非常简单的事情，比如当您离开一个房间时，确保您关闭灯和电器；也可以是每周有一天不吃肉；也可以是步行或骑自行车代替乘车。
Thank you for joining us today. Remember, every little thing helps.
感谢您的参与，记住，任何一件小事都有意义。
Bye. Bye.
Thank you so much. That was magnificent. That was everything to me. Well done, students in Keystone. Well, Jen, that was amazing, right?
They're saying thank you so much.
Every small action, I think that echoes everything we believe in.
Yeah. So we couldn't have done this without some people supporting us. And we'd like to feature or highlight 3 of our supporters, which is Build the Change from Lego, Eurosys, and Global Citizen Year. So I was trying to find the slide here. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for supporting us. We wouldn't have been able to do this without you. So next will be a message from Joaquin Boston, from the chairman from Antraps. And after we will be showing a video, a message from Florica Fink-Hoyer, and she's the Director General from the Directorate General for Environment of the European Commission. So the European Commission. Let's listen to their messages as part of this project as well.
Greetings to everyone participating at the Climate Action Day 2020. Teachers, public figures, regular people. We in Antraps, our 1,000 global euros promoting sustainable businesses and activities, we have a message to deliver to kids, children, to students in general. Nature is yours, your property. We adults, we may have cars, companies, houses, money, but what you have, the only thing you have, is nature and the knowledge you acquire over time. So stop us, adults, today, your parents, your grandparents, their friends, from damaging nature. Climate action is necessary because climate change is a reality. This nice spot you see all around, it will not exist in 10 years from now. So support plants, trees and animals. They don't damage nature. Bye.
Climate change, biodiversity loss, natural resources depletion and pollution are the 4 challenges of today's world. These crises are interrelated and interdependent, and therefore must be solved in an integrated way. This is not only critical, this is urgent. We have this decade to change the current trend. On top of this, the current COVID pandemic is changing the global landscape, and our biggest short-term challenge is now to respond to the health and economic crisis. But we must not forget that overall direction we need to take. Our policies and investment must become coherent with the environment and climate goals. In the EU, we have presented the European Green Deal. It is our response to the 4 environmental crises I just mentioned, and our new strategy for growth and competitiveness, and a strategy for a regenerative economy. It is also an agenda for future-proofing the EU, responding to the aspirations of many of our young people to live in a healthy environment and on a healthy planet. Yes, we must invest in a smarter, greener and more resilient economy. In the EU, we want to become the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. To get there, we have presented the first ever EU climate law. And just a few weeks ago, the Commission has also proposed to step up Europe's 2030 climate ambition to at least a 55% reduction by 2030. To reach climate neutrality and the new climate targets, all sectors have to be decarbonized. We need more renewable energy. We need a transformed food system. We need sustainable infrastructure. And we need to transition to a full circular economy. To reach climate neutrality, we also need to capture carbon. Now, how can we do this? Either through technologies or through ecosystems and natural carbon sinks. Therefore, to achieve climate neutrality, we also need to protect and restore our ecosystems. Let me give you the example of forest. Now, forests capture and store CO2 and thus mitigate climate change. They reduce the risk vis-à-vis natural disasters, such as floods, droughts, or heat waves, which are often induced by climate change. They prevent soil erosion, and they provide clean water through filtration and ensure water retention. And they clean the air. This is all what the forest can do. But take also the key role of the oceans. Did you know that oceans are absorbing more than a third of the carbon we are emitting? So that means climate and biodiversity action must go hand in hand. Investing in nature-based solutions will deliver multiple benefits. We will not solve climate change if we do not solve at the same time the ecosystems and biodiversity crisis. These are two sides of the same coin. But this is not only about ecosystems and species. It is also implying a radical and very urgent change in our production, but also more informed and conscious consumption patterns in our economy and even our behavior and even our lifestyles. The way we consume, eat, move, all towards more circularity and, as I said, a regenerative growth. This necessary transition is both a huge challenge, but it's also a huge opportunity. We can halt biodiversity loss. We can bring back planetary health if we act now. So such a change will not be easy, but it is crucial. We must all take concrete actions at all levels, in the public and private sector, but also each and every one of us in our individual choices. And this is why I thank you for your invitation to participate as Director General of the European Commission's Department of Environment in this journey, our common journey towards Climate Action Day. We need concrete action, and we need the involvement of youth to design the solutions for the future. So let us all act now.
Next up, I'm pleased to announce we have a video message from Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who is an Indian politician and diplomat currently serving as a Member of Parliament in Lok Sabha. Previously, he held the post of Under Secretary General of the United Nations, as well as a number of other high-ranking officers.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shashi Tharoor, and I'm delighted to speak alongside such distinguished figures, including friends from my UN days in Dr. Jane Goodall and President Mary Robinson, for the Climate Action Project on the occasion of Climate Action Day today. This day marks our continuing efforts to meet Goal 13 of the Sustainable Development Goals, which were agreed upon in 2015 at the United Nations by all the member states in the world. I spent 29 years in the UN, but I've been gone for a while, and I was there when they adopted the Millennium Development Goals, a precursor of the SDGs, which have taken over since 2015. And I think that's particularly inspiring that your movement is strongly led by students and teachers, because it's clear that education is the only path to a truly society-wide movement to end harmful climate emissions. India suffers hugely from the problems of climate change. Air pollution has been a particular concern of mine. I've led roundtable discussions with stakeholders and experts on how to tackle air pollution for the last 3 years. In addition, climate events that are taking place will probably increase both in frequency and intensity if urgent action is not taken. I think we all know how convincing the science is. I won't go over the familiar ground, but behind the science are stories of drastic human suffering. Farmers in distress in India committing suicide as crops fail. Ordinary Indians losing their livelihoods because of cyclones. Relatively poor people finding their homes and their life savings destroyed in mudslides. All of these things happen because of climate change. And extreme rises in temperature cause heat stress. A loss in productivity by 2030 could be equivalent to losing 34 million jobs in a country where unemployment is already at record highs. Now, to be sure, India's per capita contribution to global emissions isn't all that bad. If you look at it in terms of our population, it's well below China and the US, which each contribute about 20% or more than 20% of global emissions. India is still under 5%, and we've made strides in recent years. But we still have a lot of unclean energy being generated. It is said that 68% of emissions in India come from unclean sources like coal-fired thermal plants. Polluting public and private transport are widespread, and they're in dire need of an upgrade. You know, road vehicles in India are expected to reach 200 million vehicles within 10 years by 2030. And they already contribute to a third of particulate air pollution. And I have been saying, and I've said it in Parliament, we really don't have meaningful nationwide climate legislation to actually adopt and implement an actionable climate action plan. Now, identifying these problems is only the first step to resolving them. India and the world must move, and I believe India is moving towards a better future. For example, according to non-governmental sources, if we continue with our present efforts and plans, as much as 49% of Indian energy might be renewable by 2040. This Climate Action Day, let me say to everyone listening, we mustn't forget that climate change harms every person on this planet, directly or indirectly. It's an issue that crosses boundaries of nationality and class, of religion and gender, but it burdens the poor most onerously. We therefore must listen to the scientists who tell us where we're heading, and we must take enough action so we're able to decide that direction for ourselves, and it must be the right direction towards conquering our own failings that have damaged the climate. I do hope that by pursuing quality education and by uniting students and teachers from every corner of the world, getting them to exchange findings, getting them to share solutions, you at the Climate Action Project can bring about substantive change in the way our societies think about these problems. All the best and good luck. The planet needs you.
That was wonderful. Jen, I'm quite enjoying myself. How about you?
Already an eventful start to our full day event. So let's bring back some students, Kuhn. I know we have some groups from around the world that have been sending in greetings. Do we have a class that would like to share hellos from their home?
We do. And I have to give a bit background of this video because I have a friend who's called Miriam Mason Cisse, and she is in Sierra Leone. And she has been part of the Climate Action Project from the very beginning. And it's always wonderful to share the stories of the students who came up with solar suitcases and fancy technology and the successes. But this particular group, they had perceiving climate change with floodings and Sierra Leone is a poor country. And during our first project in 2017, 2 of the students died during this project. So I'm delighted to have the students on board again, and we are going to watch a video message from them.
Hi everyone at Climate Action Day. I am Abinti Mambo, and we send greetings from Educate Secondary School in Gola Kusoko, Sierra Leone, West Africa. We've enjoyed participating in the Climate Action Project, and one of our favorite experiences during the project was exploring the community, trying to find solutions to the problem. Hope you all have a wonderful day today and enjoy learning about Climate Action Project with global leaders and experts. Bye for now. Bye.
Incredible.
Okay.
So we are thrilled to announce our next speaker, Koen. So Professor Colleen Vogel is a climatologist who has specialized in researching climate change, vulnerability, and adaptation, especially as it relates to disaster risk reduction. Notably, she has worked on the 4th IPCC assessment report, for which the author team was awarded a Nobel Peace Prize. Previously, Professor Vogel served as chair of the International Human Dimensions Program and received the Boutoni Award for her efforts to spread awareness of climate change and the science of climate adaptation. Professor Vogel, we are thrilled to welcome you here today and cannot wait to hear your message.
You all hear me? I hope I'm connected.
You sound great.
Okay, thank you. So I've shared my screen. You should have the first slide. I hope you do. The climate story. Multiple voices matter. Do you have that?
We do. Yes, thank you. Perfect.
Is it there? So I can continue?
Yes, we can see the slide. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm really very honored and feel very privileged to be here today. And I hope what I can share with you will be of some value. So I've entitled my talk Multiple Voices Matter because I really do think climate change is not just about only the science, but actually bringing in as many voices as we can. Here you see a picture of Alexandra Township or facility area in the near Johannesburg, and also the IPCC pictures down at the bottom, where I was very privileged to work and actually join with partners who were doing the IPCC, and currently in the work that I'm doing with my colleagues at the Global Change Institute. And all of these efforts show, particularly in the science, that humans are changing the climate. Even though the science is uncertain and we have still to do a lot of work, the evidence really points to the fact that we as humans are making a difference, as well as with climate variability. And this climate is having an expression, particularly for us who live in Africa, in particular over in terms of heat generation, the warming of the system, the huge storms that we might be getting in terms of their magnitude. And we've just heard from Sierra Leone that that could be an issue from our colleagues there. So these issues are of concern, and it is something that we need to be dealing with. The approach that I use, I was asked to share some of the work that I do. We use an approach called the transdisciplinary approach, which essentially just is a humble approach of where you try and listen to others who have other knowledges. And so at the university, in the Global Change Institute, we try and bring our science outside into the world and work and engage with people outside. And then we also take the inside out and then bring the voices from the outside in. And this has been very rewarding. So I want to share this morning, just very briefly, or this afternoon, depending on which time zone you're in, the work that has been done by the city, in particular with C40. The city has now signed up, and you can see that in Africa, there are many cities who are signing up. And essentially, the city is currently getting ready to launch its climate action plan. But the most exciting process of this, and this is really my take-home message, is that we've been engaging with the youth in this process. And after 5 years of engagement with the city, I was able to open up a space for the youth in the city, and this has been a phenomenal journey. And later on in the day, you'll actually meet some of the people who I've been working on this project. The group that we've been working with is the South African International Affairs Program, SIA, and they've been doing a number of youth activities, which I'm sure resonate with many of you from your efforts that you're doing around the world. People working with different youth leaders, working with different schools, working with university graduates, etc. And the whole idea is to use the city of Johannesburg, if you like, as a mini experiment so that we can see if we can try and clip different efforts together across the country into a youth climate action plan. So the voice of the youth, not some professor, not some business person, but the actual youth talking about their vision. And we've been very, very fortunate to have the city grant us space in the document. And many of the young people have been working furiously during lockdown, and they've raised up a couple of principles which I think are really interesting, and which, by the way, the city were blown away by because they said, gosh, we need to learn more about these. So the city and the youth in particular profiled intersectionality, which basically just means we need multiple voices coming into the room from different dimensions, systematic change, community-focused efforts, just transition, and other issues. Linked to that work, we've had another initiative that we've also been engaging with from the university and with colleagues in the university and with other voices, because remember, I'm trying to show the value that your voice matters. Never think that you don't have agency. And we've been working with the Climate Justice Charter led by my colleague, Professor Vishwas Satka. And what that has done is trying to bring the voice of many people who wouldn't normally come into these spaces. For example, here you have a drought speak out that we ran as part of, and in fact, Vishwas organized and did it with all his partners to bring in the voice of the people. We've been suffering from droughts. COVID has enhanced this. Let's hear from the civic unions, the trade unions, civic society, gender-based activists, etc. And so over a number of years, this has now been bedded down into a document, which is apparently now being released or doing the rounds in Parliament. And so, again, the youth have been actively involved in this initiative in South Africa, and I'm just profiling the wonderful work that they've been doing. But as I draw to a close, my work in climate change has been driven both by understanding the science, the hard science, if you like, but also what is called sometimes the softer science. And I don't think it is the softer science. I think it's really the really critical science as well with the hard science. And that is talking about transformations, trying to shift us so that we're ready for the future. So here you see a diagram that's built on the work of my colleague from Norway, Karen O'Brien and Linda Signer, and one of my students, Simone Smith, tried to develop it here in South Africa, where you try and bring all the different relevant parts together: environmental values, social structures, individual agency, youth engagement, and transformative change. So as I close and as I leave you, I just want to urge you to carry on as younger people being these fantastic agents of change. I'd like to commend the young people that I've been working with, particularly in the city of Johannesburg, and all the city officials who've enabled us to start a conversation. But I want to leave with you 3 areas where I think we need to be focusing on if we're going to really solve climate change. That is not only hardware, we need the hard science, we need the technologies, the AI, and all of those solutions. But we really need not just brainware, we need heartware. We need to get to the heart of this issue. And I think COVID and even the US elections going on at the moment are pointing to that kind of moral hardware stuff, if you like, that we really need to do. So how do we motivate for long-term collective change? And then how do we use other sources that we might not be using? For example, the arts, the social media, and young people are so brilliant in that with all your entrepreneurial abilities. So with that, I want to thank you all so much. It's been such an honor and a privilege to work with the younger, inspired, young, creative people I've been working with. And I hope that the Johannesburg case, we can link up with other cities, both in South Africa and elsewhere, and start a wonderful conversation and a movement for change. Thank you for enabling me to be part of this wonderful process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Vogel. We have just been so thrilled to follow you and your work, and are honored to have you with us today. So, and thanks to Marge. Hi. We'll see Marge and her students very soon.
Thank you very much.
All right. So I'd love to take this moment to introduce you to Gila Davies, one of our incredible Global Citizen Year interns. And you heard Gila introduce some speakers a little bit earlier, and she's going to be with us all day today. We are excited to have Global Citizen Year and Global Citizen Academy as our partner throughout the Climate Action Project and a premier sponsor of Climate Action Day today. So, Kun mentioned we have a wonderful group of interns, and a lot of you who have been participating in the Climate Action Project have had an opportunity to meet them. So they have helped with everything from leading translation of our curriculum to guiding our virtual exchange program. Gila helped us last week when we had 50 classrooms joining for the Student Mentor Program. And Gila, I'd love to take a moment for you to share a little bit about your experience with Global Citizen Year and the program.
Yeah, absolutely, Jen. So hi, everyone. My name is Gila, and I am currently a student at the Global Citizen Year Academy. And through the academy, we have classes 4 times a week, and we get to do really cool things like impact partnerships and internships with organizations like Take Action Global. So it's been such an amazing opportunity for me. What I love so much about the academy is that it teaches us to think and look at the world as a system, but also teaches us how to be leaders of the future, which I think is what the Climate Action Project is all about, really. And yeah, so I'll be finishing in the academy in just under 7 weeks now, which is very scary, but it's been such an amazing experience. And I'd like to thank them for that.
Fantastic. And I know we're going to be sharing the link on our social channels for everything coming up with Global Citizen Year. I know there's a new cohort coming next semester. So any teachers, particularly working with high school age students or have recent graduates, please definitely check them out and learn more about their program. So thank you, Gila.
Thank you.
Wonderful. So that brings us to our next speaker, to Director Director Ronilda Arco, and she is an undersecretary from the Department of Education in the Philippines, and more specifically in charge of disaster risk reduction and management service. We're really happy to welcome you over here, Director Ronilda, and let me share your presentation as well. Thank you.
Is my presentation seen already?
Yes, we can see your presentation and we can hear you well. Thank you. Yeah.
On behalf of the Secretary of the Department of Education, a peaceful day to all of you. In 2013, Super Typhoon Haiyan brought havoc to the Philippines. 4 days ago, on November 1 this year, another super typhoon, international name Goni, struck the country, affecting thousands of individuals and families in this country. As you can see, this is a typhoon that came November 1, and for the education sector, this is actually the damage it has caused up to the moment. We are still gathering, of course, our data, and they are increasing every day. Damage to schools number to more than 1,000 already. And of course, as disasters come, class suspensions and schools used as evacuation centers are normal in the Philippines. We all know, according to the German Watch, that the country is actually 4th among the most affected by disasters. The vulnerability of the education sector can be seen here, We have what we call in the Department of Education the Enhanced Basic Education Information System. And yearly, the disaster-related data are actually sent by the schools to the central office. And you can see from here, we have actually more than 47,000 schools in the country. And you can see from here that 93% of our schools experience natural hazards. And of course, we also have human-induced hazards in the country. Here you can see that 84% of the schools are do actually experience tropical cyclones. Our goal of providing quality, accessible, relevant, and liberating education had not changed even in the course of the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, as our Secretary, Leonor Magtolis-Briones, always say, education must continue. It cannot wait. Even in the midst of crisis, whether it be a calamity, disaster, emergency, or even war. As to our contribution to climate change, the department actually created, and this I think is also cutting edge, as not many countries globally would have a dedicated office in the Department of Education that is in charge actually on the disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, and education in emergencies relating to armed conflict. Our office, my office, is mandated to institutionalize a culture of safety at all levels and ensure the learning continuity for learners even in times of disasters. Our vision is a safe and resilient schools, learners, personnel in the midst of natural and human-induced hazards. Our outcomes do include the protection from death and injury of our personnel and learners, learning continuity in the aftermath of a disaster, and of course, protection of education investments. We have adopted what is in the global framework, actually the Global Comprehensive School Safety Framework, but have merged it or combined it with our national framework, and that is having the 4 key thematic areas on prevention and mitigation, preparedness, response, rehabilitation, and recovery. On the other hand, we have the 3 pillars of the Global Comprehensive School Safety Framework, that's safe learning facilities, and these are actually resilient buildings to hazards, building codes, okay, and even provision of temporary learning spaces and learning environments, of course, ensuring learning environments for our children. Pillar 2, which is the school disaster management, speaks of structures. We have a structure from the central office down to the subnational offices, down to the school levels. And also our contingency planning, our public service continuity planning, our drills in cases of hazards, and DRR in education or resilience education, which is actually integration in the curriculum, including training. Here, I would like to underscore our contribution to 13.1. We have a very robust operations and protocols from preparedness to rehabilitation and recovery. We have what we call the Rapid Assessment of Damages Report, which is actually activated within 72 hours in the aftermath, within 72 hours of a disaster. And this SMS reporting is directly from the schools to the central office, and immediately we're able to determine the damages that actually are incurred by our schools and even our personnel, including also non-infrastructure damages. And that's where we actually base our provisions of interventions. A number of them you can see from here, including the psychological first aid for our students, emergency school feeding, aside from, of course, replacement of damages, including replacement or reconstruction of classrooms. In terms of the integration in the curriculum, it is integrated in science, social studies, health, and values education across the grade levels from kinder to grade 12. In fact, we have a separate subject or course for our grades 10 and the senior high school. We enable our children and youth through curricular activities, co-curricular activities. We have what we call as the Youth for Environment in Schools. This is an organization. And then we also have the vegetable gardening, solid waste management, and tree planting under our national greening program in the Philippines. We also enable voices and participation of children and youth. We have launched our so-called Greenbit initiative. This is an online environmental journalism training. This is to deepen the understanding of our children in terms of the basics of climate change, as well as what the professor, earlier speakers have already said, looking at ecosystems, the nexus of various disciplines as well, and being able to look at development, scrutinize development in the country through the lens of ecosystems approach. We also enable the voices and participation of our children and youth through encouraging them, allowing them to participate in national youth climate strikes, and also enabling them to do advocacy shows. We have done together with, as Professor Colleen has said, multiple voices matters. We are actually collaborating with artists in the country to help our youth come with their concepts and ideas on how to advocate using arts. And here they stage a national show actually in the country. Also, annually, we have our National Climate Change Conference. And here we actually encourage and have the avenue for youth, the platform for youth to come about with their national, with their projects that they can present, not only among themselves, but to other stakeholders where they can engage, get mentored by social entrepreneurs, product designers, scientists, and all the other stakeholders from the academe and the private sector. This is also to enable the youth to do problem solving that are relevant actually to the conditions of their communities. It is our hope that in enabling our youth, the participation, and they are one of the important voices of today's climate crisis, we hope that we do not only treat the youth, as we always say, the youth are the hope of the future. But we say here, the Department of Education says that they're not only the hope of the future, they are here and now. When we have to treat them as here and now, and therefore capable of contributing and shaping the future that we desire, the future that they desire. Thank you very much for inviting us into this fruitful webinar. And we hope to be collaborating more in the efforts that actually showcases the capacities, the capabilities, and skills of our youth as change makers globally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Ronilda. Thank you so much for giving your insights. Thank you. So Jen, we have a next guest.
Quite a special guest for us, I think, Koen. A dear friend.
Yes. So it's our pleasure to introduce Dr. Jane Goodall. She always makes me speechless. But that's something to be discussed after the webinar. Dear Dr. Goodall, so wonderful to see you. So grateful for being with us. How do you feel today? How is it going over there in the United Kingdom?
Well, ever since the lockdown began in March, I've been grounded here in my sort of family home on the south coast in Bournemouth, and I've never been as busy or exhausted in my whole life.
I don't know, is that a good thing or not? Because you had a really busy traveling life before Corona. I was told, and I read in articles that you were traveling like 300 days. How are you trying to catch up with that? How do you try to visit all of those people and try to inspire them as well, but in a virtual way?
Well, I have to do it in the same way as I'm talking to you now. And at first I was frustrated and angry that I couldn't travel around giving a message, raising awareness, getting people to take action. But it turns out, I'm told by my little team of people who help this virtual Jane, that I've now managed to reach not hundreds of thousands, but millions more people in many more countries, because everybody knows where I am. And instead of having, like 2 weeks, I'm in Tanzania, so it's just Tanzania. Now anybody can reach me at any time, and I'm all over the world in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, thank you so much for being with us right now. So we have a few questions from students from across the world. And the first question is from Danielle from Morocco. And she wonders, what was your inspiration to work with chimpanzees, and how has climate change impacted your work?
Well, first of all, when I was 10 years old, right here in this house where I am now, I read books, many of which are behind me. I read Dr. Dolittle, I read Tarzan. And so when I was 10, I was dreaming I would go to Africa, live with wild animals, and write books about them. And when I finally got there and was lucky enough to meet my mentor, Dr. Louis Leakey, he suggested I should go and study wild chimpanzees, the beings most like us. Nobody had studied them in the wild. What an amazing opportunity. And we're still learning new things about them. They are our closest living relative. And I think, what I'm doing now in lockdown, I've already explained. I'm just on, staring at a little green spot at the top of the laptop, which is a camera, which incredibly, because of modern technology and social media, takes me all around the world, including to you in Morocco.
Wonderful. We also have a question from students in Greece, several students, and they wonder, how do you imagine the Earth in 30 days from now in relation to the problem of climate change?
How do I imagine the world in how long from now?
30 years.
30 years.
Yes.
Well, quite honestly, climate change is totally devastating. When I was traveling, I saw the ice melting in Greenland. I met people who'd had to leave their island homes or on the shoreline because high tide made it uninhabitable because of rising sea levels. I saw the devastation caused by the more frequent and worse hurricanes, flooding, droughts, and of course the terrible fires. So I've seen the effect of climate change, and it is destroying our planet. And if we don't get together now and take action, then in 30 years, I don't really like to think what it will be like. So fortunately, this coronavirus is making people think we need a new relationship with the natural world. We need a new relationship with animals, and we need to get together and find a new, more sustainable, green economy in order that in 30 years' time, there'll be something left. It's urgent and it's now. That's why I think meetings like this are so important, because everybody can make a difference.
Yeah, exactly. And that is why a lot of students also wonder what they can do, those small actions to make the world a bit more green and sustainable. What is it, what you would advise to the students and the teachers who are watching this show? What is a small thing they can do?
Well, first of all, of course, I have to say, I would love everybody to find out about our youth program, Roots and Shoots. You can look it up. And it really is, its main message is each one of us makes some impact every single day, and we can choose what sort of impact we make. And our groups from kindergarten, university, everything in between, choose 3 different projects, which they choose themselves to make the world better. One to help people, one to help animals, one to help the environment. And these things are all interrelated. And what they choose will depend where they are, how old they are, the kind of environment they live in, the country they live in, and so on. And it truly is making a difference. But one thing which is really important that everybody can do, other than making ethical decisions as to what you buy, did it harm the environment? Is it cheap because of child slave labor? That sort of thing. But eating less or no meat is one of the most important things, because as people eat more and more meat, so there are billions of animals being farmed in these horrible conditions, the factory farms, they're called. And it's not only very cruel, but it destroys huge areas in environment. They have to be fed. Grain has to be grown. Lots of fossil fuel used to get the grain to the animals to the killing sheds, and the meat to the table. And water getting increasingly scarce in some places. A lot of water is used to change vegetable to animal protein. And everybody knows about controlling emissions from fossil fuel that produce all the CO2. That's this greenhouse gas trapping the heat of the sun, leading to climate change. But another important gas is methane. And that's what all animals produce in their digestion, including us. We're animals too. It's that smelly gas, and that's methane. And so much methane is caused from these intensive farming of animals.
Okay. So we have Ines from Portugal, and she wonders why and to what extent climate change affects the chimpanzees beyond the loss of the species. And will it affect the behavior and their culture? And what changes have you been able to experience with the chimps?
Well, the chimpanzees, as they live mostly in rainforests, they're one of the last places to be affected by climate change. But even there, we see gradually, because of changing weather patterns, that fruits may, some of their food that they eat gets the cycle gets disrupted. And because the rainfall is disrupted as well. So we get rain when it should be dry. We get dry when it should be wet. And the plants are getting confused. And this is affecting the food source of the chimpanzees. But we haven't yet been at it long enough to see what actual change there is. In some places where chimps live, not in the rainforest, but out in the more open savanna, it's affecting them more. And, so they're sort of, where it gets very, very hot, they're sometimes traveling about feeding in the moonlight, which is something never done before. But it's something that we will find more out about as we continue studying them. The Gombe study just had its 60th anniversary. So we're still learning new things, and effective climate change will be one of them.
Okay. So you mentioned roots and shoots, and I think given the fact that we have so many teachers and students on board who may not know roots and shoots, I'd like to ask you to give them a bit more context about roots and shoots, because we know that this is your little child, and I think that people deserve to know more about it and how they can join as well.
Well, if you look up rootsandshoots.org, you find out all about the Roots and Shoots program. And we're working with you, Kuhn, as you know, in Tanzania, setting up these, what are they, virtual labs? Was that what
Innovation Lab schools, yeah.
That's right, right. Well, we're taking groups of Roots and Shoots children from very often deprived areas. And for the first time, some of them get to use computers, and they are so fascinated, and they're learning so much. And this learning about technology is tied in with taking them into this patch of rainforest near the capital city of Dar es Salaam, so that they can learn more about the forest. And in Kigoma, which is close to where the chimps are, they're learning more about chimpanzees. So what are they doing? Well, Roots and Shoots kids are changing the world. Even in kindergarten, they're growing organic food in the school garden. They're learning about the different animals. They're collecting trash. And it's amazing to see some children in really remote areas. They haven't understood the concept of trash. They don't understand that it can pollute the ocean. And once they know, they're very passionate. So my belief is that young people, when they know the problems and they're empowered to take action when we listen to them, not just marching, but planting trees, collecting trash, as older high school, university, devising ways that they can really make a difference. And they're raising money so that they can help victims of hurricanes or earthquakes in other parts of the world. They've been tremendously helpful and raised a lot of money for some devastated communities. And I find that young people, when you let them make choices, they get together, they're very passionate, they discuss a problem, then they decide, I think we can do this. And of course, the younger ones need more advice and guidance, but it's unbelievable what young people are doing and the projects they're working on. And we try and bring them together virtually from around the globe, sometimes face to face, but not now, of course. And they're getting to learn something that's really important, that much more important than the color of your skin, your culture, your religion, what you eat, is the fact we're all human beings. We all cry, we all laugh, and we all have the same emotions.
Wonderful. I'm delighted to share that we will show a video today about our school in Pugu we created with Dr. Goodall, and you will be able to see for a few minutes what they've been doing over there. So I'm delighted to share you. Jane, what is your message to world leaders who don't listen to researchers?
Well, there are some world leaders that it seems pointless to talk to because they don't listen. They don't want to listen. If they're a sort of normal, ordinary person and not a trumped up, power-hungry individual who only wants money and power, then I talk to them. I think the best way to change people is from inside. If you start arguing and shouting at them and telling them they're bad people, they're not going to listen. But if you can tell a story and reach the heart, then even though they may not seem to pay attention at the time, I've had evidence that things that you say cause them to think in a way they didn't think before. So that's my method anyway, telling stories and advising all our young people not to be aggressive, but lead by example and take action. And then when you meet someone, you can say, well, we're trying to plant trees to match up to this trillion tree challenge that's been issued. It was in Davos this year. And last year, 2019, before lockdown, our Roots and Shoots from around the world together planted 5 million trees. And they were planning to plant more this year, but of course these school activities are being cancelled. But even so, things like that, where young people from around the world get together to have some kind of campaign, it's very encouraging and rewarding. So the message is, get involved, take action, join some kind of group, and just remember, never forget, every day you live, you make some kind of impact. And when you go to bed at night and think back over your day, did you do anything that made the world a little bit better? Or didn't you bother? Or heaven forbid you did something which made it worse? And that includes how you relate to people. Do you make them smile or frown or cry? That makes a difference too, because changing the mood of other people, giving people hope for the future, that's really what counts today.
Thank you so much for these nice words and your message of hope. Dr. Jane Goodall, last time we met, we were able to give each other a hug.
Yes.
Hopefully that time will come back very soon.
We can blow kisses.
Yeah.
We'll reach you across the yes. I'm now blowing kisses to everybody from around the world who's watching. Lots and lots and lots of kisses from Dr. Jane to all of you.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Wonderful. What an inspiring moment. So thank you so much, Jane. Our next two speakers, because we will combine two speakers today, will be Princess Esmeralda of Belgium and also Vanessa Nakate. And you may think like, that's kind of odd, but I think it is key in the world to focus on what unites us and not focusing on things which are different, and because this creates a polarized world. So that is my only advice for today. Always look at the bright side and always try to find connections. And this is exactly what connects the Princess and Vanessa, because both of them are really concerned about girl education, and both of them are activists for a better climate. It's my honor to introduce Vanessa Nakate and Esmeralda, Princess Esmeralda. Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, Vanessa. Hi, Koen.
Hello.
Hi, madam. Good afternoon.
Hi. So both of you will give a bit context and we'll be sharing some thoughts which are really valuable. And then we are looking forward to a small interview between the two of you. Thank you so much.
Well, it's such a pleasure to be with you all today, and especially with all the students and the teachers, and also some great speakers. We are facing a climate emergency and a dramatic loss of biodiversity. The natural world, our own life support system, is being destroyed. And this is affecting already so much of our essential human rights, because this is as much an ecological crisis as a social and justice crisis. So I thought I would share a few thoughts about what I think brought us here. And this is greed and arrogance. The arrogance of human beings who have always considered themselves above nature and not part of it, entitled to plunder indefinitely and with impunity its resources while poisoning lands and oceans with plastic and chemicals. This undermining the balance of interconnected ecosystem, which could lead us to the collapse of human civilization. But also the arrogance of the Western countries who built their prosperity during colonization with the wealth and labor from Africa and the global South, and who continue today to acquire huge profits through multinational of mining and oil companies, ravaging our environment, while not assuming their responsibility to help poor countries to adapt to the climate crisis, to which they have least contributed and are most affected. The arrogance also of men who don't include women at the highest level of climate policies, when they are the most vulnerable to the effects of extreme weather events due to the role society have assigned to them as collectors of food and water, for example. But equally importantly, women are predominantly the ones providing solutions thanks to their skills and knowledge of capacity building and recovery. The arrogance also of adults who don't want to listen to the children around the world who are crying for fear for their future and angry for the lack of reaction and action from our leaders. And finally, the arrogance of the so-called civilized societies who are dismissing the knowledge and wisdom of indigenous people. These might be only 5% of the world population, but they are protecting 80% of our biodiversity. They are the best custodians of our forests, the two largest rainforests on the globe, the Amazon and the Congo Basin, as well as so many other wild places. They have lived for millennia in harmony with nature, living sustainably and protecting it, but they are paying a very high price. They are displaced, arrested, and often killed. Their rights are constantly violated, whether it is by illegal loggers or miners, multinational companies, and even sometimes by green projects. We have to defend the defenders and listen to their message. As stated by Nemonte Nenquimo from the Waorani nation in Ecuador, the earth does not expect you to save her. She expects you to respect her. And we indigenous people expect the same. So I really believe there is hope and so many opportunities to change the paradigm. Our economic and political model has failed. We are on the edge of socially and environmentally catastrophe. We need another vision which can reconcile the economy with more equality, justice, and our environment protection, in which we can prosper interconnected with one another as humans, as Dr. Jane Goodall said, and with nature. And this conversation has to start in schools because education has such a fundamental role to play, as this climate action project is showing so clearly today. And let me stress to finish that this so exciting and so hopeful challenge. With imagination and will, we can create a much better, fairer, healthier, and sustainable world with all of you.
Thank you so much. Now we are going to listen to Vanessa Nakate. Vanessa, it's wonderful to have you in this show.
Thank you so much. My name is Vanessa Nakate, and I'm a climate activist from Uganda. I started doing activism, that was last year in the first week of January 2019. When you look at the historical events of our world, you realize that specifically the global north is responsible for all the mess that we are in, for all the challenges that we are in, for the destruction of our planet because of the massive exploitation, because of the corporate greed, because of the fossil fuel industry. This is why I decided to become a voice in the climate movement after realizing how much the people in my community and in my country at large were experiencing devastating impacts of climate change, and yet they were the least contributors to the CO2 emissions. Climate change puts a great threat on food security, on water security, on peace in my community, and especially on the gender equality in my country. As you have listened to Madame Esmeralda saying that girls and women are the most affected in the face of climate disasters. I started a project to help drive transition in my community because I wanted to do more than climate strikes. I wanted to drive action in the rural communities by providing solar panels and eco-friendly stoves in schools. And I did this so that communities can get to transition to renewable energy. We talk about all these technological solutions, but then we never put into consideration the fact that many communities cannot afford them or even access them. So through this project, we make the solar systems available to the schools and the eco-friendly stoves. In my country, literally every school uses firewood for preparation of food for the students, and they cannot stop using the firewood because the students would go hungry. So with this stove, it's an alternative to reducing the amount of firewood that is used by the schools, and also to educate the students, the teachers, and the parents about climate education, about the planet, about their role in fighting for a future that is livable and habitable for all of us. And through this project, I hope to see that many girls and women are empowered, many girls are educated. I believe that educating girls is one of the most important solutions that we need in fighting the climate crisis, because realizing that the climate crisis exacerbates the already existing gender inequalities in our communities, in our countries, in this world. I believe this is a solution that environmental circles do not talk about, and yet we need to talk about it. Enough with the technological solutions that will need funding, that will need so much research. This is a solution that we can actually do right now. putting girls in school and fighting the climate crisis so that we can stop them from being vulnerable to the climate disasters. I hope that the environmental movement, as it demands for technological solutions, it doesn't forget about the social solutions that can actually drive change right now. You have to understand that we will not have climate justice without social justice and without achieving every other sustainable development goal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will now head into an interview because I think that both of you are sharing really interesting thoughts. I also want to stress everybody to support Vanessa. We shared the GoFundMe earlier, and we will be doing it later on again. But please make sure to support her initiative. Thank you.
That was so inspiring, Vanessa. And I like so much the fact that you link also the gender problem to the climate crisis. So I would like you to explain maybe to us the challenges that faces women and girls in Uganda.
Thank you so much, Madam Esmeralda. When you look at the climate crisis and the impact it places on girls and women, it is something that the world is not talking about, and yet it should be talking about. Women and girls have been given roles by society, roles of taking care of household chores like collection of water from the wells or preparation of food. And in the face of climate disasters and everything has been lost to maybe floods or droughts, they have to do cheaper the work they have been doing in order to provide for their families. They have to walk very long distances in order to collect water in case of longer dry spells. And this exposes them to gender-based violence, and that is something that people are not talking about. Many girls are dropping out of school because their families cannot take care of them anymore. In my country, when a girl is getting married, the parents receive bride price. And many times, these girls, if their families experience these disasters, they are forced to give up their children for marriage in order to reduce on the number of children in their homes, and also expecting a bride price from these men.
That's another link that shows that we cannot solve the climate crisis without solving the poverty. And
exactly.
And this is a big problem of the child marriages also in Uganda.
Yes, it's a very big problem because just in this period of the pandemic, many girls who are still in school have got pregnant, and there is no hope for them to go back to school. This is a very big challenge that really needs to be addressed so that girls can be protected in the face of disasters. Because where there is a pandemic, where there is a disaster, the inequalities that these girls were already experiencing are only doubled.
I wanted also to know, when you started your action and your strikes, did you get support from teachers in the different schools?
Well, of course, when I started the strikes, honestly, the support wasn't there. Not from family, not from school, not from the country itself. Because in school, there is a way they expect a girl to behave. There is a way they expect a girl to have certain values of dignity, of respect, and literally going to the streets is going against those values. Because when I went to the streets the first time, many people would say really ugly things, saying that maybe I'm trying to sell myself, because that is against society for a girl to stand on the streets with a placard, because many would think that she wants attention, she wants people to see that. So it was a challenge starting the strikes, because society has decided the roles that the girls should do, but then we, the activists like me, we are going against those roles, because it is not the role of society to determine what we are supposed to do.
Well, I think you had so much courage to start all by yourself. And when we talk about Greta Thunberg, who is another example, she also started alone. But we have to emphasize that it was much more difficult for you, considering the country, the culture, and what you just explained.
Yeah, that always quite very many challenges, especially in my country, because you have to go against school, you have to go against your family because they don't understand what you are doing.
Did they
And
understand
actually,
your family?
my family didn't understand it in the beginning, and my friends as well. My friends thought that it was embarrassing for me to go to the streets, so they were not supportive in the beginning.
Another thing I wanted to ask you is the role of the media, because we might all remember the scandal that happened in Davos when you were cut off a picture of activists. And luckily, there was a big response everywhere, and especially on social media. But still, do you want to talk about the role of media and the fact that they are not talking enough about the Global South voices?
Well, I think media has a very big role to play because many people are not aware about the climate crisis, especially in the global south, and media can help in that. But media isn't doing that. Media is raising voices and stories from the global south, and this is hurting the climate movement because we cannot get the climate justice that we need if we do not include every voice. Using my example, when I was in Davos and I was cropped out of that photo, and also my message wasn't included in the article, that was an example of how media has idealized the climate movement to only be inclusive of white activists while erasing different voices. If media does not tell the stories, if media does not platform the stories of activists from the global south, then we will not get the action that we need. These activists need to tell their own stories. They need to be listened to. They need to be put on the front line. It is very sad to know that the global south is on the front line of the climate crisis, but it is not on the front page. And this is something that media has to change.
I think that's a very important message, and thank you for emphasizing that. I don't know if we still have time. I could go on for a long time. Koen, let us know if we have time.
You still have time, yes. It's just too important, I think. So please, let's do it for another few minutes. Yeah.
Vanessa, can you also explain what are the main challenges of the climate crisis in Uganda, in Africa in general?
Most of the countries in Africa, they heavily depend on natural resources for survival. That is for food, that is for water. And with the changing weather patterns because of the increasing global temperatures, African countries are being put at a risk of facing shorter and heavier rainy seasons in specific parts of the continent, and also longer and hotter dry seasons. Communities, maybe in my country, you find that there are regions that are experiencing massive rainfall in a short period of time. It's almost obvious now that every time it rains in my country, there is destruction. You're going to see it on the news. You're going to see people crying out to the government how they have lost their farms, how they have lost their homes. We have seen landslides sweeping people's homes. Even during this pandemic, we've seen the water levels of Lake Victoria rise, and these have destroyed people's houses at a time when people have to keep safe from the COVID-19 pandemic. They were also facing climate disasters that were pushing them to a point of being homeless, to a point of having no food at all, and to a point of being vulnerable to diseases. Because with the rise in the water levels, even toilets and all kinds of dirt were submerged, and all the water sources were contaminated. So in my country, climate change really threatens the food availability, it threatens the water availability, but those are just the primary effects. we need to also talk about the secondary impacts, what happens to a family after they have experienced these things. That is when we go into how the girl child is affected, how the women are affected after experiencing these primary impacts of climate change.
And do you think that the people and the leaders are joining the dots, connecting the dots, and know that all what is happening is due to the crisis of the climate?
No, I don't think so. And there is a lot of work to be done. Most of the people do not understand the connection between fossil fuel industry and the climate crisis. When you talk about climate change, the only thing they understand is tree planting. Tree planting is good. It is part of the climate fight. But then there is much more to the climate crisis. We need the ecosystems, but I feel like people also need to be educated about the other issues of the climate crisis, and this is still lacking.
Thank you very much. This was really inspiring.
You're welcome, Madame Esmeralda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nakate and Madame. That was incredibly inspiring as a young woman and an aspiring climate activist, especially that message of that we can't have environmental justice without social justice. I thought that was so powerful. From behalf of everyone here today, I'd like to sincerely thank you both for joining us. It's been amazing. Thank you. Next up, we will have a video message from President Stevo Penderovsky, the 5th President of North Macedonia. He is a member of the Social Democratic Union and was inaugurated in 2019. But first, a couple words from Jen and Koen.
Thank you, Hila. Well, I am impressed. Because when we do a project about climate, we ask students to focus on climate change causes, effects, and solutions. Most of them focus on technology. And sometimes it's about people, it's about human beings. And I'm so grateful for Madam and Vanessa stressing that importance, especially girl education. So thank you so much. I'm so delighted we got that message, basically. Yeah. Jen? We are not able to hear you, Jen.
Yes. So as I listen, I'm nearly left speechless. What a remarkable last few sessions we've had. But Vanessa's message to us is there's a lot of work to be done. And I think that's what we're here for, is to do the work every day. The message from our students from Beijing, those small actions collectively. So thank you to everyone joining for us in this day of action. And we're thrilled to share with you a special video message next.
Dear students and teachers, it's a pleasure to address you at this year's launch of the Climate Action Project. You know, as I do, that this project is very important because our world is hanging in the balance. With the present way we do things, it will ask for almost 2 planets in order to provide resources for our current needs. In this context, the right question should be, who creates our needs? Why it is often cheaper to buy a new device than repair the old one? Then it becomes obvious that many of the needs that we take at face value are not essential at all. Quite often, they are a result of our habits, production, and consumption, which are untenable in the long run. For generations, humans have been driven by an urge to control and exploit both nature and each other. This has given rise to environmental degradation and great inequalities that show the current unsustainability of development. Every 4th person in the world lacks electricity for lighting and cooking. While more than a quarter of the food is wasted, According to some estimates, 155 million children do not have enough to eat. Climate change only worsens the situation for millions of vulnerable people around the world, leading to destruction of ecosystems and unique species. Dear friends, it doesn't have to be this way. We can and we must change the course of our world. Today we live at a time of the so-called influencers with millions of followers on the social media. However, the people who really have the greatest impact and influence the way children see the world and their place in it are not influencers, but the teachers. Teachers can make you, students, to be curious. They can provoke you to ask right questions. They can help you understand the past and enable you to project the future. They can build your confidence. Teachers are entrusted with the crucial responsibility, transmitting ideas and values that not only can sustain our lives, but can also transform our world for the better. If done wisely and persistently, this can help you develop sustainable habits and, in general, ethics of sustainability. The Climate Action Project brings sustainable development and climate action issues in the classrooms all over the world. It connects teachers who are passionate enough to educate a new, young generation with a conscience about life as a precious gift. I often have the opportunity to meet young, talented children with great ideas and innovative solutions. And behind such an inspired persons, usually there are inspiring teachers. I'm so glad that many students and teachers from several Macedonian schools have already joined the Climate Action Project. I have no doubt that you will all learn from each other and share ideas that can inspire concrete climate action. Believe me, every small action can make difference, or as Mother Teresa, which was born in Skopje 110 years ago, once said, not all of us can do great things, but we can do small things with great love. Climate change affects everyone, and therefore climate action is everyone's business. Despite the global pandemic of COVID-19, the Republic of North Macedonia is considering to scale up its commitments and reinforce its efforts in the global race against time to limit global warming. Whatever we do, we must never lose sight that the real reason for the sacrifices we made today are for the well-being of your generation tomorrow. Therefore, I give full support to the Climate Action Project, and I wish you an inspiring journey together. I thank you for your attention.
Wonderful. So, we were really happy to have that interview with Dr. Jane Goodall. And during that interview, we mentioned something like Roots and Shoots and the school we created in Tanzania. And our organization TAG, Take Action Global, what we try to do is bring positive change through education. And we think that is really key, that education is really the solution, the key. And what we did is building a school, our own school in Kakuma refugee camp, but also 2 schools in Tanzania with Jane Goodall Institute. And for that, we try to offer free quality education to children. In Kakuma, it is really tricky over there. So we are using the national curriculum over there. But in Tanzania, we created our own global goals book, focusing on the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals from the UN. Jen, maybe you want to share some thoughts about that school, because we are really both so passionate about our students. We're teaching them every Saturday in Tanzania, which is kind of hybrid learning. So share some thoughts and your excitement about that school.
So this is definitely a program close to our hearts. We have teachers joining live with us today all around the world who have helped us build this program. And so we started off with an idea and inspired by Dr. Goodall. And so we, as a collaborative group of educators, built this curriculum around the SDGs. So we had this ambitious goal of a curriculum built by all for all, something that could grow over time and that anyone, anywhere could use regardless of access to resources available. So as Kun mentioned, every week we are working with teachers in Tanzania and learning from them, training, talking about ways that we can engage these students and bring out their passions and ideas for the world. And then every Saturday, we have teachers that volunteer their time to join and teach these students. So every week we learn something new, and Kun and I get to have these great video messages. And I think for us too, with Dr. Goodall, it's often, what would Jane do? So when we're faced with challenges or any pushback on some of the things that we talk on or teach on, we say, what would Jane do? And she's been a true inspiration for us. So we're thrilled to show you this special video today.
Yeah. So basically every Saturday we have a different group, and they are choosing themselves on which SDG or global issue they want to focus on. This can be like peace, poverty, gender inequality. And the last group, they focused on climate change. And so they created a small video, and this is the school Mpuku in Tanzania, which is in the middle of the jungle nearby Dar es Salaam. Let's watch this video message from them.
My name is Nelit Marco. I'm in 6th Dragon. My school is from 28. We came here to Pumbut to learn so many things, but our goal is life on land.
Magdalena Raymond Mshamu ni mwalimu wa Fountain Gate Academy na ni matron wa wanafunzi wa Fountain Gate Academy, klabu ya Roots and Shoot. Kiuhalisia klabu ya Roots and Shoot ni nzuri kwa watoto kwa maana inaelimisha juu ya Sustainable Development Goals and the 17, na wanangu wamejifunza goals zote na wameelewa, ila katika darasa la leo sana sana wamejifunza kwenye life on land, to which wameelimishwa jinsi ya kutunza mazingira, kuhifadhi mazingira, na leo tumeshiriki kupanda miti katika eneo hili la Pugu, lakini pia wamepanda mbegu kwenye nursery ya miti kama ishara na wao walikopo siku ya leo. Wito wangu kwa shule zote, hata kwa ngazi za vijiji, kata na miji pia, waelimisha jamii juu ya utunzaji wa mazingira, waelimisha jamii juu ya these 17 sustainable goals, kwa maana zinasaidia na tunazihitaji tuzitende ili kwa ajili ya maisha ya baadaye. Nikiongelea swala zima la mazingira, as you can see nyuma yetu hapa kuna tree nurseries ambazo ni miche ya miti tofauti tofauti, ikiwamo ya matunda, miche ya dawa na hata ya kivuli. Tunajua umuhimu wa miti, tunajua umuhimu wa matunda, tunajua umuhimu wa maua. So I call for it ya watu wote waendelee kutunza mazingira yetu. Tunaona wengi wanakata miti kwa ajili ya mkaa, ila miaka hii tunatumia gesi. Hebu tuweke kampeni na namna hiyo, tufundishe watoto wetu kutunza mazingira kama babu zetu, mabibi zetu walivyotunza, na sisi tukaikuta.
Life on land. This girl is really interesting, by the way, and it's really destroyed by many people. The cause of the destroying of the environment is, first, people don't know they don't have the education. Second, people do it purposely. Third, people are educated but they're arrogant. Then, what I learned today is I can conserve the environment by educating them, telling them what to do, and I can also tell them what to do if they're arrogant. By the way, I'm a big child, so I can even go to police. Then, what I also learned is I can conserve water. I can be a good water user. Many people and many of our parents really don't use goodly water. They use badly, very bad, very worse. We need to teach them. So what I've learned today is really important. I'm going to teach my parents. Thank you.
Wonderful. So it's my honor to introduce our next guest, which is Miss Sandrine Dixon de Clèves. And Sandrine was recognized by Greenbiz as one of the 30 most influential women across the globe, driving change in the low carbon economy and promoting green businesses. She's the first female co-president of the Club of Rome and a lecturer and at the University of Cambridge. It's an honor to have you online, Sandrine. And we thank you so much for helping us out during the project, because many people don't know that behind the scenes, behind the curtains, there's a lot going on, and we really value and appreciate your support. Thank you so much. I think you're muted right now. I'm sorry.
There we go. Yes. What I wanted to say is, after looking at the beautiful interactions and the incredible words of Dr. Jane Goodall, it's very hard to follow the lineup of incredible people that you've had and the unbelievable work that you're doing with young people all over the world. I'm the president of an organization that has been talking about climate change, but also the importance of changing the way in which we interact with our planetary boundaries for the last 50 years. And when I see the depth of the work that you're doing, it reminds me just how important it is to bring back the words of many of our esteemed members of the Club of Rome, but also to remember that many of us as young people ask us, why have you not done more? Many of us have tried and have done some work in this area, but clearly not enough. And so what I wanted to do was to bring in a little bit of history as to learnings of how we can move forward and build better bridges, collaborate, and bring in the voice of the youth and intergenerational dialogue and the knowledge that we're able to exchange and the storytelling and the different projects that you have in order to truly make this what we're calling a decade of action. Because we know that for the next 10 years, we have to get it right. We have no time to waste. When the Club of Rome was started in 1968, I was 2 years old. So that shows my age. And at that time, what the members of the Club of Rome were talking about was exactly what we're talking about today. And we lost 50 years. In fact, Dana Meadows said something which many of us would have thought would have been said by Barack Obama or anybody else just this past few years. This supreme effort is a challenge for our generation. It cannot be passed on to the next. The effort must be resolutely undertaken without delay, and significant redirection must be achieved during this decade. Can you imagine? That was said in 1968, and now we're saying the same thing. But what was also said at that time, and what I like to remind us all of, and was said so beautifully in your students that were just interviewed now, is that we cannot have arrogance and ignorance in our world. If we think education is expensive, try ignorance. Ignorance is even more expensive. And we've seen from the examples that have been given the importance of schooling in passing on not only education around climate change, but also knowledge and values and storytelling around how we should be people on this planet and preserve this planet that is our home. That is absolutely fundamental. And we've seen the way in which it has destroyed the United States. And I'm very hopeful with a new administration that we will get away from fake news and belittling knowledge and bring back knowledge as the essence of how we can actually move forward. And also kindness, may I ask. Climate change is so important, but today it's even more important. It's important because it is part of what we call the convergence of tipping points. What we are seeing between climate change, biodiversity loss, and now health pandemics. And we need to bring students and educate the leaders of the future to understand the complexity of the interrelationships between climate change, biodiversity loss, and health pandemics, which we know are created by those two together, climate and biodiversity loss. We also need to bring forward, again, the importance of what it means to be a human being on this planet, to move away from the arrogance of thinking that we are better than all the other species. And Dr. Jane Goodall is the first to remind us that even if we are so-called the most intelligent species, we are definitely not the wisest. And I'm sure that many of the students that are watching today and that go through your programs can see climate change directly in their lives, whether they are going further in order to get water in an African country or in other countries, whether they see complete urban development and then the destruction through more typhoons, through more hurricanes, through more flooding. We know that if we don't all come together at a time when we are seeing these very complex challenges before us, we will not get there. And if we don't develop the leaders of the future, we won't get there either. I've spent 30 years of my professional career working together with business communities, with policymakers, and with civil society to address pollution to air, land, and water in a variety of different ways. And yes, we should have known sooner that we had to work more on climate change. But now we do not have that time. So what can we concretely do together to learn from the past and build a better future? Because for the moment, as we are in this COVID pandemic, we talk about building back better. But we know that we can't build back an iceberg. We know that we can't build back all those forests. What we have to do is figure out what are the solutions that will make us stronger, both facing future crises and also building the future that we owe to generations coming behind us. Part of the learnings from Paris, for example, and the Paris Agreement, which I know some of the students are learning about, is that we were able, as a collective community of governments who were ambitious, of scientists who had the science, of businesses who knew what real leadership was about, come together with civil society and propose ambitious timetables and targets. We are calling for limiting, obviously, to 1.5 degrees our temperature increase. And we know that probably by 2030, we will already be, unfortunately, at 1.5. That means we may lose some of our islands and the people that live on those islands as water creeps up. But it also means that the challenge now is we must come together, exactly as you've shown in your videos. Cases of people coming together in communities and students who are very much working together to ensure that they bring forward real climate action. Together, we were able to have an agreement in Paris. And I cannot tell you enough that feeling in all of us when we had succeeded, sitting in that room when actually the negotiator of the Paris Agreement put down the gavel and said, we have an agreement. Many of us cried. Government leaders, business leaders, civil society, scientists, all together. But this was 5 years ago. And although we had an agreement from Europe, and now we have one from China, and in fact, I've just seen a tweet from Biden, if he is actually going to be president, he will immediately bring the United States back into a climate agreement and the Paris Agreement. But still, we need to act even faster. We can't just talk about 2050. We actually have to talk about zero carbon now, zero loss of nature now, linked to zero pandemics and zero poverty. Vanessa talked about the issue of poverty, as did Esmeralda. Dr. Goodall is talking about the loss of nature and the impact on species. And many of us are saying together, this is all connected. So what do we do next? As a community of young people and of older people like myself, we have to bring together all of the actors. We need to bring together those that have a tendency, and I'm going to use a few props if you don't mind, to surf the wave. Basically, I'm trying to, there we go. This is my surfer. And my surfer has a tendency, unfortunately, to wait until he acts. And that is not possible anymore. This is my driver. And my driver has a tendency to drive action, but sometimes forgetting that they need to bring more people behind them. This is the dreamer. And the dreamer is the visionary. And we need the visionary to guide us to where we need to go. We can bring these three together, but we must do it by converting the prima donna. It is the prima donna, those that are not ready, those that think that this is about the ego rather than the eco, that are stopping us from moving forward. Because I'm going to say to you that each of us can make a difference, but we need to convince all of these different types of people, these different characters, to come on the journey with us. We need to each reduce our own carbon footprint, and each of us can do that by ensuring that we stop using transport modes that are polluting, walk more, use a bicycle more, don't travel in big airplanes and use a lot of cars when we don't need it, and public transport. We can change the way in which we eat, and definitely this is the Western diet that is killing us, eating too much meat that is actually depleting our land and water. We need to ensure that we also bring in the knowledge at all levels, from primary school to university, as to what individuals can do across their communities and across their schools. And that also means making your school net zero and holding your leaders accountable. And if you can, when you're old enough, voting for the right leaders. But most importantly, we need to remember one thing, and I'm going to end on this point, and I'm going to use one more prop. Because once again, in 1961, President Kennedy of the United States drove a mission to the moon. And this is Tintin's Moon, for some of you who know the comic books Tintin. I would say to you, we don't need a mission to the moon. Our mission is not to go elsewhere. Our mission is to protect the beautiful planet that we call home. And we can do that together. And yes, we, the adults, must work with the younger generations to find the solutions. But it is our responsibility to preserve this planet so that future generations can live happily and healthily on this planet in greater well-being. So Kun, thank you for everything that you are doing. I could not thank you enough. And the beauty of the people that you have brought together behind your project and the strength of that collaboration and solidarity will hopefully enable us to really make a difference and create the best decade of action we've ever seen.
Sandrine, we're so grateful for your words today. And you must be a true teacher, because we all know it in the education world, not just say it, but show it. I was getting messages behind the scenes of everyone loving your rubber duck. So
I just couldn't find where
it was perfect. I think that image will stay with everyone. And from my little part of the world here in the United States, your message is most appreciated, especially this week. So thank you so kindly for being here with us. And we look forward to continuing to following all of the work you all are doing for our planet. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome. And let's hope we have a real shift in the US. I'm happy to take questions if there's time. And if there isn't, I fully understand.
So I know we have questions that have been streaming in on social media. So I'd love to ask you to check out the hashtag Climate Action Day, and you can see people that are sharing questions there. I'm not able to see those on my side, but we will be sure to share them over with you as they pop up.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, and good luck with the rest of the day. And thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
All right. So we have our next set of speakers, and I'm thrilled to announce them today. So as you know, our Climate Action Project was done in partnership with WWF and our dear friend, Matt Larson-Dawe, who many of you have met in our spring sessions when we had our expert webinars. Will be joining with us today with Fernanda de Carvalho, and she is the Global Policy Lead of Climate and Energy Practice at the World Wildlife Foundation. Joined with Matt Larson-Dawe, our friend, and he serves as the Education Manager at WWF UK. So welcome, Matt and Fernanda, and we are thrilled to hear from you both today and so excited to turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Jen, and it's absolutely fantastic to be part of such an exciting event. I'm just going to say a few words, and I'm going to pass over to Fernanda, who is the brains of the operation today. But I wanted to say before I did that WWF are absolutely delighted to have been supporting CAP this year. Climate change as an issue connects us all across the world, and it is by working together across borders to find solutions that we will be able to shape a future in which future generations can not only live without fear of climate change, but also live better lives as humans. We're not just about trying to find ways to avert disaster. We can actually define a future where we can be healthier, we can be happier, and our lives can be more enriching. So as daunting as the climate crisis is, we know that the technology and the knowledge that we need to address it already exists. And I know that those of you who've been working on the issues around climate change for the last 6 weeks will have come to that conclusion. And I know that you've come up with some incredible solutions yourself. In a way, it's like we have a big pile of Lego in front of us. And I really wish I had a pile of Lego to use as a prop right now, having seen the ducks earlier. And in that pile of Lego, we have everything that we need to create something fantastic, something beautiful, something that does the job we need. And we could leave it as a big pile of bricks. It is just a pile of bricks. It's not doing what we need it to do right now. Or we could simply throw together something that does the job, but it's not beautiful, it's not clever, we're not proud of it. But we have another option available to us. We can think about the future that we want. We can think about what we want to build with that random assortment of Lego bricks. We can imagine something that is possible, and then we can work together to build something truly spectacular. So the bricks are there. The hands that will shape that future are ours. But perhaps more importantly, they are yours. It's something which is taking us into the future. At WWF, the Worldwide Fund for Nature, we are very much science-led as an organization. So my mission and that of other educators at WWF is to ensure that this science is accessible and it's understood by the younger generation today. But most importantly, that science is understood in the way that people understand what it means for them now, and what it will mean for them in the future. And so to that end, we're really excited that we've been involved in the Climate Action Project, particularly helping to develop foundational climate change curriculum that hopefully has been useful to schools that have taken part this year, but will also help teachers to take the knowledge and the understanding of climate change into classrooms the world over as the years go on. And projects like this and the work of all teachers that bring science and inspire thinking around these big issues are so important. As the climate changes, so must we. But how we change and what this means for the future, that is really up to us. We can define that future. And we've seen in recent years, for better and in some cases for worse, that one idea or one leader can change the world. Just one big idea, one impactful leader. And that next idea could be yours. The next leader could be you. And through projects like Climate Action Project and with the support of inspiring teachers, you have the opportunity to gain the skills and the knowledge you need to be that force for change that the world needs. So you've started on that journey. I'm absolutely delighted with the scale of impact this project promises to have in the years to come. But that's enough from me. I'm just an educator. I shouldn't say that on a project like this. I am an educator, I'm proud. But I'm delighted to be joined by someone who's walking the walk and talking the talk around climate change action. So we're joined from Brazil by Fernanda Carvalho, and I'll pass over to her now. Thank you.
Okay. So
at the moment, it's my screen that's shared. Could we share Fernanda's screen, please?
yeah, I think I'm trying to share mine, but mine is showing you. So that's, let me see if I can fix this.
It's now your screen, Fernanda. So if you just bring your slideshow up, it will be on screen.
Okay, thank you. Huh, wrong ones. Can you see them?
Yeah, you just need to put it into slide. That's it.
Okay, so, all right. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. My name is Fernanda Carvalho. I'm based in Brazil. I work for WWF International as the global policy manager for our climate and energy practice. And my idea today here was to talk to you about climate change and what to do about it. We are going to talk a little bit about what WWF is doing, but I also want to highlight a little bit what you can do, as Sandrine has mentioned. So it's a pleasure to be here today. What is WWF? Who is WWF? I'm sure you all associate us with this cute panda down here. We are the panda. The panda is our symbol, and we are proud of it. And our mission is to work for a future where people and nature can thrive together. And to get there, we work with forests, we work with oceans, fresh water, wildlife, of course, climate change, and food. That's how we divide our work. And our work on climate and energy is basically those points that I'm going to speak a little bit about. So we do put pressure on governments. We participate on the COPs that you have heard about. We try to influence negotiators at the COP. We have it's called the Panda Hub. It's a pavilion where we do a whole program to try to highlight what is important for us and things that we are doing, showcase our projects. But more than that, we work with our national offices. We are present in virtually countries of the world, advance to try to convince their governments to take climate action. And a good thing is that we have very recently been joined by youth. Of course, youth is out there for a long time, but since Greta came on board, this movement became stronger, and it's a very welcome force that has been helping us a lot. We also work with business to try to convince them to take on targets to reduce emissions that are based on science. We help people and nature to adapt because we know climate change adaptation is a reality. It's not only about mitigation anymore. We have to deal very strongly with adaptation and resilience. We create strong alliances since we have, this ability of talking from people, from students to businesses to other organizations like us and to politicians. We try to build alliances to get strong results and further impact on the ground. And it's also very important for us, as Matt already shared, to share information on climate science and policy, because we know this is a very complicated world at times, and we want people to understand what we are talking about and why those things are really important for us. So this is an example of how we put pressure on governments. We are doing this campaign called the NDCs We Want. NDCs are nationally determined contributions, or the climate plans that governments have to put forward. And we know that they had to do it by the end of this year, 2020. And this process, unfortunately, has been delayed by COVID. But this is a very important thing for climate ambition, because basically the sum of those NDCs this year will decide if we are to stay on a path to 1.5 global warming or not. So what we are doing is analyzing those NDCs, and we are ranking them from the NDCs we don't want, that would be the red ones, like for example here, Japan and New Zealand, to the NDCs we want, the green ones, the good ones that we see here from Rwanda, also from Suriname. So, and in this website that you have the link here, we have a whole analysis of why we are ranking the NDCs like that. So this is something that countries will look at, and then they will have our feedback. And that's also useful to others to try to push for the things that we are asking for, to have good NDCs. So it's just an example of what we have been doing so far. Another example is the Living Planet report. I don't know if you have heard about it, but this is a document that it's a very comprehensive study that we produce every single year. That is a health check for the planet that takes every 2 years. Sorry, I said every single year, but it takes place every 2 years. So every 2 years, we do this comprehensive assessment, and it's really nice. If you want to take a look, there is lots of information in the website of the Living Planet report. Is livingplanet.panda.org. So what is the Living Planet's index? They produce an index. And what is it telling us? The news this year, unfortunately, are not good, as many of the speakers already told you. It's a problem that we have on biodiversity also. It's not only on climate change that we are having a crisis. And what this report is saying is that the average population of animals, mammals, fish, birds, reptiles, and amphibians has had a significant decline since the 70s. Around which I was born. So from that time till now, we have lost 68% of our animal populations. That's very sad news, because all of us would want to be in a path towards recovering those populations. And what's happening is that they are declining. So first we need to stabilize such populations, and then we need to focus on recovery. So it's a very serious picture that it's being painted by this Living Planet report, unfortunately. And when we look at it, when we look at the causes of it, it's very unfortunate to say that we are the cause for such a nature decline since the 70s. And it's very important to highlight that climate change is putting pressure on ecosystems. So this is one of the drivers, not the only one, but a key one. 30% of all land is used for agriculture. This loss of nature has economic impacts. We are losing biodiversity that is essential for food security. 1/3 of all food is lost or wasted, and we need nature, because nature underpins our health and well-being. So this is not good news that nature is declining, but we can also act to restore nature. So it's still time for us to act and try to reverse this very sad situation that not only affects our climate, but also our nature. So when we talk about climate change risks to biodiversity, I don't have a prop here like Sandrine did, and I'm not meaning to compete, but I have this cute picture of this rodent here that unfortunately is no longer among us. This is the first mammal that was extinct from climate change reasons. The Bramble K. malamis is his name. Melomis rubicula is his scientific name. And this is very sad news that this report this year is pointing out to us that one species has already been lost to climate change. And there is scientific confirmation of that. This is very, very sad. And the saddest about it is that it's not only the single species, up to 1/5 of wild species are at risk of becoming extinct because of climate change. So we really need to fight to reverse this situation. And I'm counting on all of you that are watching us. And this is why we're going to talk about what you can do to help. So there are a list of things that you can do, and some of them have already been mentioned here. Being more efficient and energy efficient is an important one. We know that heating and cooling are ways of using energy that are very, very energy intensive. They require lots of energy. So if you think carefully to use heating only when you really need it and cooling the same thing, that's a strong contribution that you will be playing. Electric appliances, they have information on the amount of electricity that they use. So it's important that you start paying attention to that to make the right choices. Choosing renewable energy, of course, when you can, it depends on which country we are or what are the circumstances. But if you can use solar heating, use solar panels in your house, or demand that your school uses renewable energy, solar energy or wind energy is also a very important way to help. Using alternative transport has already been mentioned here. If you can use collective transportation, that's better than just driving your car or being one person in a car to get to work. And this way you're also contributing to the quality of life of people in the city, to the traffic, to better traffic in the city. Use your bike. Biking is so cool. I love biking, and it's also good for your health. So you're contributing not only for the planet health, but also to your own health. Eating selectively, which is something that we will explore further. As an example, recycling. I mean, I hope all of you know about it, especially this generation, because this is key for our planet. Plastics, we know, are a big, big threat. And so reducing the use of single plastics, fantastic. But if we have to use materials such as plastic, glass, and aluminum, it's important that we recycle. Of course, spreading the word is key. Talk about it to your friends, to your family, to your community. Nothing is too small. No contribution is too small. Any contribution that you can do to save the environment or thinking about climate change will be valuable. And you are also a source of knowledge. Don't count only on WWF and others. Think of yourself as a source of knowledge and a source of influencing the behavior of your community, your neighbors, your family. And of course, make smart political choices. We can't avoid talking about the big thing nowadays, that's the US election. There is an opportunity there that a candidate that's more committed to the environment might win, but this may be also something that you need to think about in the future, and not only for presidential elections, for electing the people who represent you. And now try to see what their proposals are, if they worry about the environment, what they are proposing for the environment, it's important. So our example here, when we talk about eating selectively, is what WWF is calling planet-based diets. So we produced lots of materials that were recently launched about this. And why are we thinking about planet-based diets? First of all, in the context of climate change, it is because the food systems producing food accounts for 27% of total GHG emissions. And it's not only producing food, it's producing, consuming, and also disposing food. Those three things, they are 70% of total GHG emissions. So if we tackle this, if we reverse this tendency, the impact will be of 27% of total emissions. And that's major. That's not something that could be ignored. And it's very important that I also highlight to you that we are not telling you to become vegan or anything like that, No, that's not the case. We are not promoting any single diet over another. And this planet-based diets approach allows for different patterns based on geography, culture, tradition, availability, and also affordability. And of course, science has said to us that animal protein has to be diminished because of the impact they cause on the environment. So we're not telling you not to eat animal protein, but consider the information of science, and that we should eat more vegetables. I'm sure this is not new for you. Probably your mom has been telling you about the vegetables as much as myself. So this is not new, but we are going to show you a little bit more about this. So I said that the food system is 20-70% of greenhouse gas emissions, and they can also, in the moving to the biodiversity sphere, working with the food systems and planet-based diets, they can cut the food-related biodiversity loss by up to 46%. So they can also contribute to biodiversity. So the way you eat, the message here is be careful with the way you eat, mind what you eat, because that's a huge contribution that it could play there to climate change, to reversing climate change, and also reversing biodiversity loss. As I mentioned, we are not in the path to restoring this biodiversity that we lost so far, but we will be if we address not only diets, but diets, food loss, and waste. That will put us in a stabilization path. And if we address diets, food loss, waste, and production, we'll be in a restoring path for biodiversity. So plant-based diets, planet-based diets are a choice that you can make, that you could play your own contribution to reversing both the climate and biodiversity loss. And then there is a tool that WWF has launched very recently in our website on planet-based diets. You can look for it. You can use it to select a country, and I put Brazil here as an example because this is my own country. And then you can select a type of diet. And I selected our current diet. I don't know if you know much about Brazil, but we are addicted to meat. Not me, because I've been a vegetarian now for 2 years, but meat, beef, plays a very important role in our diet. Probably you have heard about the Brazilian churrasco. It's a food that everybody loves. And then if you do that, you can select the foods that you want to eat, but you could also see the impacts that the diet would have if it was adopted by everyone in Brazil, for example. So when we look at the GHG emissions here, we could say that this diet choice, our normal diet choice of eating lots of beef, because that's the red in here, would cause 1,087 million CO2 equivalent emissions. So that's a lot. And that also impacts the cropland use here. If you can see, we need 42,965 hectares to produce the food to have a diet like this. So this provides to you a sense of the impact of what you're eating. And then if we do the same exercise here using, for example, vegetarian, which is the diet that I have more recently adopted, you see that there's a different impact here. You see that when we look at GHG emissions, those would be of 282 million tons of CO2 equivalent, as opposed to 1,087 if I was eating meat normally without reducing meat. So even reducing meat is a contribution that you could do. As I said before, our idea is not to convince anyone to change their diet, but at least look at it and know the impact of their diet. And the cropland use is also reduced from about 44,000 hectares to 36,405. So there is an impact that you can do with your own choices, your choices of what you eat, your choices of who you vote for, your choices of of how you live. And the good news is that we are seeing some things change. We saw very recently China announced that they want to be net zero by 2060. We may see some change in the US position towards climate change. There is an opportunity for the EU to also enhance their targets. But my message here is that we shouldn't leave it only to governments. We shouldn't leave it only to the private sector, to industries, to businesses. Everyone has a role to play, my friends. If we want to have a stable future, if we want to have nature thriving for you and for your kids and for the next generations, and if we want to stay on the track to 1.5, everyone has a role to play. And that's what I wanted to highlight here in my presentation. You can always reach out to me for further questions, for more information, and also to Matt, who is already known by all of you. And I would also like to highlight the importance of this kind of initiative because, as I mentioned, spreading the word and also trying to translate the information from science and policy to broader audiences, to the ones that can and must make a difference, is also part of our mission, is something that's very dear to us and that we value very much at WWF. Thank you all for the attention and for the opportunity to be here today. I hope you understood my broken English. Apologies for my mistakes in doing this live, but that has been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fernanda. I have, hi Cohen. I was going to ask if there's a time for me to show a little video.
So sorry for interrupting.
Go ahead. No problem at all. Fantastic. So I'm just going to, if someone could bring in my shared screen with a video. So this is how we'd like to end. So I said before handing over to Fernanda for those fantastic words about the science and policy of climate change, that we are in a position where change is inevitable. Change as a result of climate change, change in order to deal with climate change. And with projects like this and in the classroom and on social media, the focus is often on the dangers of not changing, what we need to change to avert disaster. I think it's equally important that we also have in mind the wonderful future that we can create by solving these problems. So I want to end by showing you this video. It's from our Future Visions project. Some of you may have explored this in the classroom over the last few weeks. If you haven't, please do search for WWF Future Visions. And what we're inviting is the students to share their vision of the future, whether it's through video, whether it's through poetry, a poster, a drawing, a short story, a speech, whatever works for you, to be able to share your hopes for the future, so that we can guide policymakers and show them that actually we're demanding more. So I'm going to end by showing you one of those videos. It's by, so the video is by the makers of Our Planet and by the makers of the David Attenborough film, Silverback Films. There's computer-generated imagery in it, made by an artist called Eric Burnquist, and the words for this version are by a spoken word artist in the UK called Kay Tempest. I hope you'll find it as powerful as I do.
Once upon a time, in a town much like your town, on a road much like your road, where the people lived and worked and passed their days much like the people that you know, there was a feeling in the air of dread. It was thick and dark and it got into the mouths and eyes and lungs. Our mother is dying, said the dread. But wait, once upon a time, the story changed. It was not dread that tugged the people's sleeves, but possibility. The skies cleared over the city, and the sun came through in a blast of golden light, and we saw that we were standing on the crest of a mighty hill. Our view was panoramic, and we could see. This endless exploitation does not make us happy. This violent inequality destroys everybody's freedom. We know what mining does. We know what deforestation does. We know what plastic in the ocean does. We know what humans need. We know what nature needs. We could live differently. We could consider our minuteness in the natural scheme of things. We could fuel our lives in ways that are not harmful. We could build our cities so they are sustainable. We could encourage nature, not just to survive, but to flourish. If we made that our priority, the animals would begin to multiply. The oceans would recover. The people would remember how to feel simple things. It will never work, said exhaustion. Money makes the world go round, said dissatisfaction. If it doesn't turn a profit, it's never gonna happen, said shame. Grow up, said fear. Put up, said fear. Shut up, said fear. Isn't this the very reason we were born into this age, said courage? To make the huge transition that the age demands. Isn't that the weight you feel? The weight of changing ages? Why are you so afraid, said resolution? This is the only way, said love. Even as the cities roared, the children could be heard above the noise of the machines. I want to live in a world where I can breathe the air and drink the water, they said. I don't want the sea to boil or the forests to burn. I want to look at the rising sun with ancient wonder. I want to live in a world where the weather patterns are not deadly, where animals roam wild and are not just farmed for meat, where people have enough. I want to be a human being, not an agent of consumption. I was not born to spend. I am more than the sum of my data. I want to honor our planet. I want to live on our planet. I want to live. The time had come for a brand new story. Once upon a time, we were gifted with a present that was heavy. It was now.
Thank you, everyone. So I've shared the link. Hopefully that will be shared across to viewers for how you can join that competition and see that video and some of the other versions that we've got, including a beautiful version with a poem by Benjamin Zephaniah instead of K Tempest. And hopefully it will inspire you not only to think of your own visions of what that future could look like, but also perhaps to share it in some way, as K Tempest has, as the filmmakers have.
Thank you so much. We shared the link on the screen as well. And as always, thank you so much for these excellent presentations. We really enjoyed working with WWF International this time, as you know, Matt. Thank you so much, Fernanda, for sharing your presentation. And we hope that we continue working together. We really want to stress the fact that we think we really made a really good curriculum this time. So thank you so much, Matt and Sean, for your contributions. Climate change is complicated, and this curriculum gave me great insights into that. and you made it more comprehensive for the rest of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, Jen, are you still there?
I'm here all day.
So I was telling to Jen, like, wow, that was intense, and that was like 2.5 hours, still 5 to go. We are tremendously happy to have Yvonne Aki-Sawyer, and I will tell you why. Yvonne is a Sierra Leonean politician, and I already stressed why I really love those students in Sierra Leone by showing that video earlier today. But she currently serves as the mayor of Freetown, which is the capital of Sierra Leone. And she has been recognized for her work during the Ebola crisis, as well as for speaking out against the trade of blood diamonds. And as the mayor of Freetown, she's working to address challenges through a data-driven approach to urban development. She was made an officer of the British Empire in 2016, and you have to Google her because her TED Talks are magnificent, simply magnificent. So thank you so much, Yvonne, for joining us today. And we look forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you so much. I think I'm still so inspired and kind of, I'm lost for words really from that last video. Just listening to the voice of children, listening to their desire for a future, which really gives everybody a chance. And just the simplicity of what's asked for. And as we here in Freetown are embarking on, and have already embarked on Freetown the Tree Town, our campaign to plant 1 million trees, I think this video just really sets so much into context. Why do I say that? Because where we want to get to for all of us is a future in which we're safe, in which we save the planet, in which the simple things become the important things. And how do we get there? I know that with this, on this Climate Action Day, there's going to be a pledge, a manifesto being signed, and I'm happy to be doing so as a city leader. And I've long been of the opinion that it's our individual actions that will make the global difference that we need. So on to what I'm here to talk about, to give a little bit more of an insight to viewers on what we're doing in a practical way at a city level to try to bring our transformation as it relates to addressing deforestation. And as I said earlier, planting 1 million trees. Talk about the curriculum, where schools come in, is an important part of our Transform Freetown agenda and our work on environmental management in setting out the Freetown the Tree Town. We recognize that the city is overpopulated, really dense. We also recognize that there are real drivers that push people towards deforestation, and that one of the things that we needed to do in order to ensure that we were able to deal with not just the planting, but actually the growing of the trees, was to get our community involved. So our tree planting exercise is done in backyards of people's homes. It's done in schools, working with nature clubs, environmental management clubs, done in offices, of course, done also in empty spaces, the hillside cemeteries. Cemetery is an odd one, but a good one. Anywhere really where we can find the space to plant. And as I mentioned before, your tree stewards are Freetonians. It's really anyone in our city who is prepared to sign up, take responsibility for planting, but also for reporting using an app. So you can give us photos. We get the coordinates of every tree planted, and when we launched this Freetown the Tree Town in January of this year, we had not a penny to put towards it, but we've been so excited by the number of people and eventually organizations and institutions that have come on board to be part of this. So as we talk about the video, so we got of the 1 million trees, we have 450,000 planted this rainy season. It's still raining. Now, this is also climate change. This is one of the consequences, having abnormal rainfall, having in the wrong time of year or longer. But this time around, it's just about the right volume of rain for us to ensure that the trees we've planted get a really good start. So we're not complaining. With Freetown the Tree Town, with the planting of 450,000 trees, we'll complete the process next year. But I think what this has done for me has been to inspire me that as a city, we can plant in pockets all around an urban area. We can make our city green again. We can create small areas of forests within the city. And as the video envisaged, we can have a situation where we can live in closer harmony with nature. We've got a long way to go. Mention what was made of mining, of plastic in the ocean, of deforestation, which is continuing at an alarming pace all over the world. And of course, of the real consequences of climate change that's already being experienced in many parts of the world, particularly in the global south, but not exclusively. We have a battle on our hands. We're moving in one direction, and there are millions of people moving in the other direction. Part of what we've got to do is to ensure that we get more people moving on the side of nature. We're doing that with Freetown the Tree Town by making reforestation something that's accessible to everyone and anyone, by keeping the conversation in the media, in the airwaves, making sure that in schools we're engaging. That's what we're doing here in a small city in the western coast of Africa. We hope it's inspiring others to do more as we all collectively join hands to have the future that our children deserve to have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yvonne, for inspiring us. I think you are doing a wonderful job in your city in Freetown, which you also righteously call Tree Town. So this time, what we can do is we can speak for like 3 hours, go live on a webinar. We can speak for like 8 hours, or we can just keep going. I'm not sure Jen agrees on that. But I think the real deal is that we try to bring change in cities and schools across the world. Students, teachers, school leaders, citizens, and mayors trying to bring change in their area. And so we came up with a pledge this time, which everybody is able to find. And we are really delighted to hear that you're able to and willing to support this pledge, Yvonne. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for sharing with us, Yvonne. Again, you really need to find your TED Talks because they are excellent. Really enjoy watching those. And those give a lot more context about the tree planting as well. Thank you so much, and hope to meet you again. Thank you.
Okay. Enjoy the rest of the time together, and let's keep on planting.
Yes, let's do that. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So we already mentioned that we already created a manifesto. And this is where we really hope that you are willing to join us. If you are a mayor, go to this website and do the pledge for the manifesto, which you can find online at this page. But if in case you're a school leader, you can do the pledge as well. You can make the pledge for our manifesto as well. We have 2 manifestos. One is created for school leaders, as I already mentioned. One is for cities and mayors. And we are really happy to announce that we have another mayor who is willing to do the pledge, and that is Ion Seban. Let's watch this video. He is the mayor of, and now I hope that I really pronounce this, the mayor of Chisinau in Moldova. I will keep on practicing and I will give it another try in 7 hours. Here is Mr. Seban.
Like other countries in the world, the Republic of Moldova is vulnerable to climate change, which has made us comprehend and alerted the authorities. Droughts are the most devastating dangers related to climate change in the Republic of Moldova, causing direct losses of about 6% of GDP in different years. The Climate Action Project is an extremely important step for both the Republic of Moldova and the capital city of Chisinau. By 2030, Chisinau is expected to host over 50% of all urban population in Moldova, putting more pressure on infrastructure and services in the city, while creating considerable social and environmental challenges. The city of Chisinau aims to become a green and sustainable city, calling for the involvement of every citizen and inhabitant, from smaller ones to seniors. Our goal is to educate correctly and motivate children and younger generation to form caring behaviors towards the environment and the place where they live. Recognizing that there is a need for both mitigation and adaptation, we advance with optimism in the opportunity to explore bold and innovative solutions. Through our efforts, we will lead together as a city for progress and demonstrate the power of collective action. We believe in the strength of our city and its citizens, and resolve to take action with the following climate action commitments. Together with the inhabitants of Chisinau, the schools, teachers, and students involved, we are very proud of the opportunity and participation in the Global Climate Action Project, in which we participate for the first time this year. We believe that in order to protect the environment and help reduce the process of climate change, both real actions now and in the future are important. And our children are the ones who want to live in a healthy, green, and safe future.
Wonderful. Jen, any thoughts?
Oh, it's just absolutely incredible already. I know we have so many hours coming up still. So if you've been a part of our stream from the early hours, stay with us. We have some incredible speakers and students coming up next. But before that, we would love to take this opportunity to thank our incredible partners who have been supporting students and teachers all around the world in their journey to take action. And so one of our sponsors, Global Citizen Year, you've met many of our interns as part of Climate Action Project. We're so grateful for them and everything that they have done to support us with Climate Action Day. So make sure you check out the link. They're doing incredible work to support students in their gap year program. So allowing them to engage with really meaningful content and curriculum and speakers from all around the world. So thank you to our partners at Global Citizen Year.
Maybe just one thing. So we will go to Kuminado in about 10 minutes. And we are having a small delay, but that's fine. Everything is going well. And we're going to a new presentation by students. And I will allow Jennifer to introduce them. I just want to say that when I speak about Climate Action Project, I always speak about this school, always about Kate and her students, and the fact that they received a letter from the president. How cool is that for students? That is something you cannot achieve with a textbook. That is something you can achieve by making sure that students go the extra mile, that they find solutions and bring change. Jen.
Yes, I can't agree more. And so Koen and I are both at the university level now. And so messages from Kate that come in always warm our heart, and the incredible things she's doing with her students. And they are really changing the world. So anytime we have an opportunity or a project, Kate is always saying, yes, we're definitely in. So we are thrilled to welcome this outstanding group of students to present to us from Ireland. Yes, we're definitely in. So we are thrilled to welcome this outstanding group of students to present to us from Ireland. Yes, we're definitely in.
Dave Goler, Tá Céad Míle fáilte agaibh go Scoil Aberdeen Naofa Cluain Tuaisceart. Hello everyone. 100,000 welcomes to St. Augustine's National School, Clontuscart. We are a small rural primary school in the heart of Ireland in County Galway. There are 19 students in our classroom from 4th to 6th class, and we are all between 10 and 12 years old. We have participated in the Climate Action Project every year for the past 4 years. We have worked on projects during this time. Our latest project was installing solar panels in our school in partnership with Microsoft Ireland, SSE Airtricity and Activate. Since the panels have been installed, they have generated 42% of our electricity in the school. Software tools installed at the school aggregate and analyze real-time data on energy generated by the solar panels, demonstrating a mechanism to achieve sustainability goals and reduce the carbon footprint of the electric power grid.
When we began in 2016, we researched Ireland's waste management systems and discovered a major issue with packaging and waste separation. I wonder, do you know what this symbol is? And do you know what this symbol is? Well, the symbol on the left is actually called the green dot. It is a symbol used on most packaging in Europe. In Ireland, this European award is given by Repack. It is not a recycling symbol. It means that the company who made the product contributed financially towards a recycling fund in Europe and does not necessarily mean that the packaging can be recycled. The symbol on the right, this is the recycling symbol. A lot of people get confused and believe the green dot symbol is a recycling symbol, but it is not. During our work on the Climate Action Project, we created surveys to collect data about this problem. In a survey of adults, we found out that 72% didn't know what the green dot was. 84% recycling symbol. We also surveyed products in Irish supermarkets, and 30% of the items had the green dot on them and couldn't be recycled. Because people think the green dot is the recycling symbol, this waste goes into the recycling stream and contaminates the rest of the recycling in the bag. Campbell Finney is manager of Barno Waste. He told us how recycling and landfill has to be sorted in his facility. He told us that often recycling is contaminated with landfill items and that at some waste management plants, all of the recycling bag ends up going into landfill. He told us that it depends on the waste facility whether they separate it or not. He highlighted some of the green dot and how this causes recycling to be contaminated, and he has encouraged us and given us tips as we have worked on this project.
We have brought our project to the Galway Science and Technology Festival at various stages. This event has 20,000 visitors on average each year. We showcased our work and sought to educate people about their recycling and waste separation. Our stand was extremely busy during the day.
We were delighted and thrilled to be asked to come to the Galway Science and Technology Festival ceremony. Imagine our surprise when the school name was called out as overall schools winner.
Dr. Anne Dolan of MIC University of Limerick and Dr. Noreen Burke of Galway Grand Aquaria connected with the class and developed our understanding of the effects of climate change in Ireland and in our world oceans. We brought our climate action project to the ESB Science Blast at the ODS in Dublin. We were visited by Minister Kieran Cannon. We wanted to alert the Minister for Climate Action about this problem personally and appeal to him to action change. Kieran was extremely interested in our project and said that he would help us connect with the Minister for Climate Change in the Irish government to make changes. Richard Bruton, who is former Irish Minister for Communications, Climate Action, then visited us in Clontusker. We taught him about the problem Green Dot. Following our meeting, Minister Bruton changed the way symbols in Ireland to make them easier to understand. These symbols can be seen on mywaste.ie. We were delighted with this progress. However, these symbols are not statutory or law in Ireland. We are now campaigning to ensure that companies would use these symbols by law. The green dot is a problem. We also want to raise awareness across Europe and the globe. We are connecting with schools across Europe as part of the International Climate Action Project to join our movement. Empower other students to highlight the issue in their own country and affect change. We have made a website called soyouthinkyoucanrecycle.com. On this website, we are hosting a call to action for all European schools to see if they change around symbols in the green dot. Over the past 4 years, we've collaborated with schools in Portugal, Italy, Cyprus, Ukraine, and more. We focus on the problem, solutions, and how to take action. This sharing has helped us to communicate our message, learn from our peers, and take collective action together.
We received a letter from Irish President Michael D, who encouraged us in our work. He wrote, "As President of Ireland, I am very proud of the many young citizens in this country who are constantly willing to rethink difference can be achieved. The pupils of St. Augustine's are such young citizens, and I would like to thank you for your commitment to working together to we can address the critical challenge of climate change."
Last year, I was chosen for the National Assembly, which was an assembly for 10 to 17-year-olds to find solutions in Ireland for climate change. The assembly was live on RTÉ News Now on the 15th of November. 157 students have been selected for this event. I was then chosen out of the 157 delegates to do the opening speech on environment. In the opening session, I gave my speech with 4 other delegates. It was a proud moment to take the seat of a politician at the Irish Parliament. After the opening speeches, live on RTÉ television, we debated the 6 proposals on environment and gave suggestions and comments about them. We then had to vote which 2 proposals we thought were best. These are the 2 proposals the Environment Group decided on. One, for Ireland to outlaw acts of ecocide, being the widespread and systematic loss of ecosystems, including climate and cultural damage. And 2, to protect existing forests and make compulsory that at least 10% of all land owned for agricultural uses is dedicated to forestry. Each of the 5 groups had 2 proposals in the Youth Assembly Proclamation on Climate. After meeting Richard Bruton to deliver our proposals, I was interviewed by the RTÉ News station. It was a historic event to be part of and one I will always remember. Being a member of the Climate Action Project has given us a voice and empowered us to make a national change. We have helped change the system in Ireland and now we want to do the same across Europe. Will you join us and help us make a difference? Connect with us on soyouthinkyoucanrecycle.com to find out more.
Okay, that was wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that. Congratulations, dear students in Ireland, in Galway, because that was excellent. Thank you so much. And now you can hear that there is a small lag, a small delay. I'm really, truly excited to announce our next guest, our next speaker. And I could announce Kumi Naidoo as the previous executive director of Greenpeace International or the Secretary General of Amnesty International. But for me, he is just like a South African hero, a human rights activist and environmental activist. And he always manages me to inspire me. So we are so delighted to have you here, Kumi. Thank you so much. And we are all set for you and listening to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kun, for that very kind introduction. Friends and colleagues, following that wonderful presentation by the young people in Ireland, I'm reminded when things around us look so bad that the sadness and the pessimism that comes from all the bad things happening around the world and our analysis can always be somewhat compensated and overcome by the optimism of doing something to address the problem. So I want to, from the bottom of my heart, express my gratitude and admiration for all the young people and all the teachers that have come together to say to the world that you are not willing to sit on the sidelines and watch your children and their children's future go up in smokes, that you're prepared to make a difference. So I want to start by saying a very big thank you. Now, let us ask ourselves, why do we have a climate crisis? And I want to suggest to you that we have a climate crisis because we have an economic system that only works for a handful of people and is broken and needs to be changed. We have an energy system where we are dependent on dirty energy, oil, coal, gas, and other dirty energies, instead of being driven by clean, green, renewable energy. So our energy system is broken. Our transport system is broken in the sense that we don't invest as much as we should in public transport, and most of the private transport is heavy polluting. We have a broken food system. So when we talk about how the food system impacts on climate, many parts of the Amazon, for example, millions of hectares have been destroyed to grow soybeans or for growing cattle and so on. So we need to look at the climate crisis as an interconnected crisis. And if we're going to address the climate crisis, we must start thinking about what kind of economic system we want, what kind of energy system we want, what kind of food system we want, and so on. And the sad truth is, people of my generation have run out of fresh ideas. We continue to look for solutions in the past, and we do not have enough and a fresh sense of perspective that you as young people have. You need to recognize that your role is not only to do projects in your community, but your role is also to start dreaming about what kind of society that we want to build for the future. And please, when people adults say to you that young people are the leaders of tomorrow, please resist that, because if you wait for tomorrow, there might not be a tomorrow for you to take leadership in. So what is the responsibilities then of young people, and how can young people engage in direct involvement in trying to not save the planet, but save humanity? The good news is the planet does not need saving. If we continue on this way, what will happen is we warm the planet up to a point where we cannot exist here. We will be gone. And the truth is, once human beings become extinct, the forests will recover, the oceans will replenish, and so on. So don't worry about the planet, actually. The struggle to avert catastrophic climate change is a struggle to protect our children and their children's lives. And therefore, irrespective of how difficult it is, we need to make sure we do everything possible to address this crisis. But in addressing it, the climate crisis, it's critically important that you as young people have to say that the way things operate in the world is abnormal. And you have to start getting comfortable with being uncomfortable. The level of inequality we have, the level of military expenditure that we see our governments doing, and many other injustices. You have to get uncomfortable with all of that rather than accepting it and accepting it as normal. You also have to be, as you grow up and when you're at the age that the laws allow you to do this, you should be engaged in, be comfortable when our leaders are not listening, to engage in peaceful protests, because peaceful protests are the only things that got our government and businesses to listen throughout history to address various injustices. But you also must be comfortable with taking leadership. And you must now be saying that if there's an NGO in your community, if there's a social movement in your community, you must say, we want young people's voice on these structures. So I want to encourage you to recognize, on the one hand, things are really bad. And let's be honest, we are running out of time. This decade, from 2020 to 2030, is probably the most important decade in the history of humanity. If we do not make big changes here, the scientists are telling us that we are on the road to irreversible, catastrophic climate change. And therefore, we have to act now. So I thought, rather than speak too much longer, I would conclude my message to you with a poem that I wrote during the lockdown. The poem is called, "We are all desperate to get back to normal, but should we?" Normal. What an average word. So uninspired, it's actually absurd. In a time when we have been forced to change our ways, to pause and isolate and dream of better days, that we'd yearn the world of yesteryear, a world so divided, so fragmented by fear. It's mind-boggling at best that we might just blow Mother Nature's test, longing for the same madness that put us in this global sadness of me first and screw you and buy 4 for the price of 2. Surely getting back to normal cannot be our aim after all the sacrifices, death and pain. Yet this pandemic has brought us to our knees, cutting jobs and highlighting inequality. Our leaders are exposed and the broken systems they have imposed, and now obviously not making any sense. So why do we obsess and resist what needs to be? To end to these failed economic schemes and political machines that weaken and divide, leaving only the elite satisfied. No, we have to be better. We must for our kin, our children and their children, and the ones after them. Thankfully, our youth has far more motivation to take action and end the years of frustration by breaking down the walls we've created and the inequality that is so outdated. So now, What are you going to do? Let's hope it's something substantially new to help building post-corona a human existence that is far from over. Learning from our lessons, respecting all persons, especially our healthcare and essential workers who were invisible to many of us before this pandemic, and never again, lest we forget what and who really matters, even when all hope scatters, because this tragedy surely must be our big opportunity to look beyond what has always been and build a world where we can all thrive in. Thank you. Finally, I just end by saying to all the young people that have participated in these inspirational activities around the world, you got to see yourselves as leaders. You got to see yourself as people who have taken, if not the first step, or one of the first steps. You got to do more. And I just leave you with this message. That the struggle to ensure that we have climate justice is a marathon, it's not a sprint. So in all that you do, pace yourself, have fun along the way. Do not let the Donald Trumps of the world take away your right to happiness and joy, and have fun while you do your work to secure your future and to secure the future of people all around the world. Thank you for all that you've done as part of this Climate Action Project, and let's hope you will continue to do many, many more great things to ensure that one day we can say we can live in a world which is just, more equitable and safe from climate disaster. Thank you, shukran, merci beaucoup, muchas gracias. Asante sana.
It's a beautiful message, Kumi. We're so grateful for you being here. As a teacher of language, I'm so happy that you shared your poem and showing that poetry and storytelling can be used for activism and for making our world a better place. So thank you for doing that. I should say that Kun sends his love and gratitude too. He always tells me what a great friend you are to him and how you inspire him. Last September, I think it was, when we were in New York City at the march and we were all scattered about, he was, I think, meeting with you and I was in a crowd and couldn't get there. So lovely to meet you finally. And thank you for all that you do for our world and to inspire so many.
Thank you and good luck, and thank you for all that you all have done to bring this amazing day together. And let's hope moving forward we'll make every day a Climate Action Day. Thank you.
We hope right along with you. Thank you, Kumi. All right. So with that, we will head to our next student presentation. We have a group of young leaders from Moldova joined with their teacher, Tatiana Popa, head of global education at the Heritage International School. So Tatiana, are you and your students ready? I know you have been working hard and planning for the past few weeks. So welcome, and I'll turn it over to you.
Hello, Jen. Good afternoon from sunny Moldova. We have some things to share about the time in the Climate Action Project. I'm going to share my presentation. So it has been a really beautiful journey of 6 weeks of work with my students in this project. It all started with the Ministry of Education officially supporting our project nationally. And then we got to the media where I promoted the project so that more teachers could join. And we got at the moment around 120 teachers across Moldova joining this amazing project. My own students did lots of research. They made interviews with their relatives. They had video conferences with Malaysia, with Spain, Romania, India, where they shared their findings and told the world what we know about the situation in our country and globally. Also, we planted trees. In the images, you can see us planting an oak tree in our courtyard as a reminder of us participating in this global project, and all the school watching how my students were doing this. And we also encouraged them to plant trees and flowers in their own gardens at home because we couldn't get together in the COVID pandemic. Also, we had a guest speaker, the head of the United Nations in Moldova, who spoke to our students about the SDGs and how important it is for each of us to take action and get involved. And also, I was lucky to co-moderate TEDx event for Climate Action Project, organized by the Romanian ambassador Mirela Tank, who had a wonderful lineup of speakers, of environmental activists from all around the world, who inspired all the watchers to take action and move a step ahead in the Climate Action Project. Also, my students took the pledge to stop the climate change, and they took part in the Future Challenge from the WWF. You can see some poems and future visions of my students. The young students in the primary even created some leaflets and shared them around the school. Even the director got one. Also, I was interviewed by the national TV channel in order to tell the young people in a children's show about this Climate Action Project. I shared what my students have done and how we can all together join forces in order to change the world for better. And finally, as you have seen earlier, we asked our capital mayor to do the pledge, and we have been very proud today to see his video shown and him showing what a modern and visionary mayor we have. But in order to find out more details, I will invite now my dream team of students to share their own voices. I will stop sharing so that they can come here in front of the screen. Okay.
Hello, dear audience. My name is Sabina, and I'm going to talk about the importance of SDGs and all of us getting together to save the planet Earth. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals represent an urgent call for action by all countries in a global partnership. The United Nations 17 global goals, with 169 targets that all UN member states have agreed to work by achieving by the year 2030. So they consider that ending poverty must go hand in hand with improving health and education, but also reducing inequality and spur economic growth, all while tackling climate change and working to preserve our oceans and forests. Here are some SDGs. No poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, gender equality, education quality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth. These are some most important things we have to do to make our planet a better place. Reduce, reuse, and recycle. Volunteer, educate, conserve water, choose sustainable living, use long-lasting light bulbs, and do not send chemicals into our waterways. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sanda. SDG 13 suggests us to take urgent action and combat climate change and its impacts. If we don't make a change as soon as possible, many negative things will affect the world we live in. For example, climate change affects rainfall patterns, meaning both drought and flooding will be more common and intense. The irreplaceable rainforests are also in danger, and already over a third of the Amazon rainforest is affected by climate change. This can lead to asthma, heart, and lung diseases. From more extreme weather to increasing food prices to decreased opportunities to appreciate the natural world. Tackling climate change is fundamentally necessary to create a world where people and nature thrive together. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bogdana. I talked with my grandmother about the climate situation
1990s, and I could observe how drastically the climate has changed in Moldova. Our weather is now way warmer. For example, take winters. Winters are warmer and we barely got snow last year, whilst in the 1950s there was so much snow that people couldn't get out of their houses. The summers are also way hotter and drier. Everything is because of global warming. Because we, as humans, destroyed Earth, we polluted. We do everything for comfort and money. We destroyed forests, natural habitats, and we built factories without even thinking about how bad we are damaging our Mother Earth. We need to take action now. So why wait another year? Let's do it now.
Good day, my name is Jessica. There are a variety of solutions that will help diminish the increase in climate change. To end pollutions, nations may increase costs by adding taxes and constructing well-planned and managed rules on abolishing pollutants. In India, they can exterminate the transportation of diesel and the burning of biomass and fossil fuels. Because of pollution, extreme heat and droughts are occurring right this second. Countries can plant and grow more nature, plants, and nature to keep our air clean and cooperate with other countries on lowering the pollution occurring. Russia copes with these rising heat levels by bringing in artificial ice and snow to bring in the holiday spirit, as they barely have any snow. Sea levels are rising drastically due to the threatening heats. The majority of nations near the coastal lane are most affected. The Netherlands is full of skillful and talented engineers, which are contributing to end this matter. They construct durable dams. They construct canals, which are expanded daily, and are planning to build more buildings on the water areas. Moreover, we can play our part together. We can use transportation less often. We can exterminate the burning of litter and recycles. We can plant and grow nature. These might be small duties, but each of them play a big part. All of it counts. Let's act now. Let's act together. Thank you.
Good day, my name is Sofia, and I will talk about the causes and effects of climate change in Moldova. These are the causes and effects. Some of them are animal slaughtering. Animals are used for clothing, shoes, and furniture, which leads to water degradation, biodiversity loss, and deforestation. For the fashion industry, many pieces of clothing are thrown away after short periods of time, which causes pollution. Vehicles are used very often by people here, and there are very few electric cars, which leads to air pollution. And the effects of climate change in Moldova are pollution, extreme heat, change in weather patterns, and droughts. Thank you.
So I have one more student that is learning on the hybrid model. So he's Ernest from home. Hello, Ernest.
Hello. My name is Ernest Mikuts, and I come from Latvia. Half of Latvia's territory is covered in forests, and maybe that is why we haven't felt climate change as much as other countries. However, according to my interviews with Latvian experts, its effects are becoming larger and larger. Lately, storms have been happening more often than 10 years ago. In winters, the sea near the coast doesn't freeze anymore, and the sand dunes aren't strong enough to hold the waves back. Many species of plants and animals have gone extinct in the last 100 years. These and similar challenges are direct consequences of global warming, which happens worldwide. Luckily, there are ways to reduce those risks. We can't stop it all at once, but big aims start with small steps. For example, we as Heritage International School in Moldova are aiming at implementing the EcoSchools program by the Foundation for Environmental Education. The program is meant for students to explore environmental issues on a national and global scale in natural surroundings and at the same time making the schools more sustainable. We can't face climate change alone. It is time for everyone to take action before it's too late.
Thank you, Ernest. Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Cohen, for the opportunity to share. Thank you for all the inspiring speakers before and after us. Good luck further with the conference.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing your presentation. Thank you so much, students and Tatiana in Moldova. And also thank you so much for your work as an ambassador. So
my pleasure.
That brings us to our next speaker, who is David Palash, and he has something great to share. He is from LEGO and he has been working on Build the Change, and I'm really looking forward to your presentation, David. Hi.
Going. Hey, how's it going?
Good.
You good? Good to see you. Wow, I'm on the screen. That's always a good sign.
Yeah. So,
awesome. Thanks so much. Shall I take it away?
Yeah.
Let's do this. Hey, everyone. Good to see you. I just got to start by saying, wow, wow, wow. The presentations so far today have been mind-blowing. They've been incredible. So much passion, so much energy. It makes me feel like we have a lot of hope in this world to turn things around and really do the planet justice. So thank you all for your passion. I feel incredibly lucky to be here today. We're all working towards the same goal. I am representing, of course, LEGO today, but I'm also personally a very strong conservationist. I'm involved a lot in wildlife conservation in my spare time. So hearing a lot of the work today hit me on a personal level too. So my name is David Palash. As you can see, there we go here. I'm from LEGO and I sit in the responsibility team, specifically the social responsibility and impact team. And I look at global programs that we can design and put out there. But we've got two main goals. One is to get learning through play experiences to as many children in need around the world. And there's plenty of children in need, especially when it comes to play. Play is incredibly important in a child's holistic development, as I'm sure you guys agree. But also one of our other main goals, and this is particularly relevant, is to mobilize children on sustainability issues. So to empower them, give them a voice, bring them in, make sure they're part of the global conversation. And that's why I'm here today, basically, just to tell you about our latest program that we hope can help bring voices to the right places. And it's called Build the Change. I actually lie. It's not really a new program. It's been around for around 12 years. And I will go more into that in a second. But Build the Change has been run by an amazing person called Camilla. I know you're watching, Camilla. Hello. It's all about ideating. It's about using learning through play to enable solutions, enable problem solving. No matter how wacky and wild ideas may be, we want to hear them because that's where the true gems, the true genius comes from. Those sparks of imagination, those sparks of inspiration, we need to get that in front of the right people. And children, you guys have those ideas. When we're adults, I'm not talking about people here necessarily, but once we become adults, we forget about how to be playful sometimes and to use a playful mindset to think about things that are real. So we need to listen to children's voices more. That's pretty much what I'm trying to get to. And Build the Change is going to hopefully enable children's ideas to get in front of decision-making people. So before we dive into it, I'm just going to share my screen. 1 second. Let's see if I can do this. Which screen am I on? Who knows? And we'll just share here. Okay, so hopefully, application window, that's good, isn't it? Let's do that. So I'm going to bring this up. Now I'm going to try, I've introduced Build the Change quite a lot, as you can imagine, and I really wanted to do something different today. I'm just trying to make this go big. Can you guys all see that? It's not letting me go full screen. There we go. Can you see that? I hope you can. I'm just going to move to the next slide here. Now I'm going to sing. Now, I'm not going to sing. I'm going to do a movie trailer voice. We're playful in Lego. We want to do things differently. And I'm just going to put this slide up for you to read. But I'm going to do a movie trailer voice to give you the last 12 years, thanks to Camilla and the team involved. So here we go. Let's try it out. Let's try it out. One program, 12 years. 1 million children and thousands of events. Imagination, inspiration, millions of ideas. There we go. I had to do that. I promised Cohen I'd get an instrument out. I hope you enjoyed that. Right, I'm going to stop sharing now and just jump back because we have been running the program for many years. It's always been event-based, but that is all changing this year. We have a digital experience. And Cohen, before I ask you to play the video, I'm just going to do a drum roll because I can, and I love doing drum rolls. Here we go, drum roll, and then we'll go into the video.
Hello, hey, hello. Guess what? Your children can change the world. Help any creative child you know make a real and actual impact. All you need is a few bricks. Or any creative materials you have, like marker pens, glue, and cardboard. With the help of our online experience, kids can build an idea. And ideas are everywhere and super powerful. Ideas from children all over the world will come together and will be presented to decision makers who can use them to make positive change. Build it, upload it, and make your voice heard. Build the Change together. Visit the Build the Change website now to find out more.
Awesome. That was smooth. I was amazed by that. Just did a drum roll, and Cohen, Cohen or someone else weave their magic. Thank you for that. So as you can see, we've got this new digital solution. Now, it is built for home environments this year for an obvious reason. A lot of us are at home. But next year, we're looking at a classroom solution. We want to get it out to schools. We want to work with people like the Climate Action Project and people similar around the world to get it out to more people. And the cool thing about this tool is it facilitates an experience around, the first experience is around biodiversity. Once you get through that and you go through all the ideating, problem solve, come up with ideas, at the end, we have put in a function where you can take a picture, explain what you've built, and then we receive those and we're going to package them. We're going to take them to global climate change conferences around the world. We're going to take them and make sure your children out there, your voices are heard because they need to be. You need to be part of the decision-making process. So I hope that sounds exciting to you. I'm going to show you a little bit before we finish, just what it looks like. Let's see if I can do this a bit smoother this time. I think I can. Let's hope so. Famous last words. Let's bring it up. Share again. That was smooth. Video. This is what we have on offer. So I hope you can all see that. We have a platform, the digital platform. We're working with great guys at Playverto. Hey, if you're watching, and it is around a 45-minute experience. It takes you through some really great educational content, looking at biodiversity and the impact of climate change. There's also some additional resources on our Build the Change website. There's theme fact sheets, there's theme activity sheets, and there's also, importantly, some tips and tricks around learning through play. Learning through play isn't something that everyone's used to using as a tool, but it is incredibly powerful. It's fun, it's creative, and it can unlock so much potential. And that's really what I want to leave with you. All I want to say now is, I'll take that off. Let's stop sharing. Let's get back to the screen. Unfortunately, you have to see me even bigger. There we go. I'm back in the show. just to end with, we need you. We need your help. We need people like you who are super passionate about environmental causes. We want you to jump on Build the Change website. Is www.lego.com/buildthechange. Sign up, get access, get going, share with people. We aim to push around 2 to 3 big global challenges out each year, and we're going to be working with really cool partnerships. So it's very exciting. Look out for those. We can't mention any yet, but we'll definitely make sure you find out. Now, we can only make impact through this program with your help. So please do get involved. If you want to know more, you can always write to us at build.the.change@lego.com, and hopefully we can get back to you soon. But thank you on behalf of the Lego team, on behalf of the team behind Build the Change. Thank you for letting us speak to you today. It's awesome, and it fills me with hope. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks, Cone.
Thank you, David. That was excellent.
Great to be here, buddy. Look forward to meeting you guys next.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much. Exactly. We are hopefully going to work together in the future next year with the Climate Action Project. Stay tuned for that. We love Lego, and we also love Céline Cousteau, simply because she has been part of the Climate Action Project from the very, very beginning. And I'm really grateful for that, Céline. Hi.
It's good to see you.
So Hila, go ahead.
Yes, so I am delighted to welcome Céline Cousteau here with us today. She is a socio-environmental advocate and public figure known for her work as a documentary film director, designer, and explorer. She is a frequent panelist at the United Nations and helped to found both Cause-Centric Productions and the Board of Outdoor Film Fellowship. Céline, it's a pleasure to have you, and please go ahead.
Thank you so much. First of all, I loved David's presentation, and I've never been in the same sentence as Lego, so it's an exciting day for me. I'm a big Lego fan, and I definitely feel like we need to engage young people, but adults can still have fun. So I build Legos on a regular basis with my son. I'm definitely going to look into that program. We need to make education fun. We need to make climate change a part of everyday conversation. And I think the education component of it is crucial. I don't want to put too much weight on the next generation, because we are more than responsible for actually following through in mitigating climate change, in working on different social justice issues and alleviating poverty. So I don't want the next generation to feel that there's a big weight on their shoulders, but they are more active now than any other generation has been. And thanks to platforms like this, thanks to social media, thanks to all of the movements that are happening, we are actually hearing young people's voices. And for somebody like me, who's in a family of 3 generations of environmentalists and humanitarians, explorers and filmmakers, I find it really heartening and inspiring to see young people today getting so involved and want to find new ways and want to continue keeping young people involved, because your voices are important, your voices are heard, we are listening, and we want to help support what it is that you feel that needs to get done. My main project for the past 10 years has been in the Brazilian Amazon with indigenous peoples. It's a project called Tribes on the Edge. The film Tribes on the Edge is a 72-minute, completely independent film that was the result of the request of the indigenous peoples of the Javari territory for me to tell their story to the world. I was there in 2007 on a documentary with my father called Return to the Amazon, which aired on PBS. And at that time, met the indigenous peoples of the Javari, who were dealing and still are dealing with a lot of climate-related issues as well as illegal activities. And when they asked me to tell their story to the world, it was in a request for people to know that they exist, that they want to live beyond survival. And our relationship to them, I think, is something that is very important for people to understand, Because the Amazon may seem far away, and yes, we hear on the news that the Amazon is burning and COVID has arrived in indigenous populations, but do we fully understand what our relationship with the ecosystem and those people are? So Tribes on the Edge really outlines what's happening in that territory, and I'm going to do the same. I'll share my screen and show you a little bit of, the images that we have and the story that I am sharing there. Let me see. Can you all see the screen? There we go. Perfect. Thank you for that. I will go ahead and do the best I can. I'm just going to go ahead and show you my whole presentation. I'm not going to try to do anything fancy. If you see here the shadow overlay of the United States, you get an idea of the expanse of the Amazon basin, in which case you can fully understand how large this ecosystem is. But it is very fragile, and it is getting deforested at an incredibly high rate. Obviously, we've seen the forest fires increasing in the past years, but the forest fires are nothing new. It's just that we're actually paying attention again, and we're beginning really to understand that this problem has been happening, and it is happening at a really high rate at this point. Deforestation isn't just due to forest fires. So if you look at this, for example, this slide will show you just simply what's in pink is deforestation due to palm oil. So if we think of our relationship to this ecosystem and to a place that's very far away, and we think of one product, palm oil is just an example, because we can talk about palm oil, we can talk about soy production, we can talk about cattle farming, and then we look at things such as mining, a lot of which is happening illegally on indigenous land as well. But then we can start to understand that our consumption is directly related to what is happening in the Amazon. So yes, it's a faraway place for most of us, but everything we consume has a repercussion and has an origin somewhere on the planet, and therefore has an impact somewhere on the planet. So one way we can think about this, it's like, okay, well, here's a problem, what's the solution? Solution is you avoid products that are leading to deforestation. So palm oil is one of those. Soy, unfortunately, is a very complicated one, because it's not because you convert to being vegetarian that all of a sudden everything is solved, because a lot of soy is being exported to Europe to feed cattle, right? So we have that delicate balance to also figure out. If you look at indigenous land, so indigenous land in the Brazilian Amazon and in the Amazon in general, is represented here. This is all of Brazil. What you see in orange is indigenous land. There's no deforestation on indigenous land. So if you think about who are the natural guardians of these ecosystems, we need to think of them as the allies in combating climate change. So therefore, protecting the environment is also about protecting people. The old thinking was people shouldn't be anywhere, they shouldn't be using any kind of natural resources. But when you're looking at indigenous people on these territories being the natural guardians of an ecosystem on which we depend, you think, okay, this is not just an environmental issue, it is a humanitarian issue. Because if their rights are being violated because of illegal activities on their land, it then becomes partially our problem to deal with. So I think I urge, all of us to really look at indigenous people as true custodians and true guardians and allies of these ecosystems on which we depend. It's a very small percentage of the global population that we're talking about. 4 to 5% of the global population are indigenous people, yet they protect 80% of biodiversity. Now, we know that a healthy ecosystem, regardless of where it is, it could be the oceans, it could be mangroves, and it could be the jungle. When there is biodiversity, there is an equilibrium in the ecosystem with flora and fauna. And if we're looking at indigenous land and we're looking at indigenous people as the guardians of these ecosystems, they're also the guardians of biodiversity on which we all depend. So that's something really important for us to look at. What are we willing to do to be allies? I show this slide to show people who are my bosses. No matter where I am in the world, what conference I give or what talk I give, the voice that I share is on behalf of the people I work for. Now, I am not an indigenous person. I don't live in the Amazon rainforest, but I have learned what my role is as an Indigenous defender and an Indigenous ally. And sometimes it takes courage to take that kind of position, because you will be judged because you aren't of that place or you aren't of that land. And yet what it means to be a true ally is to go out on a limb, and sometimes you have rites of passage and rites of initiation. Do not fear being judged for defending the causes you believe in, even if you do not suffer directly from those causes. Because the reality is everything in this world and everything on the planet is interconnected, and we all have a role to play. And I would say take the courage, take all of the courage, take all of your passion, and go forward with confidence that your voice is valued and your voice needs to be heard. My second role, not just as an ally, but is to create a bridge. And creating that bridge means finding ways in which I'm able to share their voices, because they have very strong voices. One thing that I don't believe in is when somebody says you give voice to the voiceless. They are not voiceless. They are very powerful. They are very smart, and they are so much more connected with all of the intricacies of the natural world. What I profess to play as a role is creating the bridge for those voices to be heard. How can we do that? One of the ways Tribes on the Edge has supported, besides doing the film Tribes on the Edge, which hopefully you all get to see in the new year, is to invite one of the Indigenous representatives of the Jabari territory to be at the United Nations for the Indigenous Peoples Forum, which usually happens every April, and to give place for that voice to be heard. I created the bridge, and then I can step back. And that's something that I think we're all capable of. This is a quote that I hope all of you are familiar with, but I will share it again, is to never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. Margaret Mead. I think it's a quote that's really important in the day of today, when we could potentially feel overpowered by the amount of information, perhaps overwhelmed by the negativity or how many causes there are, how much destruction there is. All of that has been going on. It's just that we're hearing it a lot more. We're overwhelmed with all of this content and all of this information because we're on our phones all the time, and we're reading it on social media, and we're getting pinged, and we're getting all of these notifications. Do not lose heart. Do not lose heart. Somebody asked me one day, how can I be so optimistic? I don't know that I'm optimistic. I choose to be. I wake up in the morning and I decide, today I will be optimistic. Today I can do something. And there are days that I do more than others. On those days that I know that I'm feeling down and I can't continue to fight these big battles, take a step back and do something for yourself and do something for your surroundings. Because if you keep healing yourself and you keep reinforcing your energy, you're going to come back a stronger fighter. You're going to come back somebody who can keep fighting that battle. And I think that that's something that's really important for all of us to remember. One phrase that I keep repeating, something that is a bit of my motto, is to not forget that you are not apart from the world. You are a part of the world. And all of us have our part to play. So even though on my end of things, I get to be out in the public and I get to be on these kinds of platforms, each one of you watching today has your part in nature and is completely interconnected. So keep connected with all of those people around you. Keep the communication highways open. Keep sharing your hope and your inspiration. And do not hesitate to reach out to people who need support. Ask them what they need and see what you can do for them. So I want to thank all of you for being here today from the Philippines. I'm trying to also read some of these comments because I think it's really important. I would have loved to be able to have these kinds of exchanges more often. So Cohen, thank you for inviting me again. It's always a real pleasure. To all of you watching, just keep going out there, knowing that you are a warrior for nature.
Thank you so much, Celine. Thank you so much for sharing your message.
Yes, thank you so much, Celine. That was incredibly inspiring. I loved what you said about allyship, and that Margaret Mead quote is one of my favorites. So it's very nice to see you share that. Yeah, thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure.
So next up, I'm pleased to announce we have Lord Jim Knight. who is a politician who works as the Chief Education and External Officer at TES Global and a visiting professor at the London Knowledge Lab of the Institute of Education in London. Previously, he served as a Member of Parliament and a Minister for Employment Welfare Reform, for which he has been recognised as a live peer. Additionally, he is a patron of the Good Things Foundation and a board member of Apps for Good. Jim, it's a pleasure to have you and welcome.
Thank you so much, Hila, and it's a real joy and a pleasure to be able to join you and talk to you a little and kind of reflect a little as a recovering politician. You know, I'm still making law in the UK Parliament as a Lord, sort of slightly weirdly, but it's great to join you, in part because I'm so inspired by what Cohen has done in building this movement and engaging all of you, and I'm inspired also by what young people are doing to change the world, and I believe in that innate capacity of young people to change, and that's a lot of what I want to just talk about in these few minutes that I'm going to talk now. Where I thought I might start is my very first ministerial job back in 2005 was as an environment minister, and you know, listening to Celine's wonderful comments and talking about Indigenous people, you know, that job took me into the heart of the Amazon. But the very first visit that I did in my role safeguarding international wildlife was into the Democratic Republic of the Congo and into the jungle there with some work that we were doing around gorilla conservation, where they are under threat principally from bushmeat and people hunting them for food, but also from some surprising ecosystem problems, I guess, which what Celine was talking about reminded me a little of. And one of the things that was really striking for me was that the bush elephants in that part of the Congolese jungle were massively in decline, with people poaching for ivory and so on. And the role of the elephant in the jungle was essentially to build the highways. They rambled through the jungle, knocking everything down and creating the walkways that the rest of the animal kingdom were using. And it was really important for them to be able to get around easily and smoothly. And there were similar ecosystems effects when I went to India and was looking at what we were doing to conserve vultures. And it was very striking there that they had a collapse of the vulture population, where 98% of the vultures in India just died out almost overnight, and no one really understood why. And eventually, after a lot of study, they found that there was a problem caused by farmers, in that they were giving cattle an anti-inflammatory drug called diclofenac, which many of us might use for acute backache as a pain relief. That's worth a bit more than ibuprofen. And they were giving them to cattle as anti-inflammatories. And what that meant was that when those cattle died and were given sky funerals because of the sacred nature of the cattle in India, the vultures were performing their natural role in picking at the meat, cleaning the meat, cleaning the carcasses, cleaning the skin that the leather workers were then using. They were eating meat that essentially for them was poisoned. It was causing them instant renal failure, and they were dying in their droves. And you know, it took some time to be able to work that out. And that takes me to thinking about the food industry. And you know, the biggest single cause of climate change is food production. And we have this strange relationship with food, particularly in the West, where we have too much of it and we eat way too much and our health is impacted. But the planetary health is also massively impacted about the way we produce and the way we eat food. And when I was listening to David Attenborough's wonderful film on Netflix a couple of weeks ago with my family, we made some decisions as a result of that to change the way that we eat, because of what he said about how if the world continues to grow in terms of its human population, we will then in turn just not have enough room if we carry on eating the amount of meat in particular that we all consume, and the amount of dairy that those animals that we've domesticated they need in order to support that industry. And that in turn takes me to COVID and this terrible time in the end that we're going through, and a sense that began with a food market in China, in Wuhan. Much of the spread of the disease during certainly the fallow times during the summer in my country was in food processing plants. And it pointed to the interconnectedness of all of these things in the same way that gorillas need elephants and need all sorts of biodiversity, as Celine was talking about, and vultures play their part in sustaining leather workers, in cleaning up the waste of cattle when they're dead. That incidentally also led to an increase in rabies because of dogs feeding on that cattle because the vultures weren't there anymore. The interconnectedness of things is something that I've been really struck by when I'm thinking about how we might do education better in schools, particularly around climate change and the Sustainable Development Goals. Because when I look at all of the Sustainable Development Goals, which I hope I'm sure everyone is learning about in school, they are all connected. And if we start and finish with climate change, then we take care of all of the rest of them, in essence. And I've focused most of my time in the last 10 years on SDG 4, the Sustainable Development Goal around quality education. I'm now turning more of my attention to climate change. But that, for me, just reinforces the need at the intergovernmental meeting that there's going to be next year here in the UK to get the world's leaders to agree on the rights to climate education for every child around the world. And that's something that I hope young people's voice is going to be heard loud and clear by leaders. And so my ask of you is to have a voice collectively, and to demand to be heard. You know, when I was schools minister, one of the things that I'm particularly pleased with when I look back at my time was that I took the time to listen to the UK Youth Parliament when they came to me saying that the quality of sex and relationship education in UK schools was very bad on the whole, that it was the cause of not only unwanted teenage pregnancy, but increases in sexually transmitted infections and in all sorts of social problems that young people were going through. And they, with one voice, said to me, you need to do something about it. And I began a process of consultation that's now resulting in compulsory sexual relationship education in English schools. And it's been a long journey, but I'm delighted that that's happened. And that shows you, in part, that politicians can and will listen to young people. There's something about engaging with young people as a politician that forces you to be, dare I say, a little more honest than with other politicians and sometimes other adults. And we look at what the likes of Malala and Greta Thunberg have been able to achieve. And it's possible to believe that you can have that impact in the run-up to COP26. So I would say to you, come together and have that voice, but influence the adults that you are in your community as well. Influence your teachers. Teaching is the world's largest profession. There are 80 million teachers around the world. If they acted as one, with pupils, and then pupils in turn influencing parents, then we genuinely can change the world, and we can make the world step up and take the actions that David Attenborough talked about in his film that we need to take, both individually, at a community level, and then at a planetary level. And that requires top-down government intervention as well as all of that bottom-up activity. So I wish you well. I strongly encourage you. We can do this. We can be optimistic. You know, dare I say, President Biden will become president. There are causes for optimism. And with you working together, we can achieve so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I was trying to hit the right button. Thank you so much, Lord Jim Knight, for your insights. It was wonderful to have you on board. Let's continue working together on climate change and the projects. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So next we will be having João Costa, who is the Secretary of Education in Portugal. Hello, João. How are you doing today?
Good.
It's wonderful to have you today. And allow me to give you, to the people at home, some context. We were really grateful for the Ministry of Education sending out letters to all of the schools in Portugal, asking them to join the project. So that clearly is a good signal that climate education is on the menu for education in Portugal. I will leave the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Koen. It's a pleasure to be here with you, with all the schools that are attending and participating. Yes, we here in Portugal are very much committed with the education for sustainability and for climate action. And so it was part of our DNA by now, with all the role that our eco schools have in this process. I also like to thank in particular our school, Dr. Alberto Iria, for having me and inviting me to participate. It's a pity we cannot do these things face to face, but on the other hand, we reach more and more people in this kind of event. I will, in my 3 minutes, I will try to make 10 points. So it's a challenge for my power of synthesis. The first one is that we have here in Portugal in the recent years addressed a crucial question. Why do we go to school? What's school for? And we initiated and launched the student profile by the end of the 12 years of compulsory school, setting many issues as key competencies, 10 areas of competence, but they include common well-being, sustainability, interpersonal relationship, problem solving, among other issues. But sustainability and our power to change the world is one of the key principles of this student profile. Then we also introduced, that's my second point, we also introduced in the schools the possibility of managing the curriculum with the flexibility, focusing on problem solving and interdisciplinarity. It's when we think of climate change and climate action, we can ask ourselves, okay, what's the subject in which this topic is treated? And it's very difficult to answer this question. This is a topic for science, for geography, for geology, biology, but also for economics, also for philosophy. When we talk about political philosophy, moral philosophy, we are faced with very specific and difficult dilemmas. For instance, should I have a fire extinguisher at home? Well, the probability of my house to be set on fire is very low, but the impact of not having is very high. It's the same with climate. My action can be very small, but the impact, if we all have the same action, can be huge. And so climate action also involves all these subjects and learning how to think. Third point, it's incredible for me and almost unthinkable in this day in which a country like the United States formalizes the departure from the Paris Agreement, that we are still debating climate change as a matter of opinion. It's not. It's about science. It's about 97%, last time I checked, of the scientific community showing facts, proof, evidence. And so this cannot be left to our scientific ignorance. On the other hand, on the other side, what we have to do is to show the world and show the students that this is indeed about knowledge. And when we talk about knowledge, we are also talking about media literacy and information literacy. We have to know the difference between a fact and an opinion. We have to circulate in the internet and know that everything that happens on YouTube is not true. And this is also a role of school. My fifth point is about social awareness. And when I mentioned economics before, I was thinking of the fact, the evidence that climate changes affect the countries that less contribute to climate change. So there's a problem of justice here, and so we have to seek, as our set of countries in the world, the right balance to make sure that the quality of life of those that do not contribute to the poverty of life of us all are not most affected. We also here in Portugal introduced in the curriculum the area of citizenship and development. And this word development is because of sustainable development, but also because of human development. The purpose of this area is that students know they are able to decide based on information, and they are able to act on the basis of the information and knowledge and debate that they have developed. Almost to finish, there's an issue of global ethics here. When we think of these inequalities that climate change generate, this is not someone else's problem. This is a problem for each of us. And that leads me to my almost final point about youth empowerment, the power that young people have. Here in Portugal, we're very much aware that many families started recycling at home because their kids came with little containers from school and put pressure on the families to change. And right now, this is almost generalized in all families in Portugal. And it was the children and the young people who managed to create this awareness. Finally, I'd like to make just 2 points. We do all this in our education systems because we believe in the power of education. I always like to quote Mandela in these moments when he says that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And climate action is about changing the world. My very, very last point, as in the previous presentation that I had the opportunity to follow in the end, the voice of the students is very important. Students are asked to ask, to hope, to act, and promote change. And with your contribution, I'm sure that the future tomorrow in the countries that will rejoin the Paris Agreement, but the long-term future of the planet and our future can be a better one. Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you so much, Mr. João Costa, Secretary for Education in Portugal. So hopefully we can work on bringing the Paris Agreement to the Portuguese schools. I suggest that we start working on that. We really appreciate for making time to join us today. And we really hope that we can explore ways to make this project and this curriculum we created some kind of extension to Portuguese national curriculum. Thank you so much again.
Thank you so much.
Grateful. Thank you.
I would now like to welcome Marge Browns' class from South Africa, where we will be hearing from some more students about their findings in the Climate Action Project. We are so excited to hear from you. Welcome.
Hi, Marge.
Thank you. Hi, Kun. Thank you for giving us this opportunity and welcome to our presentation from South Africa. We talk a lot about solutions in the Climate Action Project. And one of the most important ways of impacting on solutions is to impact on policy at a local and national level. And my students have been involved in helping draft policy in our city and in our nation through Model United Nations debating and research. So I'd like to introduce, first of all, Rachel Guys-Brown, a grade 11 pupil at Rodin School, who has been involved in drafting the Climate Action Plan for the city of Johannesburg. Rachel, could you just explain the process that you went through and give us some of the clauses that have been accepted by the city of Joburg?
So good afternoon from South Africa. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm so grateful that through Model UN and the South African Institute of International Affairs Youth Organization to have become part of the team working on the Climate Action Plan Youth Statement for the city of Johannesburg. We have been meeting twice a week for the past 2 months now, which includes meetings with the City of Johannesburg Environmental Council. We are thrilled that our definitions and our preamble will be included in the foreword of the official Johannesburg Climate Action Plan, and that the youth will have their own section under mobilizing stakeholders. One of our sections in our youth statement is on education. It states, climate education and awareness needs to be reformed, integrated, pragmatic, comprehensive in terms of both formal and non-formal learning. The city can collaborate with youth and provide resources and funding for classroom and after-school programs that enables youth people to engage with climate change, but also spreads awareness to other young people and community members so that they can take climate action. The youth can help to inform the content of these sessions. Establish dedicated climate information systems in every school, clinic, councillor's office, City of Johannesburg building, library and community radio and newspaper that will communicate on climate change and sustainable development through eco-friendly but accessible media, such as digital information packs. Another section is on decolonization, and it states, in recognizing the contribution of colonialism to present-day socio-economic inequalities, we advocate for the support of platforms that amplify marginalized people and climate vulnerable communities in the climate change discourse. We are very excited about where we've gotten and that the youth's voices are being represented in policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. I think what Rachel spoke about with the decolonization at the end feeds into what Kumi Naidoo was talking about in terms of climate justice, not just climate action. I'm now going to turn to a grade 11 pupil and a grade 8 pupil, Beatrice Fortenhood and Almaz Mudli, who are going to talk about a week of climate change debate that took place in Johannesburg, together with people from the European Union. And they will talk about a statement that they drafted that came out of this debate that will impact on national policy.
So on the 19th of September, I had the privilege of attending the 2020 Climate Diplomacy Week with the EU and their youth dialogue, in which members of the South African youth came together in order to discuss ideas and areas of concern in order to create a green, just transition for South Africa post-COVID-19. The way in which we progress our country forward post-COVID-19 is crucial in our climate change fight. Before the debate and before the discussion, we were encouraged to look at documents such as the 2030 National Development Plan, which looks at creating an equitable South Africa for all, as well as the National Climate Change Adaptation Strategy for the country. During our fruitful discussion, in which we discuss ideas in which we can uplift and upskill our economy into creating a greener economy, as South Africa is still heavily based on fossil fuels. We also discussed the intersectionality of climate change, as well as the decarbonization of our current systems, as well as creating areas in which we can increase youth participation in discussions involving climate change. Almaz and I were then later selected to be part of the drafting for the statement, which was then later read at the closing ceremony of this week. Almaz was then later selected to discuss and engage with the statement in the closing ceremony. These events are so important as they allow us as the youth to engage in decision-making as well as discussions around climate change. We are the generation who will be living in this post-COVID-19 world, and thus we will be responsible in creating this sustainable and safe future for all.
Good afternoon. A standout event, as outlined by Beatrice, was the EU Climate Diplomacy Week, which centered around a green, just recovery. During this conference, we shared stories as a youth and inspired one another to take further action on climate change. This event took place for a full week in the middle of September and culminated in a closing ceremony, in which I represented the youth opinion as a panelist, sharing the stage with EU ambassadors, European diplomats, and South African ministers. During this dialogue, I encountered so many different people, and equally with different opinions. I was able to negotiate with people from high school to university to government level. But a standout moment for me was being able to speak to youth from all different socioeconomic backgrounds so that we, as the drafting committee, could create an all-inclusive agenda. This event was excellently coordinated by SIA, the South African Institute of International Affairs. They mobilized and organized the youth in a way that we were able to express our opinions in a meaningful way. I feel privileged and grateful to have been given this opportunity to express my opinion on climate change on this global platform, and I hope that other countries will create platforms like these so that they can empower their youth too.
So you will have heard from these pupils that it takes a lot of research to impact on policy. And Model United Nations involves doing a lot of research. We also have two pupils here today who have done research for the South African Institute of International Affairs around solar energy in schools. They are part of a competition, and the school that wins will get to meet the ministers of energy and environment and hopefully impact on their policy by sharing their research findings. So Sanjika Senaratne and Zara Ismail will share their research process and findings.
Good afternoon, everyone. Together with Zara Ismail, we participated in the Youth Research Symposium that was run by the South African Institute of International Affairs. For the project, we are required to write a 6 to 12-page research paper based on any climate-related issue. We decided to focus on the use of renewable energy, with specific focus on the use of solar energy in educational institutes. For the project, we needed to use two case examples, one from an EU country and another local example. After a lot of research and a lot of digging, we managed to find this incredible school in Denmark, known as the Copenhagen International School. The school building is made up of nearly entirely solar panels. For our local example, we reached out to a solar energy company known as the Sun Exchange, which focuses on placing solar panels on school institutes. Through our research and the help of Mrs. Brown, we were introduced to the concept of the solar suitcase. These solar suitcases are transportable solar panels, which can be placed in rural areas and refugee camps so that all students have access to online learning. For the project, we have been introduced to some incredible people, including members of the Danish Embassy, members of the South African Educational Department, CEOs of energy companies, as well as principals and lecturers from our local educational institutes. To conclude our paper, we discussed some of the solutions and possible ways going forward. These solutions included the use of the solar suitcase, the defabricated mobile solar schools, as well as the implementation of tax incentives. Zara will now tell you more about the challenges we experienced, as well as the lessons learned.
This ongoing project has been a culmination of intense research, making new connections both locally and internationally. But most importantly, we are not only more knowledgeable about solar energy, but we now understand the practicality, the environmental benefits, and how solar energy may be a gateway to accessible education for all. This all links to the SDGs 4, 7, 10, and 13, some being quality education, affordable and clean energy, reduced inequalities, and climate action. As we know, South Africa is one of the most unequal countries in the world. And as a result of this large economic disparity, many South African children do not have access to quality education. And as you have heard from Sanjika, a solution to this is the solar suitcase. Through this project, we have also debunked our own preconceptions regarding the costing of the solar panels, and we have learned that solar energy may initially be costly. However, in the long term, it is more feasible as the system pays itself out over 3 years and lasts from 25 to 30 years. This research paper has opened our eyes to innovative and practical solutions regarding solar energy in education, and we are privileged to be able to share our findings on this platform.
So I just want to end by challenging every city in every country in the world to not only formulate a climate action plan as promoted by Jen and Kun in the Climate Action Project, but also to make sure that that climate action plan involves consultation with youth. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you so much, Marge. Excellent, as always. I have just one request. Would you mind staying in the room in our StreamYard? And so you can ask questions to our next speakers. Rick from NASA, would you mind doing that?
Sure, my students will be happy to.
Yes. Okay. Don't make the questions too tricky, though, right? No. So, Jen.
Yes.
Yes.
Up next, I think everyone now knows some of our favorite friends that we have the great pleasure of meeting with probably like once a month, and we get to dream big with Rick and Bob and their team from NASA, thinking of all things heading to Mars, what we can do on our planet from learning from the second planet, hearing from them in their really awesome presentations where they really appreciate not only science, but the arts and especially the human experience. So it's our great pleasure to welcome Rick and Bob and their messages from the team at NASA.
Wonderful. Delighted to have you, Rick and Bob. As always, you inspire us so much. Just a quick note for everyone. We have a small delay of 25 minutes, which is fine. NASA is more accurate than we are.
We get late too.
Yeah. So no, the thing with NASA and their presentation and Rick and Bob is that they really love to have interaction. And so we invited 3 schools from Moldova, South Africa, and Portugal. And they will pop on and pop up and pop in at all times to ask questions. And we are really excited about this. Thank you so much, Rick and Bob. And the floor is all yours.
Okay, great. Well, thank you all so much. And the whole climate action project is totally exciting to us. And we really are impressed with everything you all are doing. As Cohen said, Bob Cullum and I work together, and we'll both be Bob, you want to say hi real fast?
Hi, everyone. Great to be here. Thanks, Rick.
So today, Bob's going to be running the slides here, but we do really, something as challenging as sending humans to Mars or solving the climate challenges that we face in our country really requires a lot of new thinking and a lot of new ideas. And there is a really, we believe, a strong interdependency between them, and we'll try to talk through that as we get into this. But we really welcome your questions and your ideas. It's only by working across the planet that we can solve these really incredible and exciting challenges, and they are exciting. We can solve them, and we will, but we have to all work together. Bob, let's go ahead and show the slides, please, if we can. So. Okay, great. So we're going to be talking about our future making it our future on Mars possible. But really what this is mostly about is maybe a different perspective. And let me just succinctly summarize it. If we just view ourselves as citizens of, say, in our case, United States, or in the case of last speakers of South Africa or wherever on this amazing planet, we get one perspective, and really the whole intent here is to say, let's have a larger perspective. We're actually advocating for maybe even a larger perspective where we are citizens of a solar system, where we use the amazing opportunities that exist in the solar system to help us to understand how to better take care of this incredible life-giving planet that in the past we've taken for granted. And that's going to be a key theme as we go through these slides this morning. Okay, next slide. One of the key points that we would emphasize is be careful about paradigms. You know, I live in Washington, D.C., and we get used to a certain way of doing things, and we use paradigms or ways of shortcuts of ways to understand things. And so a lot of times when someone sees on the right-hand side here the picture of this desert in Jordan, and then on the left-hand side we see this desert on Mars called Gale Crater, we just automatically assume they're the same, that, you know, they're going to be hot, they're going to be dry and arid. And in fact, that's a dangerous thing when you're talking about something totally new. You have to really question everything that is that you're assuming here, because in fact, on Mars, that the temperature drops. The air is, let me back it up. The atmosphere is very, very thin. It's like being at 150,000 feet in our atmosphere. Airplanes only go up to 35, 40,000 feet, and it's extremely thin. The temperatures drop 120 degrees at night. There are just some really major differences here that really make having human beings living and operating on the second planet and researching how that planet evolved challenging, but we are up to it. But you have to understand what you're dealing with. And then let's go to the next slide, and then there's a question. We'll come back to it in a moment. Mars is not like that desert. It's more like extreme Earth. And this is a wonderful picture of going up K2. And Mars is like this times 1,000, if you really want to be blunt about it. And learning how to live there, land there, launch off that planet is really hard stuff. But we will solve it, just like we have learned to go up these kinds of mountains to the point where they're now almost routine. Here's a picture from Mount Everest. I believe it was last summer. Where in fact we have another problem. We've gotten so good at it that we actually have too many people going up it right now, and it introduces dangers that way. But that's not a different kind of problem. What we have learned to operate in that kind of environment, and we will learn to operate on Mars as well. And then we have a question from somebody. Can we try to answer that? And please introduce yourself if you can.
Hello, my name is Sandro. I'm
Hey, how are you?
from Portugal. I'm fine. I have a question. So NASA is identifying potential human landing sites on Mars.
Yeah.
So what are the needed conditions for an area on Mars to be used as a landing site? What are the conditions that you need?
So that's a great question. There are a number of things that we look for. First and foremost, we were trying to pick sites that are totally amazing for science in terms of teaching us how the planet works, how how it evolved, particularly in a number of areas, geologically and environmentally. We'll show you a slide here in a moment where Mars actually looked like Earth at one point, and then it went down a radically different path. And then one of the coolest questions is there life on Mars? And so being there, and then so that's like a big piece. But then a second piece is making sure humans, when they're operating there, such as yourself, maybe, where they have the resources they need. And one of the big resources we now know is Mars had oceans and had rivers and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of that water is still there. It's just frozen because the planet's there. So one of the things we fully expect is to go to places where there's lots of water ice there that we can use for all the things human beings use water for. Okay, and then we got another question. Yeah, go ahead.
When would be the quickest time, the earliest time when we could go to Mars? Like I could go to Mars.
I love that question. So we think that humans can probably start heading out there in the mid-2030s. So how old are you right now?
I'm 11.
So you'd be like 25, and that's like a perfect age for an astronaut. And so we think that that's probably the time frame. Could be a little later, could be around that time frame, but that's the time it's going to take. And you'll see some of the challenges that we have to put and solve to go do this, but you'll see that here in a moment. Okay. Thanks for the great question too. Okay, Bob, let's go to the next slide. Okay. So when you have these dangerous situations, the thing that we have learned with Mars is you do it step by step and you earn your way. And that is exactly how mountaineers did it, going up the things. It's exactly how humans did it going to the South Pole in Antarctica. They just worked their way up to it. And here is an example of these rovers that we have sent to Mars. So you have the Sojourner rover, which went in '97. College and university student groups build rovers this size now, and they can't operate on Mars usually, but this technology has really become available. But the first ones that went, that was not the case. Then you have Spirit and Opportunity. They went in 2004, and you can see they're bigger. And in fact, they were designed to last for 3 months. Opportunity just died last year. And so it lasted for literally almost 15 years longer than we expected. And the only reason we lost it was because we had a global dust storm, which happens on Mars. We don't have those on Earth, but we want to understand why they occur on Mars. So that, and then you see on the top of that, below that white thing sticking up, that's a camera, or the solar rays. And with the sun all blocked out because of the dust storm, it actually died. The batteries just charged to the point where we lost it. And then we sent Curiosity, which is a whole nother class, which is essentially a metric ton, but that's the size of an SUV, a large car. And we had to go through all kinds of efforts to land something that big because the Martian atmosphere is so thin that it doesn't really slow you up like it does on Earth. But it's enough that you have to ignore it because you can burn up if you're not careful. And so we normally show a video of that, and we're delighted to provide it. But that is really hard. The human landers that maybe some of you will be on will be 20 times that at least. And that means it's 20 SUVs or large cars stapled together, and you have to land that thing. And that is a whole different set of problems that we will have to solve. But the point is, we didn't start with that Curiosity rover. We started with that small Sojourner, and we worked our way up. We learned how to master the challenges, and then we've been successful. The United States is the only country to date that's successfully landed something on Mars. We are proud of that, but we want to be out of that business. We want to have as many international partners as possible landing things at Mars, because then the entire species will learn so much more about our second planet. And that is very exciting. And we work very closely with many international countries to make that happen. And we have another question that we can try to answer. And Bob, you can go ahead and advance to the next slide. Okay, yes, please go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah. Oh, I'm in the show.
What's your name?
How much pollution goes into the atmosphere when a shuttle blasts off?
Oh, I don't know that exact question, but it's a great question. And it depends on what you're using. So for example, when the space shuttle launched, it had these rockets on the side, and that's kind of some nasty stuff that gets there. We are moving more and more towards using oxygen and hydrogen for launching things off the Earth. Oxygen and hydrogen are great because when they combine those two atoms, it actually just makes water, just pure water. And so that's increasingly and you get a better performance out of it. It's just hard to manage the hydrogen. So, so the good news is we're moving towards rocket technologies that are actually pretty eco-friendly, in my opinion. Okay. Okay, next. Okay, so on this slide, let's talk this, then we'll take a few more questions. So I want to introduce you to the major parts of a Mars mission, because we're going to focus on a few of them, but you have that launch vehicles. You got to have a lot of mass up there to keep human beings alive on the second planet. And these, it's not just, this is an example of the space launch system that NASA's building, but there's a lot of companies and a lot of countries all across this planet that can launch amazing things into space. But you really need bigger rockets to push all the things that we need for Mars mission, and they're in development. Then you have to land at Earth, and that's what that near-Earth crew vehicle is. And when you land, there is literally flames coming around the vehicle because it's so hot entering the thick Earth atmosphere. And then we're going to focus a little bit on this Mars transfer vehicle because we call this the mothership. This is actually what's going to keep you alive. And I'd like to ask the classes that are online, does anyone here, I want you to please guess how long a human mission to Mars will take, if you would please, for me. Just give me in the chat log, maybe show me. Okay, Ernest says 6 months. Any other guesses? Okay, so 6 months is it takes 6 to 9 months to get out to Mars. Then you have to stick around Mars for about 500 days, and then it's going to take 6 to 9 months to come back. So altogether, when you head out to Mars, you're going to be gone for 3 years. And that's a tremendous time. So this Mars transfer vehicle is really your home. Yeah, go ahead. Did you all have a question?
Good afternoon. Yes, I have a question.
Absolutely.
carbon, because of the carbon footprint of launching these missions, is NASA planning on funding mitigation for climate change?
I couldn't hear your last part. Is NASA planning on
Funding mitigation for climate change.
Well, we don't launch that often, so that's one thing that helps. And I would need to see I don't know what other thoughts are there. And the good news is that if you're using oxygen and hydrogen, you're actually just generating water, which a lot of these rockets are moving to. It's a good question. I would be more worried about airline companies, and the growing volume of traffic that's there, because they're using just regular petrochemical, aviation products, and that's a much bigger problem in general. Okay, and another question?
Hello.
And yeah, what's your name?
I'm Ruben.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I was wondering if there is space waste from the missions, and if so, what is being done about it?
Oh, save that question. We're going to come to that. That's a great question. Thank you. All these questions are great. So thank you. Just give us a sec. We'll get to that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. So let's keep talking through these, and then we have to have tugs for pushing cargo out to the second planet. You have to have comm. When you get down on the surface, you have to have a Mars surface suit. That's not a space suit because you're on Mars, and that's a different beast because there's dust. You have to worry about if there's life on Mars, whether or not it can get inside the suit, which might be dangerous for humans. You have to have a habitat and laboratories, because if we're going to the second planet, we're going there to study how it works. And that is really relevant, we believe, to the things you all are talking about and trying to envision today. You have to be able to get around, so there's a rover, and eventually when you come home, you need to be able to launch off the planet, and that's this Mars Ascent Vehicle that you see in the center. So those are like all the big parts you have to have, and we're going to focus a little bit on this Mars Transfer Vehicle right here. Let's go ahead, Bob, to the next slide. So the Mars Transfer Vehicle, aka the mothership, this is what people are living in most of the time, and if the landers are broken, you're going to be in there for that full 1,100 days. And so we really need to think about what human beings need in that thing. And there's a lot of ideas out there, but the students today can make a lot of contributions to this idea space, and it's really a very exciting area there. One of the things is that we human beings. What's interesting is that if I worked in a flight control room in Houston for NASA for many years, and if we had a rule, it's in space is dangerous, on the surface is safe. This is one of those paradigms or rules of thumb that, being in space is dangerous. And I'm actually kind of surprised that when people in those flight control rooms think about going to Mars, they think about being on the surface is safe and in space is dangerous. Well, in point of fact, I would like for y'all to, Bob, go ahead and show the next part of this. Human beings actually, across all the missions, and this is human beings from all over this planet, have had 60,000 human days in zero gravity. And that number is actually bigger than that now. And that means that if 2 people or 3 people spend a day in space, that's 3 human days. But that is a lot of time in space. And we've had this much time on our second planet, which is 0 days, because human beings haven't figured out how to land there yet, or get there and land, but we will. And so my only point is that if you recall those rovers, you have to kind of step your way up into a solution and learn how to do this properly. The good news for Mars, sending people to Mars, is that we have an amazing International Space Station that has taught us about a lot of these things. One thing I would point out on this slide is how little time, though, one human being has spent in space. And so the longest time any human being has spent, it was a Russian, was 438 days. And remember, I told you those Mars missions are 1,100 days. So we really need to understand how different types of people, like men, women, different culture, racial compositions and all that, because their bodies all work a little differently. And we need to make sure that we have a statistically sound set of data to understand how the human being will operate in these long periods in weightlessness. But we'll get there, and we'll learn how to do that. Bob, let's go to the next slide. And there's a question from the mission. Are you aiming to gather resources to bring back to? Yes. So we are aiming to use resources at Mars. I love that question. But it's not for the reason you think. We're actually, for that Mars ascent vehicle, we want to use water at Mars as a propellant. We can break it down into oxygen, and instead of oxygen and hydrogen, we actually would use oxygen and methane. But the methane we can make with the water at Mars. That gives you a hydrogen atom, and then you can mix it with the carbon in the atmosphere to make methane. And that really makes these much more inexpensive missions, and it's still very clean. And that's really the big one. We also use it for drinking water and for other purposes, but the big one is to actually make propellant. And there's another question.
Yes, my name is Bogdana.
Hi, nice to meet
I
you.
wanted to ask, nice to meet you too. When is NASA planning on sending the next team to Mars?
So we have, right now we have people in space, in the space station every day of the year, along with a lot of other, with Russia and the Europeans and the Japanese. We probably will not be ready to send humans to Mars until the 2035, 2037 timeframe, but we're working extremely hard to make that happen, which means that for students in school today, like you guys, some of you all are could very well be on those first crews heading all the way out to Mars. Which is totally cool. Okay, one more question, then we'll keep pressing. Is there another question?
Oh yes, sorry.
Okay,
It's
that's no
me
problem.
again.
Hey.
So I have another question. So when is it expected that if you already have the technology, when is it possible that when the astronaut arrives on Mars, he can, for example, enter an infrastructure? I don't know what kind of technology you will have, but an infrastructure where he can take off his gear and there will be already oxygen waiting for him in
Yes, so that's like trying to make the atmosphere more Earth-like.
Yes.
That's not going to happen anytime soon. That is really radical technology. But we will have habitats, and we'll have, and we may even have domed sort of small cities that are completely self-sustaining. And that's, so that's where the step I think it'll happen first. And then eventually we may learn enough about taking care of planets that we can do those kinds of things without damaging the actual ecology dramatically there. And so those are things we have to think about. Let's go ahead and go through a few more of these slides and we'll come back and questions. So please keep your questions. So the big thing in a mothership or Mars transfer vehicle, really the space station teaches us these things. So one of the number ones is we would keep these crews super, super busy doing research. And on the way out to Mars, they'll be doing the same thing. They'll be learning how materials work. They'll be studying the solar system, other star fields. They'll be looking at Earth from long distances. They will be growing plants and see how they grow in zero gravity. And on the way back, we'll probably be analyzing samples from Mars. And we really keep these people super, super busy. They also have to exercise, and this is really important because when they're in zero gravity, their bones are shrinking because there's no work on the bones. And then their muscles do the same thing. So what we do is we make them exercise. And if someone in the chat log can guess how many hours we make them exercise each day, I would love to see that. Some guesses. Okay, so thanks. It's not 7. And that's but it's cool that you're guessing that. Thank you. We actually make them exercise about 2.5 hours, so it's about 1.25 hours on cardio type exercises. So here you're seeing a guy where you can see the blue things going around his shoulder. Those are bungee cords. There's no gravity, so you can't just run on a treadmill because you just float right off of it. So the bungee cords pull you down onto the treadmill so that you can actually exercise. And then we have the equivalent of bicycles. We have the equivalent of rowing machines. And those are the things we do to make sure they stay in shape from a cardiovascular standpoint. And then on the space station, we actually, because they're up there for 6 months at a time, we've actually had to learn to use weight machines. You can't use weight machines because they're weightless in zero gravity. So we have the equivalent of like Soloflex machines, where you have basically big rubber bands, you can think of it that way, for exercising muscles, and they work incredibly well. They're big, and we have to get them smaller to make sure that we can send them all the way to Mars. And then the other piece here is we have we also have to take care of the crews. They're in a very stressful environment. A piece of space junk can hit their modules, and if it does, they're going to have to be out of those modules so fast it's not even funny. And there could be fires, there could be all kinds of problems. And so when they have their off time, we have to protect them and make sure they can enjoy the time. And here, I love this picture because it's someone having coffee, like many of us would, and enjoying the amazing view over the Earth. But this is a view we take for granted, and it's an important view, because when you look at this view, what you realize is that when you're looking out that window, you know that you can, if something goes wrong, you can get into your capsule and within less than a half an hour, and you can probably be landing on Earth in 2 hours if you need to be. Maybe not exactly where you would normally want to be, but you can be back on the safety of this amazing planet. When you go to Mars and you light those engines to head out on that 3-year mission, you are gone for 3 years. And what that does to the way the human being views things is really critical, and I think sheds light on a lot of the things that we maybe take for granted on this planet. And that is a perspective that we'll explore here in just a second. Bob, let's go to the next page. And so that actually brings to this point that eventually on a Mars mission, we are going to have, you're going to have to know where to look in the window to see a little tiny blue dot and its white moon off into the distance. And then you're going to have to know where you're in the window, where to look to find the tiny little red dot of our second planet. So, what the human being experiences there in that vast emptiness of space, we cannot even imagine, because human beings have never been there. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so here's a quick summary of the things we think we learned from exploring our second planet for our first. And let's go to that next one. Number one, Mars, as I said, actually was like Earth. It actually looked like Earth at one point. And so it is an amazing thing that we can go there and actually put scientists, and maybe some of you all will be the scientists that go to dig into the dirt, to understand the geology of what happened, to understand what happened to the environment, because it ended up being a very frozen planet, which is potentially a fate that was a fate that has happened to this planet, where we went into ice ages. And so being able to get scientists on the second planet and really understand how they work is key for being able to understand how they think. As an engineer and scientist, we are taught that you never make decisions based off one data point. And unfortunately, we're trying to manage this planet based off the one data planet being on this one. And by getting out into our real home, which is the larger solar system, we can actually understand how other planets work and evolve so that we can bring that knowledge back to Earth. Next slide, please. And then there is a ton of things that we can do. I'm not going to go into all of these things, but Mars has glaciers on it. It has dust storms like this planet does. It is an incredible analog for this planet. And by being able to compare the two planets, we are able to really understand better how this planet works. And we're going to need a lot of creative ideas on how to do this. Next slide. Sorry to be running that. And then the second thing Mars does is when you go, it shatters complacency on Earth. Because of the cost of going to Mars, everything has to be recycled. And you have to think about all that. Could you do that without going to Mars? Yes. But the fact of the matter is that by going to the second planet, we don't have the choice. It is so hard to do it. You have to recycle everything from urine to water. You have to make sure the air is clean. You have to be able to grow food. And you have to do that all in very closed ecosystems. And that design challenge really forces us to think differently. And that will have significant ramifications for how we are able to come up with technologies that take care of this planet. Next slide, please. And even trash is a resource. So it was a great question about that. But you don't throw things away. Plastic becomes a feedstock for 3D printing. Poop and pee becomes a fertilizer for gardens that are here. And everything is a resource. So we have to really change the way we perceive of this. And really, Mars just forces us to do it. Next slide. And then that change perspective is really the key thing. And I would just point out one thing. When humans went to the moon, they came around, and this is a picture from Apollo 8 down here in the lower right-hand corner. And that view of the Earth and the Black Sea of space was transformative for many, and many attribute that the environmental movement actually started there, where you see the fragility of this incredible planet. When we have this larger perspective that the Earth is even tinier, it is going to radically transform our understanding of what's possible, and what we need to do to take care of this just exceptional planet that we often take for granted. And lastly, Mars is an international effort, just like you guys are doing this internationally. And when you learn to work together, you are able to come up with things that no one ever thought of, because you bring all those different perspectives together. And that is powerful and completely enabling, not just for Mars, but for managing the problems of climate change. Next slide, please.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, this is it. We're done.
Okay.
And so Mars is a human effort, and we need ideas just like we need it for climate change. And you students are amazing, and you will be able to make incredible contributions. And we really, for NASA, we need those ideas, but the climate change effort also does. This is our Twitter and also our X thing if you want more information. Sorry, Kuhn, we went over, but the questions were great. We really appreciate them.
I'm so sorry. I really hate doing this.
That's okay. No, we know you had
so interesting.
Yeah. Well, we thank everybody for their great questions.
Yeah, I love the synergy with the students. So thank you so much for asking those questions. The thing is that our next guest, we urgently need to bring him on the show.
Yeah. No, thanks.
But thank you so much, and we really love working with you, and we are so much looking forward to continue doing this. Thank you so much.
Feel the same. Yeah, you guys are rocking. So thank you. Take care.
Bye. Okay, our next guest is Mr. and former Prime Minister, His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn. And he is the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, also the former Minister of Foreign Affairs. We are delighted to have him on board. I'm so sorry for the delay, Mr. Desalegn, and we are looking forward to your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. First of all, at the outset, let me say happy Climate Action Day. The climate change issue is critical, and at this moment, it's an unprecedented time in human history, requiring globalized collaboration, strong leadership, political will and commitment, as well as innovativeness, human ingenuity, more than ever before, for the following reasons. The effect of climate change has caused unprecedented damage to the world, but inadequately responded to. It exacerbated poverty and instability around the world, especially in poorest sections of the world, like in Africa and my country. Our ability to combat its effects has been seriously challenged. And let me correlate climate change with COVID-19, as COVID-19 added an additional layer of vulnerability to poorer regions who depend on fragile environments and heavily impacted by the effects of climate change, which are often further impacted by poverty and weak health systems. Those hard hit by climate change impacts have already lost adaptive capacity to COVID-19, and vulnerability has alarmingly increased. And thus, climate change impacts have contributed to COVID-19, both in terms of inflicting the disease, as WHO asserts, and reduced adaptive capacity to withstand the pandemic. Even though the shutdown measures in response to COVID-19 have yielded some mitigation effects, our already meager efforts towards climate change adaptation have been another severe challenge. Hence, responses to climate adaptation are now under serious threat. So climate change is therefore an existential threat. If COVID-19 contributes to be there for indefinitely, for longer time, our capacity to adapt will rapidly and sharply continue to decline. So therefore, this calls for a new understanding of the situation and collaboration towards climate change adaptation in the context of the third world countries, like in Africa. Immediate COVID-19 crisis we are facing today has much to teach us about an even more existential threat, that is the climate change itself. What we have to take out of our short-term experience of COVID-19 responses to combat climate change. Number one, when we stand together, we can be more resilient. COVID-19 has taught us how to collaborate, be creative, and stand together, set up with new measures and innovations. Many of its response measures have been undertaken through solidarity and collaboration regardless of geographic, racial, class, and gender differences. The whole world has shown extraordinary solidarity to protect humanity and human civilizations. And if we did this in the face of the pandemic that is killing humans, why not we do the same in the face of the peril that is killing the planet? Number two, our recovery plans should be focusing on dual adaptation, both climate change and the pandemic. So therefore, we have to have ambitious targets to manage a safe, green, and sustainable recovery from the COVID-19 crisis. And green recovery can be very effective in combating adaptation and mitigation measures in the context of the third world, which will use digitalization to boost jobs and growth, secure the resilience of societies, and put the health of our environment first. In this regard, conservation-based tourism has to be emphasized, as there are clear links between health and the environment. Biodiversity loss and proximity to wildlife can create the conditions for illness to spread. Research suggests that the emergence of new human disease is closely linked to loss and degradation of our ecosystem and habitats, which in turn is driven by climate change. Resource extraction, urban and agricultural expansion, and pollution are among the others. Rising temperature have been linked with climate in the range of, malarial mosquitoes and the spread of malaria and the Zika virus, as you know. A growing human pressure on the natural environment responsible for zoonosis, a disease that can be transmitted from vertebrate animals to humans. Example, rabies, anthrax, or ringworm. Other environmentally related illness such as climate, lung, and heart conditions due to long-term exposure to pollution make viruses like COVID-19 even more dangerous. However, according to the IPCC Assessment Report 5, biodiversity can act as a buffer against the spread of pathogens. Healthy ecosystem translate into resilient and healthy societies. Biodiversity conservation, climate mitigation, and overall environmental protection can serve as a confluence to halt the effects of climate change and COVID-19 as diseases that are caused due to environmental degradation. Therefore, focusing on nature conservation can both mitigate carbon emission and disease proliferation by creating green jobs towards enhancing adaptive capacities for millions of poor citizens in developing countries. Now we need a strong commitment from political leadership and the school system, teachers and the students can participate in this regard. When I say political leaders, they must learn from their short-term pandemic response to COVID-19 and demonstrate strong and renewed commitment to combat climate change. They have to be transparent and bold enough in their domestic policies towards climate change. I hope the upcoming election, which will be concluded today or tomorrow by the United States people, will give us some room for political engagement of United States, which is a very important country for climate change. They have to be able to build trust among the global public and the institutions in their practical responses consistent to their policy rhetoric. The last but not least, they have to demonstrate their commitment by securing funds that can meaningfully build the adaptive capacity of vulnerable segments of the world. Here in Ethiopia, we have schools in forest program where our students and teachers participate, and we have climate resilient green growth initiative where we go for climate smart agriculture, green energy sources, renewable energies, and green legacy initiative where 9 billion tree seedlings were planted, and teachers and the students were actively engaged and continue to engage in these programs. So thank you very much for having me in this program, and let me conclude my speech at this moment.
Thank you so much, sir, for your sharing your meaningful insights. We are really delighted to have you online, and it is always so important to have the African voice as well. So thank you so much for this. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. Thanks a lot.
So, exciting things. At this very moment, we start translating this show to Spanish. It's not easy, and that is why we are doing it, right, Jen?
I think not easy, but so important. And we started off the Climate Action Project really committing to multiple languages and trying to keep that going here with Climate Action Day. So grateful for all of our translators in their support of this work. We also are thankful to our great sponsors who have partnered with us for Climate Action Day, and you can see them here. We'll be sure to share out the links, but thank you to Global Citizen Year, Build the Change with Lego, and Eurosys for all of their support in supporting teachers and students all around the world.
Yeah, we are truly grateful for this because unfortunately projects come with expenses, and we are using software, etc., and they help us to cover those costs. So thank you so much, Global Citizen Year, Eurosys, and Build the Change from Lego. So we, at the very beginning, which is already 5 hours ago, we started with sharing that for us, it is crucial that this is student-centered. And every now and then, every hour, we have students sharing live their experiences, their findings, their solutions, in every continent. And now we would love to jump on a very quick video before we will be having Richard Hyman from the Emirates, the United Arab Emirates, from Shining Star. Enjoy.
Hello everyone. Greetings from Shining Star International School from Abu Dhabi in UAE. It was a privilege working on Climate Action Project 2020.
We learned a lot from this project.
And one of our favorite experiences while working on this project was knowing the activists around the world playing their part to save the environment.
This project has given us vast knowledge of action we can take and solutions we can have to protect our only planet.
We all had a wonderful experience learning about the Climate Action Project 2020 with global leaders and experts. Wish you all a wonderful day ahead.
Bye everyone.
Wonderful. So our next speaker is Richard Hyman. And the thing I like about Richard Hyman is that he has been there from the very beginning as well. So he has joined us for the 4th year this time. And he always shares a really, really nice story, because he was really doing something and being with Captain Cousteau when he dove decades ago. And I'm sure that he is going to share about this. So, hi, Richard. How are you doing?
I'm well, Koen. How are you doing?
Quite well. Bit exhausted, but I'm really looking forward to your presentation. Thank you so much.
Oh, well, thank you to you and Jennifer and the whole team for all the hard work you're doing. I've been on for a few hours here, and all the presenters have been amazing. Hello to everybody around the world. It's great that you've been learning so much about climate change and working on solutions and taking action. It's fantastic. What I'd like to do is share my screen with you. Okay. Are we sharing it? Do you see it?
Not yet, no. No, not yet.
Oh boy.
Would it be easier for you to share your slides with me? Send it through email. We will just show a quick video to the
Sure.
audience.
Let's do
and
that.
then you send it to me through email, and then we are all good. Okay, no problem at all. Okay, so we have a small delay of, I would say, like 20 minutes. Next will be Sam Barrett from the UN, and then we will be having, let me go like this, and then we will be having students from Canada with Christine Holloway sharing their findings. And then after that, we will be having Helena Hualinga from Ecuador. So while Richard is sharing his presentation with us, we would like to show a brief video from students, because it's crucial to have students and their voice as part of this webinar as well. We try to keep a good balance in this. And so we are going to watch a new video.
Hi everyone, at Climate Action Day, we send greetings from Ramaghi School at Dadri in India. And one of our favorite experiences during the project was to tie plastic bottles to the effigy of Ravana, considered as evil, which is burnt every year. We will be celebrating the Diwali, the festival of lights without crackers. We will be lighting the other lamps to spread awareness and have a green Diwali. Hope you all have a wonderful day today, learning about climate action with global leaders and experts. Bye for now. Bye everyone.
Wonderful. So Richard, maybe we can skip with Sam Barrett from the UN right now. Are you set, Sam? That gives you a bit room to share a presentation, okay? Would that be fine?
Okay.
Yes, I can. So Sam, it's a pleasure having you online. Sam Barrett is the chief of UNEP, and UNEP is the UN, United Nations Environmental Program. And he's in charge for youth education and advocacy. And we're delighted to have you here, Sam. Great to meet you, and looking forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And thanks for the opportunity to speak to everyone. So my name's Sam, which you already know. And I work for UN Environment. Our headquarters are here in Kenya, which is a beautiful place to be. And my job is to look after both formal and non-formal education. And the mission of UNEP is a very special one. That's my wife and the kids in the background, if you can hear them. But what we're looking to do is try and support the handover of the environment to the next generation without compromising it for you guys. And we've still got a lot of work to do because the environment has been pretty severely compromised, but we think it can come back. Nature can heal itself faster than anything else. And so our work on education takes two forms. And I think we work both with education systems, with universities, but also non-formal education as well. And so the kind of work that I'm doing at the moment is helping to universities decarbonize, which is about getting rid of all their carbon emissions. So we've got something called the Race to Zero, which has already got about 600 universities from around the world who've agreed to go to net zero. And we're going to get more and more on board in the build up to the COP in Glasgow next year. We're also doing something called the Little Book of Green Nudges, because when you go to university, it's where new habits and choices are made. And so we're trying to help people to think about, what do they eat? Where do they travel? How do they power their homes? Because 75% of your individual carbon footprint is down to travel, food, and home. And if we can get people to change their habits and behaviors, then we'll have a next generation that can live more lightly on the planet. And we're working with about 200 to 300 universities to try nudges on campuses to see, when they go to the canteen, if you call something plant-based rather than meat-free, then more people will choose it. So we're going to try some work on that as well. And we're also setting up green university networks in Africa and India and Kenya, and helping more universities be as sustainable as possible. So we're doing a lot of work on that front as well. But we also do a ton of fun stuff. We're doing a lot of work with the Scouts and Girl Guides. We have this thing called the Ty Turner's Plastic Challenge, which is a badge made from recycled plastic, which I had on my desk, I don't know where I put it. But in that, we're working with somewhere like 200,000 kids from around the world to get them to change their own habits when it comes to plastics. So I've got a sanitized bottle here, but getting rid of these things, which can be single use. I use that a lot. Also changing plastic in their communities, like with their schools, but then also raising it with politicians. So the badge has taken off in about 29 countries, and we're working with the Scouts and the Girl Guides on something called Earth Tribe to bring all of their environmental education online onto a big platform that will launch next year. Scouts is 52 million, I think, in the world, and we're wanting to work with them to make them at the forefront in the fight for nature. And then the other stuff is even more fun, which is to do with video gaming. We created an initiative called Playing for the Planet, which is with 30 of the biggest gaming companies in the world. So Sony, Microsoft, Supercell, Unity. They reach over 1 billion people, the partners already. And we're looking at how we can put green nudges in games. So when you play, if it's authentic, so it's not like a clunking fist or a pop-up, you can think about the impact of the environment through gaming. We're also working with gaming companies to decarbonize. And so the new PS5 that's going to come out very soon, I think next week, they've done a lot of work in that console to remove a lot of the energy from that. And given that 2.3 billion people play video games, it's the biggest entertainment medium in the world, we're working closely with the gaming industry to do the right thing. So our Playing for the Planet initiative is only a year old, so it's quite young, but there's a ton of great stuff in there as well. But is that enough? Probably not. Is there more that we can do? Definitely. So what we're trying to start thinking about is rethinking how and what we teach. We think that the curriculum that many children are offered up isn't really kind of fit for the future. And so we're starting to work with UNESCO to think about how do we get environmental education integrated across all different disciplines. So it's not just in sciences or geography, but it pops up in everything that you do in school. So that's one of our things for next year. As I've said, we want to shift mindsets of students. So it's not just about what you learn, it's the choices that you make. It's how you live your life. And so I think about behavior change as something that we're really keen to do, whether it's with the Scouts or nudging choices. That's another big thing we want to do more on. But the most important thing, and this is why I was so keen to say yes to Koen when he asked me to speak, which is it really is about empowering leadership from young people that will make the change. I was talking to President Crow, who's the president of Arizona State University, and he says students are the greatest force for change that we know on our campus. They're the ones that we listen to. They're our consumers and our customers. And I do think our role at UNEP is to give the opportunity for a platform for young people to really influence the world from the one that we have to the one that we want. And I think maybe I've talked too much and I'm droning on and being a bit boring, but for me, what I think the most important thing to do is to live from the heart and inspire people to be the change that we need to see in the world, and that's what UNEP's here to do. So feel free to get in touch. My email is sam.barrett@un.org. If you've got any good ideas, we're always keen to hear from you guys. And thanks for the opportunity to speak for 10 minutes. And it's a pleasure to be on this platform. So thank you.
Koen, I think you're muted.
So sorry for this. Thank you so much, Sam, for sharing your strong message. Really inspiring. We hope to keep our conversations open after this call, and looking forward to working with you in the future. Thank you so much for sharing this.
Pleasure. Yeah, thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you. So, part of going live and webinars is technology. And in the meantime, we managed to make sure that we are able to share the presentation of Richard Hyman. Hi, Richard. Welcome back.
All right. Thank you. Let me just find you here on my desktop there, Koen. Okay, wonderful. So you have my slides up, Koen?
I do, yeah.
Okay, wonderful. I apologize for the
no worries, no.
Difficulty. Yeah, as you say, these things do happen. It's just wonderful to be with all of you today. I inserted, well, first of all, on slide 1 here, I did want to just share with you what we're going to talk a little bit for a few minutes today about a wonderful man named Captain Jacques Cousteau, who was a famous explorer back in the 1960s and 1970s. And I had the opportunity to work for Captain Cousteau, and he was a real inspiration for me. And I believe he probably came up with the term "our water planet." And here in this first image, you see Apollo 9, which was 51 years ago, 1969. Photograph was taken by Russell Schweikart, an astronaut who I actually had the opportunity to work with in Washington, D.C. And you see our blue planet, our blue marble in the background, our water planet. So, Koen, if you go to the next slide, I just inserted this quickly for David because that Lego presentation was so great. And this is reflecting a presentation I made a year ago or so with you, Koen, and this young student was at home and was watching on their computer pre-COVID, but they were doing some remote learning. And if you go to the next slide there, if we zoom in a little bit, you can actually see on the screen one of the things that Captain Cousteau was famous for was the creation of the aqua lung, the regulator that allowed people to breathe from a tank of compressed air underwater. Before that, you were not able to freely dive and breathe underwater. So this opened up the undersea world. And if we go to the next slide, Koen, what I really wanted to do was talk about other things that Captain Cousteau really represented in his characteristics. He was an extremely enthusiastic, very curious, very smart man, and a real visionary. Always asking questions of all different kinds of topics, just an insatiable appetite to learn and to share his learnings with his audience. He was really an educator and an entertainer. and he put a lot of this material, these photographs, these films, and even his books were worldwide, around the world, very popular, one of the best known individuals on the planet. He was also very insightful and a real inspiration. He had a crew on the ship that he just had a mastery of, whether they be on the ship or on land, the people that worked for him, he could really motivate them and inspire them, and got every last ounce of energy out of them in a very positive way. So Cone, on the next slide, you see that that same image, that same photograph that Rick presented from NASA. And it's interesting, we've got some synergies here between what we've heard today. And by the way, I want to mention wonderful Celine, who spoke earlier, wonderful young lady, a great friend of ours. So it was great to see Celine speak again. But here, if we look at this famous image, Earthrise, Captain Cousteau said, "We live on a small planet with limited resources. We must recognize that Earth is unique and do everything we can to preserve and protect it." So he said that, and if you go to the next slide, Cone, he said that in the spirit of space exploration was very important, and what's going on now is very important and very interesting. And we can benefit on the planet from some of the technologies that come out of the space programs around the world. But I think part of his perspective was, let's protect the planet we have as well. We may explore Mars, and per our conversation earlier today, but we need to take care of what's going on planet Earth. It's our precious home. And he had over 100 television shows, and one of the series of shows was called Oasis in Space, and Earth is an oasis in space, and a very unique environment. We have very special, wonderful environment. So by using space technology, here he is sitting in a mock-up of the space shuttle back in the 1960s, but also with satellite technology and so forth, we can monitor from space pollution, population, food shortages, water, all in the benefit, all in the spirit of maintaining and preserving a high quality of life on the planet. On the next slide, Cone, Captain Cousteau was also a very outspoken advocate, very brave, very strong, and he would pressure in an intellectual, smart way politicians and business industrial powers to do the right thing, to protect the environment. And he was also an incredible advocate for education. Here you see him with surrounded by children. He would be delighted that we're having this call today. He would be fascinated by it as well, because this type of technology did not exist back then. He had a strong voice at the UN. He worked on multiple projects with the United Nations, including sustainable social development, in the spirit of health, food, shelter, and specifically education for women. He left a big mark on me. He was a great inspiration to me. And I started a nonprofit organization called Future Frogmen. And I work with students around the United States as well as Canada, and ultimately will be international. But I show you this slide because last June we did participate in a panel during United Nations World Oceans Week. And we had a student panel on climate change. And these different master's and PhD students were talking about the research they're doing and how climate change is impacting species and other types of habitats. That is available, a video of that is available on our website, futurefrogmen.org, if you want to check that out. And then my favorite quotation of Captain Cousteau is that people protect what they love what they understand, and they understand what they are taught. And I think that's a lot of what we're doing here today, and what you've been doing in your classrooms with your wonderful teachers. You're learning and you're understanding, and then you can take action. So the next slide here, Cone, are you showing the slide of Calypso, the ship, right now? Okay, we should be seeing the slide Calypso here, and this is the ship that Captain Cousteau sailed around the world in many times. I served on this ship as a diver, and I wanted to. The next slide is just a couple snippets, if you will, from a song that a wonderful, talented musician songwriter John Denver wrote, named Calypso. John visited us on the ship, and I thought these words jumped out at me relative to you all, you students. In search of the answer to questions unknown, part of beginning to understand, to live on the land we must learn from the sea. These are segments of the lyrics of this great song. If you look up this song on YouTube, you can hear it, Calypso. And to me, it hit me that we've learned an awful lot. This was 45 years ago. We've learned an awful lot. You all have learned an awful lot. We have a lot more to learn, but with everything we've learned, we can take action. So going forward to the next slide with the clownfish, what we do at Future Frogmen is we try to improve awareness and appreciation of the ocean. We do that through communication, learning, and exploration, and field-based actions. So the next slide, Cone, is I wanted to share with you, one of our areas of focus is climate change. We're looking at sea level rise, the impact of sea level rise on the coastlines, and of course, ocean acidification. The next slide represents one of our new activities, which is very exciting in the field. We are working on coral reef protection and restoration. We will be having interns working on coral reef nurseries in the Florida Keys, and we'll likely be extending that to the sister organizations in Bonaire as well as Australia, and I dare say elsewhere around the world. So this is a real tangible action in the field to restore reefs that have been impacted by ocean acidification as a result of climate change. The next slide regards STEM, which you're familiar with that term, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM education, and also interdisciplinary education. Very important STEM education, but also we work with students that they might be writers, they might be videographers, photographers, artists, they might be studying politics, might be studying law, and so on. We support participation, we judge contests in that, we sponsor, and we promote this important STEM education and other interdisciplinary education. And then finally, Cone, on the next slide, we are involved in activism as a form of action relative to climate change. We're a little platform, but we're growing and we're making impact. And the point of all three of these actions here, these are all things you can do in your local area as well, I dare say. But through email campaigns, there's incredible software available, and we have we enlist our subscribers to support email campaigns that we design, and that goes to our politicians, our state, local, and federal politicians, particularly Congress, because there are bills that have been overturned with the recent administration, and we're trying to get some of those back. And there's new bills that are currently proposed. One of those is an ocean climate action plan here in the U.S. And we're supporting the people that put that before Congress, and we're telling our Congress people how important that is. And so these are some examples of what we're doing in the United States to support actions on climate change. And then, Cone, just the last slide there. If anyone's interested, feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. There's my email and my mobile telephone, US telephone number. Really appreciate your listening. Sorry about the technical difficulties, but despite the challenges of all this, I just want to encourage you all to be optimistic. When I see the energy and the intelligence of you young people, it gives me tremendous hope and gives me energy to keep fighting and keep working. So Keep up the great work. Your voice matters, and your work will make a tremendous difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, and for your message of activism. I know you and I have been friends and never been able to meet in person, so it's lovely to see you after all of our emails, and thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here with us today. All right, so Hila, it's getting a little late for you, I think.
Yes, it is. And yes, I will be heading off now, but I just wanted to say a massive thank you to all of our speakers and to Jen and Koen for this event. As I'm sure is the same for a lot of people watching here in Asia. It's close to 1 a.m. now, so I should probably be heading to bed. But yeah, thank you all, and I hope the rest of the session goes well.
Thank you, Hila. We are so grateful to you and to all of our interns for all of their help, both up here on camera and behind the scenes. So good night to you, Hila, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. Okay, so we have 2 more student group presentations. I am so excited to announce our friends from Canada with teacher Christine Holloway, who have been waiting and ready to present. I know they've been popping on throughout the day, excited and eager to share all of their solutions for climate action. Christine does extraordinary work that we all admire, and she continues to inspire us every day. So Christine and students in Canada, we will turn it over to you.
Hello, all the way from Canada at Dave Leader Middle School. We are very glad to join you for Climate Action Day. We are the students of Miss Holloway, and we are here to talk to you about all the projects that we are doing in class. Now I'm going to pass it on to my classmate Amanda, who will be talking about one of our class investigations. Amanda?
We signed up for the ESA Climate Detectives. Climate Detectives is a project where students are challenged to make a difference for the Earth's climate. In this project, we are observing the local environments and identifying a climate problem. We're figuring out ways to help reduce this problem and save the Earth's climate. To research a local problem, we will use Sally Ryder's Earth Cam.
Who is Sally Ryder? Sally Ryder was the first female American astronaut to go to space. She also started a program that explored Earth from the perspective of the International Space Station, which is now known as the Sally Ride Earth Cam. Our class is going to use EarthCam Mission 72 to take pictures from the International Space Station. But by taking pictures, we could see the climate changing and know how we could stop so it won't affect the world in the future.
The next topic we will talk about is how we investigated our own school woodlot for invasive species.
Common burdock is a tall invasive fern. Burdocks cause problems for the livestock. They originated in Europe and they came to Canada in the 1700s. The common buckthorn is a super invasive species in Canada. The buckthorn can outcompete native trees and shrubs. They can lower the diversity of a given area. The garlic mustard is another invasive species we have here. Garlic mustard are thought to produce a toxin that kills soil fungi, which many plants depend on.
We surveyed the forest and everything which would be near our school property, and we had a number of 3 invasive species that we had found. There are many apps that explain different species of places that we might not know about. For example, iNaturalist is an app that defines what we are looking at, which is an amazing tool that could help us. We are working with the city of Mississauga to get rid of the invasive species so that the other plants can grow.
If we plant more trees, we clean our air and get more air. We'll also reduce ozone levels. And if we plant more trees, we create more habitats for animals.
Wildflowers provide lots of things that insects need. Food includes leaves, nectar, and pollen. It also provides shelter for many insects. We are doing a trash pickup in the spring. We are doing this because if we keep cleaning our fields and everything near our school, more invasive species will not join the 3 that are already here.
Now we will talk about our experiment called Soil My Underwear.
Student D is performing a soil health experiment. We plant pairs of cotton underwear into our school garden for 8 to 10 weeks. If the underwear is still in one piece, then there isn't enough nutrients in the soil for it to break down. If only the waistband remains, then our soil is in good shape.
There are different ways nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus help the environment. The way nitrogen helps the environment is that it helps plants grow strong and healthy. The way potassium helps is by helping plants control and use water efficiently. The way phosphorus helps is by helping plants with photosynthesis. It stores up and moves energy around the plant.
We think that the soil will be healthy and the microorganisms will eat the underwear, and we'll only be left with the band.
The next project we will be talking about is Ocean School.
Ocean School is a free online learning resource that is available for everyone to use, and it is a virtual reality image of our ocean. It is where we can explore different habitats and parts of our ocean. Ocean School was made out of love for marine land.
Why is Ocean School important for people? Ocean School spreads awareness to the younger generation about all the horrible things happening to the underwater world. Right now, the ocean is a big part of global warming. The water temperature and sea level are rising, and is gaining the biggest population of plastic. The ocean is important because it helps people and marine life. Right now, the ocean is getting acidic as we speak. Watch what happens when you put chalk and vinegar.
In our experiment, the chalk represents the coral and the vinegar represents the acidic ocean.
So the coral is going to be broken down because all the acids in it. No.
Now we will be talking about food sustainability.
Me and my class made this poster about ugly fruit. And we have put these posters up in our school to spread awareness about ugly fruit. Ugly fruit is fruit that does not look good but still tastes good. And here is the bag that grocery stores are using to put the fruit in and to spread awareness about the ugly fruit. This is a poster about how many apples and pumpkins are wasted. Most apples are wasted because of their looks, and pumpkins are usually wasted because of Halloween. I noticed after Halloween people throw their pumpkins away. Instead of throwing it away, you can compost them, make several dishes with them, or even make a bird feeder.
Next, we will talk about the ways we can reduce plastic.
Canada is banning plastic. The reason why Canada is banning plastic is because they say it threatens our natural environment and because it fills our rivers, lakes, and most particularly our ocean. Canada is banning plastic at the end of 2021, and Canada is hoping to remove plastic all over the nation by 2030.
Some alternatives for plastic are some paper straws and some metal straws and some non-plastic bags that are renewable and some wooden forks, knives, and spoons. We don't need plastic.
Last but not least, we'll be talking about a movement we support called #BeTheNorth.
Bees are very important and their population is decreasing. We need to help them. One way you can help is by installing a bee hotel in your garden. This gives solitary bees a resting place. These bees might not make honey but are still very important for plant growth because they are pollinators. You can make one at home or buy one.
7D is working on t-shirts for bee awareness, Tees for Bees. Tees for Bees is an awareness campaign for bees in our community and around the world to stop vanishing. Why we need all bees and pollinators is because they pollinate mostly all of our fruits and vegetables, which also gives food to other animals to live. We depend on bees and so do animals. Without bees, about half of our food would be gone. This is an example of a t-shirt we would make.
Wildflower gardens are a visually amazing, self-maintaining, low-cost garden. This garden will truly bring beauty and color to your home. What do wildflower gardens do for bees? Wildflower gardens provide bees with food such as nectar, pollen, and leaves, and provide them with shelter and a place to live and a place to breathe. What are we doing to help? Climax 7D is helping by planting our very own wildflower garden in our school to help protect the bees by giving them an environment.
This is a bee box slat that I have created using 3D printing technology. And you could also create this using recycled plastic.
How are some ways to help the bees? Well, here in Canada, we have a school called University of Guelph. And at Guelph, they're building a honeybee research center. And at that school, they're able to learn and understand what bees do to pollinate our food. And we're not building the center. We don't really understand what they do for us. This center will be built and completed in July of 2022, so stay tuned for that. Here I have a picture of what the future center will be like.
We are the 70 climate detectives, and we have the world in our hand. And remember, we're all in this together.
I'd just like to take a moment to thank Kuan and Jennifer for allowing my students the opportunity to present some of our project ideas. We look forward to continuing our climate initiatives along with Ms. Rayner's class 6B. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christine and the students. Wonderful. I'm absolutely amazed every time you send us your solutions. Like we made water bubbles, plastic water bubbles, and so many things. I've been sharing so much about your 3D printed coral reefs, etc. So thank you for sharing this. Thank you so much. And I must share with everybody that I haven't been stressed and nervous about this during 5 hours, but now I'm becoming slightly nervous because we have a small delay of 20 minutes. And so we need to adjust a little bit. And I'm so sorry, Helena. I hope you can stay tuned for 5 more minutes, but we have to rearrange a bit. So sorry for this. But next we will have to go to First Lady Tammy Murphy, the First Lady of New Jersey. We are so grateful for having you online, Tammy and Ms. Murphy. And the wonderful thing is that we are going to shift to an interview with my good friend and teacher, Michael Dunley. We met a few times. Mike is an extraordinary teacher, and I'm so happy to have you both online. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Cohen. I am honored to be here, and I'm honored to spend some time with my state's First Lady, Tammy Murphy. So welcome to this format. We don't have a lot of time, but I do teach 3rd grade in Southern New Jersey in Tabernacle. And I would love for you to share with everyone what you've been doing in our state to really take climate change and put it into the curriculum and with schools. So I'll leave it up to you.
Okay, well, big shout out to you, Michael, in Tabernacle, New Jersey. Thank you for what you are doing, and great to be on here. Thank you all for joining today. I think that I'll cut to the chase. I mean, the important piece here is that New Jersey is the first state in the United States to actually adjust our standards of our core curriculum and implement climate change education across all areas of the core curriculum. Very, very excited about this. This is a passion of mine. And my big plea is that I hope other states will join us because we can't do this on our own. So Michael, with that, I'm not sure what you want to know exactly, but that's what we've done in New Jersey. And I think that's why you wanted me on here today.
It's incredible because as a shout out for New Jersey Public Schools, we are #1 in the nation. So what you do with our Department of Education will have an impact across the country and therefore the world. So I'd like for you to possibly share with the teachers who are watching and the students how they can advocate to do similar work embedding curriculum and standards in their countries, their states, or even just their schools.
Yeah. First of all, Michael, I was remiss in not pointing out that New Jersey is #1 in the country for our public schools, not for the first year, but for the 2nd year in a row. So God bless our teachers. We love our teachers, and teachers make good citizens out of our students, and that's what we really need, and that's part of what we're talking about here and now. I think what I would tell everybody else is, it was a little bit of serendipitous timing for us here in New Jersey because our standards are reviewed every so often, and it just so happened that we could get a wedge in there and try and get this onto the table. And the 130 incredible educators who were involved in reviewing these standards came together, allowed me to lobby them. The Department of Ed worked with me, and I would say that it was really fortuitous timing. So I'm not sure for other states exactly how your standards are reviewed. I would say this has got to be a communal effort. It's got to be not just the teachers, not just the Department of Ed, not just the students, but any advocates in your community who you can mobilize to reach out to your Department of Ed. That would be the best. I would also tell you I'm a founding member of Al Gore's Environmental Board, the Climate Reality Project, and we, through the Climate Reality Project, have actually launched a website that will enable others to very handily download and write letters to the Department of Ed to lobby for climate education. So if anybody would like to know what that website is, it is climaterealityproject.org/act, ACT, /schools. Okay. So anybody can go on there and it will help you reach out to your Department of Ed.
Well, I thank you very much for that. And I would like to just make one last comment. Desmond Tutu is famous for many things, but the quote that always resonates with me is, "Hope is being able to see that there is light despite all of the darkness." So what hope can you leave with the students? Because we work so much with making them leaders and voices of change. What would you tell the students of New Jersey, the United States, and the world as to what they can do to help make climate change a better situation?
Listen, it's a communal effort. We all are in this together. We have but one world, and we all share this planet with other forms of life. We all understand that. I would tell you that, in New Jersey, for example, we have experienced incredibly strong storms. we had just this summer, we had an earthquake here in New Jersey. Who would have believed? We've had millions of homes with their power knocked out. And this is something that we must be responsive. We must be proactive and push back on that. And it's our communal responsibility. We need everybody to be educated, from the youngest right up through our most senior members of our communities. And the best way to do that is to really learn and to enable our students, who will be our future leaders, to have the skill set, to have the vocabulary, and to have the resources they will need. Because as New Jersey goes to 100% green economy by the year 2050, other states and places around the world are going to do the same. There's tremendous job opportunity. There's tremendous, and we don't just need the scientists and the engineers. We need the people who can communicate. We need the artists. We need everybody pulling together to help protect our world and to make sure that we are locking arms and joining forces together and not doing something in a divided fashion.
Well, I can't thank you enough for coming today and for all the work that you do here in my state. I'm proud to say that you're our First Lady, and I would love to work with you in the future. So thanks for taking the time today and to share the message with all of those who are watching around the world. Climate change is an important part of our teaching, and I'm so glad to see that the respect and what you've done to really put it into its proper place. So thank you for coming, and I guess we'll hand it back now to Cohen and Jennifer.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Jennifer and Com. And Michael, you do not have to offer twice. We will be knocking on your door.
I'm there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And indeed,
Thank you,
we would
Ms.
love to continue conversation after this call. Thank you so much, the First Lady, Tammy Murphy. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Michael. So we are so happy to introduce our next speaker, and I've been looking forward to this session all day. So with that, we will turn it over to Helena Walalinga. And Helena is an Indigenous environmentalist and human rights activist from Sarayaku and that community in Ecuador. And so we are so grateful for you and cannot wait to hear your presentation.
Hi, thank you for having me. So my name is Elena. I'm 18 years old and I come from an indigenous community in the Ecuadorian Amazon. And just to give you a context of like what it looks like in my community. So it's in the middle of the jungle in the Amazon. We live in small huts and we still live with hunting and what we harvest. So it's a very traditional way of living. And so when we talk about climate change, I'm sure a lot of you have heard the words climate justice, or you have heard that the climate crisis is interconnected with all the other issues that we have in our society. For example, inequality, poverty, etc. And so for Indigenous people, climate change is very much real and very much active in our everyday lives. But what a lot of people don't know is that we're also directly affected of what creates climate change, or what contributes to climate change, and that is the fossil fuel industry. So in my case, or in my community's case, in Ecuador, a few years back, an oil company arrived to our territories without our consent and said, "Hey, we're gonna drill for oil here." And obviously that was not okay for the people in my community, and there was an uprising. And that instead was met with atrocities from the Ecuadorian government and from the company that was looking to drill for oil in my community. And when it comes to the Amazon is fundamental to combat climate change. And there's a lot of forest, and we have a massive biodiversity. But how do we actually keep the Amazon protected, and how do we stop deforestation, and how are we going to protect this extremely important place on this earth? And I know that there's a lot of people that ask this question, and the answer is quite simple, and it is indigenous people. So for example, in my case, where we were threatened by oil companies, the people of the community, the indigenous communities, stood up for the community, and because of that, there was no digging for oil. They didn't exploit for oil in our territory. And so to protect the Amazon and to protect land, it is very important to make sure that indigenous people's rights are respected. And that is why the climate crisis goes in hand with, for example, human rights issues that occur in countries like mine. So to be able to protect the Amazon in the future, we actually have to make sure that the indigenous people on these lands have their right respected, and that they have the right to decide for what happens on their own territories. Because just only in my province, where I live in Ecuador, about 90% of the protected areas in my province is where indigenous people live. These areas are the only areas where there's still forest left. And this is extremely important to recognize, because especially in for example, my country, indigenous people are not given this credit, or are not recognized as the defenders and as the protectors of these forests and of these lands. And to know that, if we actually want to keep protecting the Amazon forest, we first need to start protecting the people that actually protect it. And that is so important to know, especially as young persons, and as people that are not living in these areas, because that gives you a lot of power. Because when we are facing these kinds of issues back in our homes, back in our territories, we are in need of the support of people from the outside. And it sounds, like, no, I cannot do anything from where I am from, but in fact you can. And I know that, for example, social media is an extremely helpful tool, and by putting pressure on people that make the decisions in our countries is very helpful. And to always be, aware of what is happening, to teach others about what is happening in these threatened areas is very important, so that we can keep protecting it for future generations. And so, yeah, I just wanted to say that the support from other places and from young people is extremely important. And I'm so happy to be here talking to you, and I hope that we all can become more aware of what is going on, and that we can then, by creating awareness, start to take action ourselves, so that we can combat this and that we can overcome this. So yeah, thank you.
Kun, I think you're on mute. Keeps getting you.
So sorry for the, thank you so much, Helena, for sharing your thoughts. Again, your ideas, youth is so important in this discussion, and we are so grateful for having you. Really, so happy to have you online. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So next, we will be going to an extraordinary man, to President Juan Manuel Santos. Hello, Mr. President. Let me introduce you. President Juan Manuel Santos is the former president of Colombia and the recipient of the 2016 Nobel Prize. And he did a lot of efforts to end Colombia's 50-year civil war. But also he is doing a lot of great efforts to protect biodiversity, and he was awarded the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew International Medal and the Wildlife Conservation Society Theodore Roosevelt Award for this. Hello, good to see you, President Juan Manuel Santos. You probably don't remember, but we met in Dubai during the GESF conference, I think 1 or 2 years ago. It's such an honor and a pleasure to have you. And we will be having questions for you today. We chose to have an interview with you. But first, I will leave you to share some thoughts. But the questions will come from students from across the world.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And it's an honor and a pleasure to participate in this event. As you just said, I have been very interested in promoting peace around the world after making peace in my country, and also promoting the preservation of our planet and the policies against climate change. I truly believe this is the #1 threat and challenge that the world has, much more important than the pandemic. This pandemic that we're going through is a consequence precisely of not taking care of our planet. And if we don't build enough conscience around the world about the importance of stopping global warming, about the importance of stopping climate change, then we will have no future. So I have dedicated my life now to promoting peace around the world and promoting sustainability and stopping climate change. And I think we have to act now. We cannot delay. This is a challenge that we are confronting, not in the future, but right now. And we are seeing it all around the world. You see what is happening in the North Pole, the South Pole, in our oceans, what is happening in California with the forest being burned, all around the world. And we have to act right now. So I really think that the work that you are doing of trying to explain to the young people the importance of this issue is of vital importance, because if people don't acquire this conscience of really feeling as their own life, the life of the wildlife and the nature and the environment, then we will continue in this path that we are now in, and this will be very, very dangerous to the planet. So I congratulate you and thank you for the work that you do, and I encourage you to continue, because this is a long-term policy that we have to implement without stopping, and I think we have to increase it as time goes by, because time is running out. So thank you so much for all what you are doing, and I am honored to put my little grain of salt in this venture, because I think it's so important.
Thank you so much, and also thank you so much for your dedication. Let's start with the first question, and this is from Alexander from Colombia, from your country. And he is asking, like, how do you think environmental education in schools could change or help tackle climate change? What is the importance of environmental education in this whole matter?
Well, it's a very important question, because the way we behave as human beings is what has, in many respects, damaged our environment. So our behavior is fundamental, and a new approach, a new way of seeing nature is absolutely necessary, and that has to start with the young kids in school. The more the education involves and takes into account the importance of nature, the better off we will all be. If we don't do that, I put it on the contrary, if we don't do that, then all the other efforts will be to no avail, because if we don't change our behavior, and our behavior is being formed slowly through our education, then we will be in trouble.
Yeah. So it's always a struggle between giving priority to economy and climate, and we have been seeing this with COVID as well. Should we go for a lockdown, which is bad for economy, or should we go for healthcare? So how would you say is how to find a good balance between economy and climate/environment?
Well, they are not mutually exclusive. You can address both. However, you must understand that if you don't have a healthy environment, the economy will never work. And on the contrary, a healthy economy will not guarantee a healthy environment. So you must concentrate on preserving our environment, and there are many ways of changing the behavior of the production system and continue to generate production and generate profits, but without damaging the environment. So, in a nutshell, I would prioritize, the priority is sustainability, and find ways through innovation and new ways. We are already seeing that in many cases that will preserve the economy, but at the same time preserve the environment.
Okay. So what would be your message for other world leaders who don't necessarily listen to researchers in this conversation?
Well, this is one of the big problems that we have. The leaders who simply don't hear the scientists, don't look at the evidence, and that they think that they know better. and they are wrong. The more we see what is happening in the world, and the more we see the evidence that is demonstrating that we must address climate change, the more dangerous is this attitude of neglecting the problem. Therefore, my call is for the people to force the leaders to take into account climate change in those countries where those leaders don't want, for whatever reason, to accept a reality that we are living all around the world. We need to press them, we need to wake them up through public pressure, pressure from all sides of the political spectrum, from the right, from the left, because we are all inhabitants of the same planet. We are all one race. There's the environment doesn't distinguish between one race or the other, or one nationality or the other. We are all in the same boat, and we should all have conscience of the importance of stopping climate change.
Wonderful. And finally, last question. What is your hope for the future?
Well, my hope for the future is that this pandemic will show us, and it's showing us, and we have to take advantage of that, that science and the evidence is important. And I hope that we reconnect with nature. We are suffering because for many decades we have a disconnection with nature, with Mother Nature. And we need to acquire something that I learned from our indigenous communities, that everything has life. The rivers have a life, the trees have a life, and nature, we must respect nature. We cannot control nature. We must live with nature. We must nurture nature. And if we approach what we have around us and see the future connected with nature, then we can live a much more positive life. Even economically, there's, as I said before, there's no trade-off. We can continue to make a lot of progress, but never forget that nature is important and we must connect with nature in order to preserve the planet. And if we do that, we will have a much better future.
Thank you so much for sharing this wonderful message. Thank you so much, President Juan Manuel Santos. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And congratulations.
Thank you so much. So we will go to our next guest, and I'm terribly sorry for being this late. And I'm quite excited about this because Global Citizen is a most extraordinary organization. And we are so lucky to have Marie Rumsby at us. And she is in the UK. Hello, Marie.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yeah.
Sorry, it's a bit dark where I am.
Thank you.
It's so nice to be with you all today. I've really enjoyed the presentation so far, so thank you so much for having me. So I'm Marie. I'm the UK Country Director at Global Citizen, and I'm going to tell you a bit about our work today. And then hopefully we'll have a short video at the end, which will probably summarize it all much better than I'm able to tell you. But I'll kick off to begin with. So for those of you who don't know, Global Citizen is a movement of millions of people around the world who learn and then take campaigning actions with us to tackle some of the world's most challenging issues. So really, we're a digital platform where you can come and learn about issues such as climate change or education or water and sanitation, issues affecting women and girls. So you can learn about these issues, and then you can take campaigning actions with us on these issues. And by campaigning actions, we mean make a phone call to your local member of parliament, or write a letter, or send an email to the CEO of a company and ask them to cut their climate emissions. So really a whole range of campaigning actions that you can take with us. And when you take those campaigning actions with us, we will reward you with points, which you can use normally in the previous world to attend music events. So either Global Citizens own music festivals, or through partners like Live Nation, you can attend other music events and get rewards. And so obviously we've had to adapt our model a little bit this year with the COVID-19 pandemic, but I can tell you a bit about that. And then at Global Citizens' own festivals, we invite the people that we've been campaigning towards, such as world leaders like President Santos. We invite him on stage to make announcements and commitments in line with what we've been campaigning for. So obviously these commitments are made in a very public way in front of, very big audiences. We have an annual festival in New York every year, 60,000 people in Central Park, and it's shown on YouTube and Twitter and other platforms around the world to millions of people. And then we are able to hold those commitment makers to account to make sure that they actually deliver what they said they would deliver. Very important that they do that. And so far on the Global Citizen platform, we're really thrilled to say that 25 million campaigning actions have been taken with us, which has resulted in $48 billion worth of funding for some of the issues that we care about, like climate change, like education and other issues. And we've calculated that this has improved and impacted the lives of 880 million people around the world. So we're really just so thrilled with that. And it's thanks to everyone, the Global Citizens that campaign with us, people like you. Thanks to you all for your campaigning that we've been able to have that amazing impact. So as I said, we've had to change our model this year. We weren't able to have large music events. Instead, we've been doing broadcast shows. So you may have seen one or two of them. We did one earlier in the year, One World Together at Home, which was really around the world coming together, this moment of unity when we were all facing the COVID-19 crisis, and thanking the frontline workers that were really putting their lives at risk for the rest of us. So really, we're looking at how we can adapt our model in this changing environment. And I'm very pleased to say that for 2021, climate change is going to be a big focus of our work. I'm actually really excited about this. I'm based here in the UK, and obviously the UK government is hosting the Climate Summit in Glasgow in November 2021. So climate change will be right up here on the agenda in the UK. And I'm really thrilled to say that we will be working next year to secure very ambitious government commitments on climate change, 5-year commitments around how they're going to reduce their carbon emissions to keep the world within 1.5 degrees of warming. Secure ambitious commitments from companies, from the private sector, to make sure that they're also reducing their carbon emissions. And then also work to secure additional funding and money for those that are on the front line of the impacts of climate change. So people like smallholder farmers in some of the poorest countries in the world, how are they going to adapt to the impacts of climate change? They're going to need some help to do that. So we will be campaigning for them to get that help. And as I said, as the UK government is hosting the Climate Summit in November next year, the UK government will be playing a really important role here, and are actually kicking things off this December. It will be the 5-year anniversary of the Paris Agreement on the 12th of December. And so the UK government, with France and the UN, will be hosting an ambition summit, and Global Citizen will be campaigning to make sure that the ambition really is there, and that these governments are coming with very ambitious commitments to reduce the impacts of climate change. So how can you all be involved? Well, we would love it if you all became a Global Citizen. It's free, it's very easy to do. So you can either download the Global Citizen app and then start taking actions, or you can go to our website, at globalcitizen.org, and you register as a global citizen, and then you start taking campaigning actions with us. It's free, it's very easy to do. And once you start taking the campaigning actions, you will start receiving points, which you can use to get rewards. So please do go and have a look, see what's of interest, see what you're interested in campaigning on, what rewards you'd like to get. And then, there's lots of there on climate change. We have a current action targeting Prime Minister of the UK, Boris Johnson, asking him to put in place a green economic recovery plan. We've got a quiz action that you can take to see how much you know about the climate summit and the preparations. Lots for you to do. So yeah, I'll stop there. I hope you enjoy the video. If you have any questions, I'm very happy to talk to anyone. My email is marie.rumsby@globalcitizen.org. But really, really pleased to be with you all today. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Marie, for sharing this really wonderful message, very strong what you're doing. And so thank you so much for sharing this. I urge everyone to go to the platform, to the website of Global Citizen, sign in, sign up, do something good, claim your points for it, and make sure to enjoy all of those lovely concerts. But most importantly, we are so happy that climate change is so important for Global Citizen, and one of those 5 points right now. Thank you so much, and I'm so sorry for the delay. So sorry.
Don't be silly. No, it's fine. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. So, Jen.
We have had students with us from 6 hours ago that have been following along with all of these sessions, sharing with the hashtag. If you haven't checked out social media hashtag, be sure hashtag Climate Action Day to get in on all of that action. If you have been sitting and you are a student, make sure you get up, move around, and then jump back in your chair for our next speaker. We are thrilled to welcome Barbara Creecy. She is a South African politician who is currently serving as the Minister of Environment, Forestry, and Fisheries, and as a member of the National Assembly of South Africa. So, Barbara, thank you, welcome, and we're excited to hear your message today.
Jennifer, thank you very much for the warm welcome, and greetings to all of you who are out there participating in this webcam. It's wonderful to share with you some of the work that we are doing here in South Africa. As you know, the 2020 has been a very challenging year for all of us. And I think for countries on the African continent, it has been particularly difficult as we have had to battle the pandemic, deal with health systems that have been considerably under strain. But I think that one of the key issues that I'm very happy about is the fact that during the course of this year, climate change and green issues generally have not been issues that have been pushed onto the back burner. Perhaps it's firstly because all of us understand that this pandemic is in many ways a dress rehearsal for the climate crisis, which is facing our continent and, of course, the world in general. Now, here in sub-Saharan Africa, we are already severely affected by the impact of climate change. We have had a prolonged drought that has gone on for many years. We have experienced extreme temperatures. We have also, in our neighbors, Mozambique, had the second largest city. Beira was completely destroyed by Cyclone Idai a little over a year and a half ago. So we are fully aware that the climate crisis is not something that can be postponed while we are dealing with the pandemic. It's something that we have to manage as we are dealing with the pandemic. There have been, I think, two exciting developments at a government level in our country. The first is that our cabinet has adopted our climate change adaptation strategy. And what this does is it lays a basis for all of our cities and all of our provinces to begin to work on how we are going to adapt everyday life to the realities of climate change, whether those realities are water scarcity, extreme temperatures, or sea level rise. All of these plans can now go ahead and be put into place. But perhaps the most exciting development has been a decision by President Ramaphosa that we are going to set up the Presidential Climate Change Commission. Now, this is the body that is going to be responsible for negotiating amongst business, labor, civil society, and government how we are going to get to a low carbon future. Everybody knows South Africa is dependent. 90% of our energy generation is currently from coal. All of our transport system is dependent on petrol and diesel-driven vehicles. So obviously we have one of the highest carbon footprints on the African continent. And if we want to get towards a lower carbon future, we've got to look at, on the one hand, how we transition to different forms of energy generation, but we've also got to think about how in the process of doing that, we preserve jobs, but we also use the opportunities that new forms of technology create so that we are able to create new work opportunities for people. Now, obviously, the question that we have to address tonight is what can young people do to help us in our struggle against the climate crisis. And I think that, you know, my generation was the generation in South Africa that fought apartheid. And for a long time, I think that there has been a concern amongst young people. What are the current struggles that they can become involved in that will give meaning and will obviously help to create a better planet and a better world? And I think that today what we all understand is that there are three major issues that face us: the climate crisis, environmental degradation, and loss of biodiversity. Those are the three issues. And I think it's very important as we talk about climate change, we also need to be talking about these other two issues, environmental degradation and also the issue of biodiversity loss. Because the African continent is one of the remaining places on Earth where we still have wilderness areas and where we still have considerable amount of land that is set aside for conservation and protected areas. And it's something that is itself under threat as a result of climate change. and the COVID-19 pandemic that has undermined the livelihoods of many people who were dependent on conservation estates, because as dependent on tourism and foreign visitors to those areas, all of this tourist activity having been stopped as a result of the COVID pandemic. And clearly this places these wilderness areas under threat as people living on the outskirts of them are no longer able to achieve a successful livelihood. So what can young people do? Well, the world knows about youth activists like Ms. Greta Thunberg, but here in South Africa, we also have young climate activists. One such individual is 11-year-old Yola Mgogwana from Khayelitsha in Cape Town. Yola has taken it upon herself to inform her community about environmental issues and climate change, and she is educating people to stop using single-use plastics. Yola also monitors her school's electricity and water use and encourages those around her to recycle. Another young activist who is quite well known in our country is Ayaka Malitafa, who has taken the issue of climate change head on, and last year was amongst 16 young petitioners who appealed to world leaders at the United Nations to take climate change seriously, and who really made a very impassioned plea for what we call multilateralism, the acceptance that it's very important all of us should work together in dealing with issues such as climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation. And he said, the approach that we have to take is that this is our world. It's not my country and your country. So, of course, not everybody who's involved in climate activities in our country are activists who are going to the UN. And I would want to say that one doesn't have to go to the UN in order to make a difference. We have young people who are working, as we've heard, in communities dealing with issues of promoting the circular economy and promoting recycling. Young people who are working on getting their own families and their own communities to monitor their water usage and their electricity consumption. And of course, young people who are now at work and who are becoming active as shareholders in holding companies to account and challenging their investments in carbon-intensive industries. Now, government realizes the importance of educating young people about the environment and about the dangers of climate change. And it's for this reason that we are working together with the Department of Basic Education to develop teachers who have a much more detailed understanding of environmental issues so that they are able to give better content and better explanations when they deal with environmental issues in the curriculum. We are also working with 100 university students on a work integrated learning program. And we work with these young people to help them understand ways in which they can follow careers in the sciences, in the environmental sciences, and ultimately contribute through that work to a much better approach by government and by society in general. We've also got what we call the 2050 Pathways Calculator and the My 2050, which enables learners to log on and understand what interventions will be needed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions across the country. And through these learning programs, we're hoping to equip young people to play a more active role in their communities in combating climate change. Now, across the globe, one of the focuses that all of us have had is this issue of how do we, as a result of this pandemic, build back better. And as we recover from the pandemic, How do we find new opportunities in green industries and in new technologies? And because as a country, we have been working on our own recovery program, and because we understand that employment is a fundamental issue for many young people, we did on the 16th of June this year, which is South Africa's Youth Day, launch something that we call the Driving Force for Change Youth Pilot Initiative. And what we have been doing through this initiative is running a competition where we're asking young people to apply online for projects and programs that they believe will provide environmentally appropriate solutions to societal and community projects. We are going to select 10 finalists. We're going to support those finalists financially in setting up their programs or their projects. And we've also brought in international partners through the British High Commission and the European Union, who are going to be giving these particular young entrepreneurs technical support. I'm very excited to say that we've had a total of 272 applications, and of these we've shortlisted at this stage 158, and we will shortly be announcing different programs and different projects that we will support next year. And hopefully through this, we are going to get important programs that are going to deal with climate change adaptation, biodiversity loss, ecosystem service management, and waste management. As I conclude, I want to say that I'm sure that for many people, the enormity of the climate crisis and of biodiversity loss is in many ways very daunting. And I want to say to those of you who are South African and to those of you who are living on the African continent, it's important that others have trod on this path of combating climate change head on before you. And I'm just going to mention two of these African heroes so that they act as a source of inspiration to you. The first one is President Thomas Sankara, who in the 1980s led his people to plant a giant green wall of trees throughout Burkina Faso to stop his nation from becoming a desert wasteland. The second is Wangari Maathai, the first African woman to win the Nobel Peace Prize, who established the Green Belt Movement, an indigenous grassroots organization that continues to fight against deforestation and climate change in East Africa. These are two significant heroes who, at a time when very few people understood the issues involved, stood up and led their communities in the struggle against desertification and against climate change. Let me leave you with a quote from the father of our nation, Nelson Mandela. And he said, "Sometimes it falls upon a generation to be great. You can be that generation. Let your greatness blossom." I thank you.
Quite a lovely message. Thank you so much, Minister Creasy, for joining us today and inspiring students, not only in South Africa, but from all around the world. We're honored to have you.
Thank you so much, Minister Creasy. Thank you so much for that wonderful message indeed. So next we will be having two wonderful people on board. Jen, do you know that I had weekly meetings with them? Did I share that with you?
I think you shared that with me, yes. You were having lots of fun.
So this is the moment we go freewheeling, you know. No. So I'm honored to introduce Sam Kola and Richard Meyer. And Richard is from the Netherlands. We can almost touch each other when we reach out to each other. And the three of us, we have been working on something nice, which you can call In the Air. And In the Air, what we try to do, and I'm not going to spoil this, I would say, like, let's bring in Sam and Richard. Sam, Richard, I will leave it to you. I already have been on for like 6.5 hours. I will give the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Koen. It's okay. Go ahead, Sam. Brilliant. I'm audible. Thank you. You're right, Koen. You seem to be indeed having quite a long day. I just want to start with, it's so inspiring to be here. So really thank you, everyone, listening to President Santos, to Minister Creasy, to Helena and everyone. It is just really great. And actually that really gives you that feeling of, we're certainly not alone. There is so much and so many out there that really have the same passion. So just start with hello, everyone, and good day, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Before telling about our small contribution to the preservation of the planet, I think, just repeating a little bit every once, let's just remind ourselves of one fact, and that is this planet is indeed the only planet we have ever known as our home. So therefore, I really want to thank you all, the presenters, the audience, and everyone, whatever you are doing and whatever you can do, small or big or anything in between, to protect this only place we have that we call home. So our small project is really driven by the passion for environmental protection and digital inclusion and equality. So the project was really the brainstorm of an informal brainstorm session between obviously myself, from Liberty Global, Richard from IT Randstad, and of course this very passionate volunteer, Koen, that has been really driving that with us. And basically our aim is to bring awareness to the many challenges that climate change poses to life on Earth. So we thought, what better way than teaching children at schools to build systems by which they can monitor, measure, and model the air pollution for where they actually study, but also where they live, and use the data to communicate the serious challenges that the pollution poses. So the first step will be to send each of these schools the technology building blocks for a set of 3 toolkits. The kids will be taught to assemble the toolkits through online collaboration with other school children, and those other children have already learned how to use that technology, and also with the support of a number of educators around the globe that we have been able to basically bring together. And each toolkit consists of a microbit, a particulate sensor, a carbon dioxide, a CO2 sensor, a temperature sensor, a humidity sensor, and a GPS module for benchmarking among the different locations, and a Wi-Fi module to ensure that the data is stored in the cloud to basically analyze that for across the globe. And what I will do now, I'll hand over to Richard, who will talk through a little bit about the educational details for this project. Richard, please take it away. Yeah, thank you, Sam, and good afternoon, everyone. Buenos dias for the Spanish-speaking people. I'm Richard, I'm from IT Randstad, and we created the In the Air kit together with the microbit. I really love the microbit. I don't know if you know the microbit, but it's one of those tools which sparks your creativity. You can code it with the blocks from MakeCode from Microsoft, and you don't need to read 6 books to be able to code a project. You will have instant success in, let's say, 2 minutes. From the age of 8, 9 years old till adults. I mean, we are still having fun with it. And it's a bit in the same league as Lego, Minecraft,
it sparks creativity and it helps you create solutions. And if you combine the microbit together with sensors, you've got the same playing field. Students use their own creativity, their problem-solved thinking, and they can go thinking out of the box and using the digital skills that they learn with the technology. And what Koen said, the In the Air project is a project that we started this year, but we started working with it, I think, several years ago. Together with Philip Meitner from X in the Box, we were thinking about a tool that could measure air quality on a very easy way. So we got the sensors from X in the Box, which you can just click together. You can put the microbit in and you can collect the data. And same as what Sam said, you can do a lot of things with those that collect the data. You can put it on the SD card. You can measure all the data around the school, in the streets where you play after school time. And with that data, you can go to Excel. You can create, for example, a heat map of your own city, or you can make a chart. And together with the friends from All Things Talk, we made an online platform. And on that online platform, you can compare the data from all the other schools. And with the data that you collect, when you get the insights, you can use that as a base for the conversations that you will have, maybe with the director of the school or with the mayor of your town, or like the mayor of Freetown, create a pledge for the city. We need all the students with the kids to spark that creativity. We can be the spark, but we need your creativity. We need your problem solving. And with this project, you can work together with all the schools. And it's quite easy. I mean, we did all the hard work for you. We offered it as a ready-to-go project, but feel free to change it yourself. It's easy to change the code. It's easy to create your own dashboard. Don't be limited by the things we give you, but see it as a start to work on it and to take technology into your own hands and go into the city and use it in the streets, in the schools, in the forest, and become a scientist, become a researcher instead of just a student. And we can talk a lot of more things about it, but I think we have a tight schedule. And I would like to ask Koen if you could start up the video. I think this gives a good image. Please visit the website, ask us, send us an email if you have any questions. And we're looking forward to getting contact.
Wonderful. Isn't this great?
I think it's very great.
So we will be sending those kits, and we hope to do this, be able to send this to like 50 to 100 schools across the world. Imagine the data that we will be able to gather from this experiment. It's not really an experiment. It's really driving from data to making actual change, making sure that students are able to find solutions for air pollution. Thank you so much, Sam and Richard, and speak soon next week, right?
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone, and good luck.
Thank you. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you so much. So next, we will be having students, because we love students. We love what they do. We love how they can change the world and bring positive change. And our next group of students will be from the next continent, South America, from Argentina. We are delighted to have you on board. Here is the teacher, Magdalena. When she shared a picture with me, like, I think that was like last year, like, hey, we made our own bioplastics. By that moment, I didn't know that you can even do this. So all of the students you will be seeing today are capable to do those things, create their own bioplastics, create their own solar-driven cars, etc., etc. But I will just stop talking and give the floor to those students. Thank you.
Thank you, Koen. Hello. One student is missing. There we are. I will share my screen. Okay, hello everyone. Well, I'm Magdalena Rabañán, and I'm here with my students from Junior 7, Mary, Emilia, Candelaria, Mateo, and Felipe. We are from Argentina, South America. I'm a vet and a biology and science teacher at Colegio Las Cumbres, located in the city of Buenos Aires.
Male, you are not sharing the screen.
Sorry. Wait, go back. I'll try again. Now, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Sure. Okay. Let's start again. No problem. Well, hello, I'm Magdalena Rabañán, and I'm here with my students from Junior 7, Mary, Emilia, Candelaria, Mateo, and Felipe. We are from Argentina, South America. I'm a vet and biology and science teacher at Colegio Las Cumbres, located in the city of Buenos Aires. In our school, our students are the protagonists of their own learning, and we constantly encourage them to search for their best selves. We have been in lockdown since March, so it has been truly challenging to face the project from our homes, but at the same time, it has been very rewarding. This student-centered global project is a great opportunity to get to know and share experiences with teachers and children from around the world, and inspire them to make changes which can make the world a better place. It helps students to be aware of problems in different contexts, developing important values such as empathy, generosity, tolerance, respect, among others. I am convinced that education is the key. Climate change is happening, everyone can make a difference, and our children are the protagonists, culture makers, and creators.
When we started working with the climate change project with our teacher Male, she told us we would explore, brainstorm, and share ideas to take action, to become protagonists in this situation. We are not talking about the world our children will live in. We are talking about the world we live in. First, we investigated what climate change is, and we put all our ideas together. It caught our attention that climate change is happening much faster than ever before, and it can be explained by natural causes alone. So, after investigating the causes, we brainstormed the effects. We worked in groups and wrote down our findings in a Jamboard. We noticed that some words appear in all groups: greenhouse gases, raging wildfires, extreme weather conditions, rising sea levels, really bad news everywhere. In Argentina, glaciers extend through the country, but the most important ones are located in the Patagonian Andes and Antarctica. All these glaciers, except the Perito Moreno, have receded due to global warming.
According to scientists, global warming is predicted to have significant effects on Argentina's climate. Temperatures have risen at a slower rate than the world average. However, these impacts have occurred in many areas. Floods in the central area of the country, longer droughts in Cuyo, intense rains and more frequent tornadoes in the north and the littoral, dengue and Zika epidemics in the main urban centers, retreat of Patagonian glaciers, acidification and increase in the level of the oceans, etc. Climate change is a very serious problem. Our school is in the city of Buenos Aires, and all we need to do is open a window or close an eye to see it all around us. Air pollution in the city is caused by the amount of traffic in the streets, also the factory of things that are done good for the environment.
We investigated the situation in the northwest of our country, which is formed by the provinces of Jujuy, Salta, Tucumán, La Rioja, Catamarca, and Santiago del Estero. The main problem there is deforestation. This is a process caused by the action of humans, in which the forest area is destroyed or depleted, generally with the objective of allocating the soil to another activity. Pruning the trees causes climate change. At present, our country is suffering raging wildfires in several provinces: Jujuy, La Rioja, and Córdoba. 900,000 hectares of land have been affected. Then we realized this was not only happening in Argentina. We had heard in the news about North America, Australia, and other countries suffering the same situation. While we were working with the Climate Action Project, our teacher, Male, contacted the teacher of Alpe San Javier, a school in Guadalajara, Mexico. We met online and shared what we had been studying.
Mainly, we share our ideas about how we can help the environment, what is happening in the world, and the consequences that bring about climate change. We thought of actions we can do in our daily lives to solve this problem. We wrote down ideas that we can start doing in our daily lives to stop climate change, and the students from Alpe San Javier, Mexico, found pictures that represent our ideas. For example, instead of using plastic bags, we use recycled bags. Use bicycles instead of cars because they do not emit greenhouse gases. Separate the trash into organic, plastic, paper, or metal. Stop using so much paper so that companies stop cutting down trees. Also, we can plant our own trees. Stop throwing trash on the streets.
In a Mentimeter, the things that motivate us to take care of the earth. For example, future generations, animals living a longer and healthier life. Finally, we would like to share with you our conclusions on this topic. We all have causes and effects, no matter when we live in. Same storm, different boat. We must all come together to make solutions happen. A small action can make a huge change. Together, we are stronger. We can all do something to make a difference and make the world a better place for us. Children need to set an example. We need to stand up and be culture makers, creators. We need to make the change.
Thank you.
I'm muted. Okay. Thank you so much for sharing this. COVID made it so tough to learn, to teach, and yet you participated in this global project. And now you're sharing your findings, your solutions. I'm so impressed with you. I know that you are nervous, so am I, but I'd like to thank you. I hope that you will remind of this, that this will be a really long-lasting memory. But basically, you, the students, will bring the change, and I would like to thank you for that. Thank you so much.
Sure, you're welcome.
Okay, we are using a tool called StreamYard, and the maximum amount of participants is 10, which makes it exciting, even a bit more tough. But the thing is that, like, our host Jen had to leave the room, and we are trying to bring her back right now. But I'm really delighted for the next speaker, and we will, yeah, so we're not even able to share the slide for this. But I'm happy to see that we have Caroline Cornet, one of our interns, and also Dan Shepard. I'm so delighted to see you, Dan, and also to see you, Caroline. And we are waiting for Jen, but I'm sure that she is on her way as well. So Caroline, I will make introductions. I will introduce Dan Shepard to all of us, and then you can go ahead, okay? So
Sure,
Dan
sounds great.
is, okay, yeah. So Dan is a United Nations Information Officer and Public Information Liaison. And he has worked on major international conferences, including Rio +20, Financing for Development, the Sustainable Development Summit, and the Paris Climate Conference. We are so delighted to have you on board, Dan, and I will give you the floor, but also to Caroline, who will be asking you some questions. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And it's really great to be here with you. And I mean, to be in a distinguished field of officials, activists, innovators, and students. This is great. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Koen. It's such a pleasure for us to welcome Dan today. He's had a long and distinguished career with the United Nations, and it's really a privilege for us all to hear from him on this Climate Action Day. So if it's all right with you, Dan, we're going to go ahead and get started. I'll be asking you just a few questions that have been inspired by what we've heard from students participating in the Climate Action Project, covering your career, your opinions on the state of climate change now, and some other things. Are you ready to get started?
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome. So my first question is just simply, what inspired you to pursue your career at the United Nations? The UN's an enormous organization that has inspired so many young people around the world. And it's really interesting to hear from the perspectives of those who make it work.
Well, it wasn't actually, you know, a big plan, but I was working as a newspaper reporter, and I started covering some issues. And the first time I covered a UN event, it was the Population Conference, and that was in 1994, and that got me really interested. There were a whole range of issues that I didn't know about, but as a reporter, you learn to learn things very quickly. And from population to social development to women's rights and to sustainable development. The 1990s were full of these major UN conferences, and I learned how to follow them, to find out what the issues were, and you know, it was exciting to me, and things were happening, and ultimately it took me from covering the United Nations to being part of the United Nations, and that's a switch I haven't regretted.
Absolutely. That's so cool to hear. It's definitely super interesting to hear how you find opportunities and they can go on to shape your life. So our next question is about just in general, sort of the field you're in and the advent of how much access to information has grown in this sort of digital age. And so we were curious to get your thoughts on how have public access and transparency transformed the world's perception of issues such as climate change?
Well, it's a really interesting question because climate change is an issue that really affects everybody. And to solve climate change, to confront climate change, there has to be trust. Everybody has to understand that the other person is going to be doing something as well. Because if I take action and the other person does not, well, then there's no point. And so it has to be a joint effort. International cooperation is essential. If there was one issue that needed everybody's participation, it's climate change. So transparency and access are sort of the hallmarks of a lot of the processes that we have on the science, assessing the science, the IPCC reports, figuring out what is the science going to be. It's a very open and transparent process where scientists from all over the world give their inputs. They can see what's coming out, and it has that global access. And it's important because there are so many people who have spent so long trying to discredit climate science. And so being out there, being upfront and putting everything out there has really helped us move the needle. And the public perceptions of openness and transparency have been accompanied by actually the things we've been saying are coming true. That's also helped. But the negotiations have always been open and transparent. There has to be a full feeling that everybody is included in the process, or else it's not going to work.
Absolutely. That's really insightful. Thank you for sharing that. So this next question is again sort of about your work. So we heard from Koen that you've worked on many major international conferences, including the Rio 20, Financing for Development, Sustainable Development, Paris Climate Conference, and just out of curiosity, what is the most monumental event or piece of legislation you have covered?
So I guess without a doubt, I would have to say the Paris Agreement, because the Paris Agreement, boy, I mean, it took about 20 years to negotiate, and it was very difficult. But it marked a big change in how the world is coming together and to look at how to deal with climate change. And I think the Paris Agreement is enormously, fundamentally, impactful. That's not to say the other conferences that I've been at, haven't mattered. They're also important. They've raised, awareness of issues, and they've led to change as well. But the Paris Agreement is the kind of an event that has resulted in something that has touched now on people in countries and people everywhere in the world. Yeah, there's no question the Paris Agreement is the most monumental.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. And I know it's especially important with the Paris Agreement coming back into the news in the past couple days. It's certainly a major piece of legislation that hopefully for those of us in the younger generations, it will really help define the future we're growing into. So our next question is sort of about some of your more specialized work. So you've written extensively on global warming in the region of Africa specifically, and I was just curious how you foresee the future of the fight against climate change in that area.
Well, climate change is having a major impact, and it's a growing impact on the African continent. Climate change has been one of the things about climate change is that it doesn't hit everybody the same, and it generally hurts the people who are most vulnerable the hardest. And climate change is contributing to food insecurity, population displacement, stress on water, and it's going to continue to have a big impact on Africa. And what we're seeing is that the African continent has not been at the forefront of producing the emissions, but they sure are at the they sure are the ones who are contending with the impacts of climate change. And that's why it is so important to focus on various pieces of climate action, such as adaptation, building resilience, and for this is finance is so important because it's going to take investment to build the kind of infrastructure and solutions that we need to confront climate change. That said, also African countries, you know, have an opportunity to build, to develop now in a greener way than the countries of the North have done. And so this is also a chance to do it right from the beginning and to not build polluting industries and unsustainable practices. And so Africa is going to be in the crosshair of, it's not going to be, it is in the crosshair of climate change. As the South African minister was discussing, the impacts are felt all around the continent, and they will continue unless we do something now. There is urgency for climate action.
Certainly, that raises your study of Africa and sort of how global warming has specifically affected that area. Definitely raises some really important questions about equity and global relationships in this increasingly internet-connected world. I think we're almost out of time, but if we could just have one quick sort of wrap-up question, what is one takeaway you would want all the students watching to have from your session?
So the one thing I'm always asked, you know, is what can I do? And does anything I do matter? And you know, yeah, there are things you can do because every decision you make about what to wear, how to travel, it's a vote for a certain product or a certain service. And so when you do things that are sustainable, when you buy products that are sustainable, you're voting on the environment, you're voting for sustainability. And so these are things that are really important, and keep in mind that you're more powerful than you think. And the other thing I would just ask is that very often it's important to talk to the older generation to explain why climate action is urgent, because they're very difficult sometimes in understanding that things can't be the same going forward as they experienced growing up.
Thank you so much for that. That is an excellent point and something we can all do well to remember going forward from this day. I think we are unfortunately out of time. We have a number of other phenomenal speakers waiting to share with our students, but we'd just like to thank you so much for your time and your willingness to join us today.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure to be here.
All right, well, yes. All right, thank you again. And Koen, if you want to take it away.
Thank you, Caroline and Dan. We are so grateful to the UN Visitor Center for introducing us to you, Dan. And it was a proud moment behind the scenes for us to have Caroline interviewing you. And can't thank you enough for being with us today, and also for all of your work in inspiring climate action around the world. We're excited to keep the conversation going.
Thank you for having me.
Wonderful. So another connection with one of our interns, Gila, who you met earlier, she has introduced us to our next speaker, Roman. And Roman's been waiting behind the scenes patiently. So I know he needs to get to feeding his children, but thank you for waiting. We're so happy to have you. I know you're going to be sharing on your work, but just to introduce you briefly. So Roman is a public philosopher whose work has focused on the power of ideas to change society. We love that. Most recently has released The Good Ancestor, How to Think Long-Term in a Short-Term World, and we will share that link. And he is currently serving as a research fellow of the Long Now Foundation. Roman, welcome.
Thanks very much. I just want to make sure I'm sharing. There's my screen. I'm going to go to my full screen now. So hello to all of you. Back in 2019, teenagers across Europe began lobbying their parents and grandparents to give them their votes in the European parliamentary elections that year. And in fact, the hashtag Give the Kids Your Vote went viral on social media and was spread by climate campaigners as far as Australia. And my partner and I heard about it and decided to give our votes in the UK general election of 2019 to our 11-year-old twins. So we all sat around the kitchen table, and you can see them in the image there. We debated the party manifestos, and they then told us where to put the X on the ballot sheet. And in case you're wondering, no, they didn't simply copy their parents' political opinions. Now, the reason we did that is because we live in an age of chronic short-termism that ignores the interests of the generation upon generation of children who will inhabit the future. We know our politicians can barely see past the next election or the latest tweet. Markets spike, then crash in speculative bubbles. Nations sit around international conference tables bickering away while the planet burns and species disappear. And as individuals, we're constantly clicking the buy now button and checking our phones. This is the age of the tyranny of the now, and we need long-term thinking to tackle the climate challenge, with carbon dioxide staying in the air for hundreds of years, sea levels going up for hundreds of years. We need it to tackle technology crises such as threats from artificial intelligence. Now, I believe that we have colonized the future. We treat the future like a distant colonial outpost where we can freely dump ecological degradation and technological risk as if there was nobody there. And the tragedy is that future generations aren't here to challenge this pillaging of their inheritance. You know, they can't stage a sit-in like a civil rights activist, or go on a salt march to defy their colonial oppressors like Mahatma Gandhi, that granted no political rights of any kind, no influence in the marketplace. And to grasp the scale of this tragedy, it's quite difficult. But look at it this way. There are 7.7 billion people alive today, and an estimated 100 billion people have been born and died over the last 50,000 years. But both of these are far outweighed by the nearly 7 trillion people who will be born over the next 50,000 years, assuming current birth rates level off and stabilize. And in the next 2 centuries alone, tens of billions of people will be born, amongst them all your children and their grandchildren and their grandchildren and the friends and communities on whom they'll depend. So there's a real question there, isn't there, of how will those future generations look back on us? And someone who really thought about this was Jonas Salk, who developed the first polio vaccine in 1955. And in later life, he said, the big question we're facing is this: are we being good ancestors? In other words, how are we going to be remembered by those generations to come? And he believed if we were going to be remembered well, we need to extend our time horizons. And instead of thinking on a scale of seconds, minutes, and hours, we should think on a scale of decades, centuries, and even millennia. And there's some really inspiring projects around which take this long-term horizon perspective. One of them you can see in the image there is the 10,000-year clock, which is a clock which is being built as we speak in a mountain in the Texas desert, and it's been designed to last for 10 millennia. It's like a secular altarpiece for a long-term thinking civilization. So we're reminded to take responsibility for future generations. But something else really important is happening. there is a growing movement of what I think of as time rebels dedicated to extending our time horizons and fighting for intergenerational justice in the political and economic realms. Here are just some of them. There's an organization in the United States, a legal firm called Our Children's Trust, who has filed a landmark case against the US government on behalf of the 21 young people you can see there who are campaigning for the legal right to a safe climate and healthy atmosphere for both current and for future generations as well, for people who aren't even born. And their David versus Goliath struggle has inspired landmark lawsuits worldwide, from Colombia and Pakistan to Uganda and the Netherlands. And I'd like to see young people all across the world bringing lawsuits, fighting legal cases in your own countries with the help of organizations like Our Children's Trust to fight for those rights for future generations and for your own generations to a clean climate and healthy atmosphere. So get into the legal struggles is one of my messages. But we can also find inspiration in an organization called Future Design, a movement in Japan inspired by the Native American idea of seventh generation decision making. And what they do is they bring together local residents to draw up and discuss plans for the towns and cities where they live, but typically divide them into two groups. Half of them are told they're residents from the present day. The other half are given these almost ceremonial robes to wear, those orange robes you can see in the photo, and told to imagine themselves as residents from the year 2060. Well, it turns out the residents from 2060 systematically come up with much more transformative plans for their towns and cities, from healthcare investment to climate change action. And this future design movement is sweeping and spreading across Japan, even to major cities like Kyoto. And I'd like to see that young people demanding to be part of movements like this, which are based on the citizen assembly model. It shouldn't just be left to adults. Teenagers should play a role too. And I also think that you can take inspiration for this in your own lives and schools. I'd like to see every school and college around the world setting up its own future council, a bit like Future Design. You might be wearing these robes like they are and bringing together students and teachers and local community members to take the long view and make long-term plans, asking the big questions like, are we planting the trees for the next generation that we need? Is our school becoming decarbonized? Are we turning it into getting committed to the circular economy and bringing in renewable energy? Are we changing the curriculum so that young people are given the skills they need to become long-term thinkers and planners of the future? I believe that if we're inspired by organizations like this, we can all become time rebels. It's time for us to become long-term thinkers, to plant a seed in the ground for posterity. And if we do things like this, we will become the good ancestors that future generations deserve. And with that, I'd like to stop.
Excellent. Thank you so much for sharing this. I urge everyone to go to Roman's website, Roman I suggest that you share
RomanKrznaric.com.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so you can find everything you need at RomanKrznaric.com, videos, cartoons, all sorts of stuff there, all about long-term thinking, becoming a better ancestor.
Thank you so much, Victor. I'm sorry, Roman. Okay, so we have been online for 7.5 hours, which creates silly moments. Next will be Victor Negrescu, and I would like to share the time schedule for the next moments as well. We will be having a few more students joining in. We will be having Christine Nick from Teach Rock, a small wrap-up from Jennifer and I with what's next, and then at the end, a very short and brief message from Sir David Attenborough. So I would say 20 more minutes to go, and that will be the end of this show. So I'm truly delighted and honored for being able to introduce our next speaker, who is a member of the Parliament of Europe, Victor Negrescu. Victor is a Romanian politician and a member of the European Parliament, as I already shared. and he serves on the Committee of Culture and Education and the Committee of Budgets. And he's also an advocate for bridging the digital divide, protecting the environment, and improving public education. So I would say, like, this is the perfect person to have a small interview with. So grateful for having you, Mr. Negrescu. How is it going today?
Yeah, it's a long day for me as well, but for you, it seems to be a very, very long day, but a very interesting day, because really I watched the event, and I saw very interesting discussions, and of course, very interesting recommendations on what needs to happen. Because the goal of this special day that you have organized is to underline once more that we need to act now. And in order to act now, we have to invest more in education to make sure that people understand, of course, the importance of protecting climate, but also of acting right now, like I just said. And in the same time, to take the necessary measures, because I noticed a lot of speakers today were blaming politicians for not acting enough. And I have to say, as a politician myself, that they are right. There aren't enough things that are being put in place right now at global level to tackle the issues regarding climate. And of course, what you are doing together with your organization, together with the young people that are supporting your initiative, I think it's something wonderful. And of course, I have to say something that I already told you, and I'm telling everyone who is watching right now, that I really believe that we have to develop education about environment protection at global level. And we have to be, at European level, the first one to do it. And I have to mention that based on our initial conversation, we have already introduced amendments pushing for that in the European Parliament, and hopefully this will be taken on board by member states that are managing the educational programs at European level.
That's great. We received some questions for you from students. And one question is from a student, Daniela and Florentina, two students in Romania, from the secondary school number 6 in Suceava. I'm sorry for that. Suceava, okay. And her question is, what new solutions have been adopted in environmental protection projects at European level?
Yeah, we have what is called the European Green Deal, which is basically the new design that the European Union has fixed for itself and for member states to do more on climate and green issues. And in that Green Deal, we speak about education, we speak about new types of energies, we speak about modernizing our industries in order to be more environmental friendly. We speak about the new sources of energies. We speak about modernizing our public system in order to have a smaller environmental footprint. So a lot of things have been done. A lot of things are referring to this Green Deal. In the same time, we are trying to push for more measures in all fields. So for instance, recently we adopted in the European Parliament a reform of the European programs that you all know, like Erasmus+, Creative Europe program, the European Solidarity Corps. These are programs that are usually being used by young people. And we decided to introduce a green dimension for all those 3 programs. And basically, we are going to measure the footprint of those programs. We are going to finance the environmental issues. We are going to calculate, of course, everything that is related to environment regarding those specific programs. And we are going to allocate more resources to everything that is related to climate action as a whole through these 3 different programs that are highly and widely being used by young people. So those actions are key. But I think it's not enough to speak only about a big European Green Deal. We need to act concretely. So at national level, in all member states right now, governments are drafting their national recovery plans. And we have to make sure that in those recovery plans that are being drafted at national level, they take on board those recommendations that we have drafted at European level. In the case of Romania, they are going to launch the plan next week, and I was discussing with some important NGOs in the field of climate action, and they were telling me that they were not consulted on how this green dimension is going to be introduced into the national recovery plan. So we have a lot of work to do, and I count on those two youngsters in Suceava to support us in making sure that in all national recovery plans, the green dimension is having the right dimensions that we need in order to build a common future.
Wonderful. Next question is from Sviet Aliona from the Republic of Moldova. And she wonders how we really can introduce the school in the school curriculum disciplines that reflect the reduction of the risk of environmental pollution. So how to do that with the school curriculums?
Have to campaign for that. I was saying that in the start. The European level, we are going to introduce this recommendation. I took this initiative that you are supporting, and I'm going to highly promote it in the European Parliament. But we have to do the same at national level. So in the Republic of Moldova, you should write the decision makers, tell them why they should do that, and show them that there are examples that are working right now. I know, Cohen, you and your colleagues have worked in building a curriculum, and I looked at it, and it's an excellent curriculum. So we can take that on board, adapt it based on the national, let's say, particularities, but we really already have what we need to do that. I'm myself a professor, so I know what are the types of, let's say, resources that I need to build a course. So that resource that you have built is absolutely useful to do that. So if the person that addressed this question needs my support, I will happily join in her campaigning for that, right to the decision makers in the Republic of Moldova, and supporting this need to introduce such a curriculum there as well. Because again, we need such curriculums not only in new member states, we need such curriculums in as many countries as possible, because everywhere around the globe, we need people that understand the importance of protecting the environment and to understand how they can act in a positive way in protecting the environment. And this needs to be taught. For too many years, we were saying that, like, this will happen, but this will not happen without educating people and teaching people on how to protect the environment. Small gestures can be helpful. Those small gestures need to be taught, like we taught to brush our teeth. We need to be taught on how to, for instance, take care of our garbage and making sure that we are separating everything. This is something that can be learned, and of course, a curriculum that is well defined, like the one that you drafted, can be very much helpful in this regard.
That is wonderful. So Mr. Negrescu is referring to the curriculum we created and co-authored with WWF International, which was part of our past climate action project. And we are delighted to hear that you are willing to help us and to make this part. And maybe we can do this in Romania first, because that is your country. And the extraordinary part is that we have the most amount of participants in Romania after India and Colombia, I think. So we are really much looking forward to that. And you already once mentioned that you get things done, and we really respect that. And we are delighted to hear that. And looking forward to work with you in the future, Mr. Negrescu. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Cohen, and count on my support. And I think we are going to have a lot of support in the European Parliament from different member states on that, because this is a great initiative, and a congratulations again for this very important Climate Action Day, because it's about the time to act. So let's take your ideas on board and promote them as much as possible, together with the wonderful young people joining your actions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We respect you. Thank you so much. This brings us to the next speaker. Jen, I will bring you in, right? Our next speaker is Christine Nick. And I remember that we had a chat with her in the summer, Christine. And Christine is working for a really cool organization. But I think I will leave it to Christine to share more about Teach Rock. Thank you so much. I think you're muted, Christine.
you would think by now everybody would get used to doing these kind of things on their computer, but I guess, thank you so much for having me. I'm really glad to be here. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about teachrock.org. So I'm hoping that you can all see my screen now. So teachrock.org is an open educational resource, which means that our content is free and available to educators everywhere. Since this is a program about climate action, I'm going to share with you all some of our resources that we've created around environmentalism. We have a whole collection of them. We call them the Environmental Jukebox. So this is one of our lessons. It's called Cleaning Up the Plastic Beach. It was inspired by the work of the Gorillaz and their album of the same title. The inspiration for that album was that the founder of the Gorillaz was walking along his home and he saw all this plastic on the beach and decided to do something about it. So in this lesson, this is our elementary version, students are introduced to the concept of single-use plastic. It starts off with a really easy opening activity, which asks students to consider to go around their home and collect all the plastic that they find that their parents would be using. And if they would, and decide for themselves if they know if their family recycles or not, or if they just throw things away. There's an opportunity to look at some of the lyrics from the album and the song itself, Plastic Beach. And from here, students go on to learn about how plastics end up in the ocean and how they end up in other areas of the world through migration of the ocean and through tide currents, and how that does things like, cause small ocean animals and large ocean animals to eat plastic, and how that's been detrimental to certain populations. And they get to construct with either objects that they have on hand, like say toothpicks and cotton balls, or maybe molding clay or Play-Doh and Q-tips, both monomers and polymers, which are the two different kinds of plastics. And from there, students learn that, plastic is a man-made material, and how, even though it's durable, it can ultimately be problematic because it takes a long time to break down, and often doesn't break down at all, and all of the trouble that spurs from a lot of reliance on single-use plastics. And then at the end, because this is meant for young students, to kind of simplify all that they've learned, the summer activity is for students to make a plan for how they themselves or their families will reduce or reuse single types of plastics, and what specific action. So are they going to stop using single-use water bottles by getting a reusable one? Are they going to stop using single-use plastic in the way of grocery bags and bring a reusable bag with them to the store each time? Just little things that they can think of to kind of help students understand that while this is a large issue, climate change, and that plastic itself has a huge impact on the environment, that sometimes just a little bit of change can start with your own personal actions. And then from there, there's a great extension activity here where students can use the water calculator bottle tool, which they would calculate how much money they will end up saving by refilling their own personal water bottle. So if they have an Nalgene or whatever else is out there now. And they can also think about, if they live on a coastal city, how they can maybe participate in a beach cleanup, or how they could otherwise think of ways to help their local environment. And that is just a sense of what our content looks like for environmental issues. We also have another great lesson that looks at the work and music of Billie Eilish, in particular her video for Good Girls, and the imagery in that, and how those lyrics tie to the looming environmental crisis.
That is wonderful. Thank you so much, Christine, for sharing that.
Thank you, Colin.
I'm sure that many teachers and students will find those resources really valuable, and some of them already were at the website, climateaction.info. We really look forward to working with you in the future, and thank you so much for doing this.
Great, thank you so much for having me.
Wonderful, bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, Jen, this is nearly the end.
We're nearly there. You know, it's funny to think back because I think, what was it, like 4 or 5 months ago, we're like, maybe we should have a day, a celebration at the end, and maybe invite a few people to speak, have some students, and look what has come of that.
7.5 hours. That's quite something. I think what we wanted to do today is making sure that we were able to show what students have been doing, making sure that this is not about us, that this was about the ID, the mission, the students, the teachers, our interns, our facilitators, our ambassadors, all of those people who have been helping us out. Just one example, at this very moment, Juan and Silvana are translating to Spanish. We had so many people working on the curriculum. It was translated to 15 different languages in less than 1 week. Literally, that is just crazy. So many wonderful solutions. This is not the end. This is the beginning. This is the beginning of you living maybe a different life, of us helping you to support in this, making sure that those solutions are not just something what is written on the chalkboard, but that's something that will be really accomplished. And we are happy to support you in this. Before we will go further, there is because this is all about the students, we will show you a video from students. And again, COVID made it so tricky to be together, to learn, to teach without technology, but still they managed to do it.
Hi everyone at Climate Action Day.
We send greetings from Vlatasovsky School in Skopje, Macedonia.
We have loved participating in the Climate Action Project.
And one of our favorite experiences during the project was eco-presentations.
And exchange online meetings with kids from all over the world.
Hope you all have a wonderful day today, learning about climate action with global leaders and experts.
Bye for now.
Bye for now. Bye.
They're just the best. Love seeing that in the perfect way to start finishing up our day here is hearing from our students.
I have some very brief, we would have liked to have like 10 minutes for this, but we are just going to share this very briefly. We do have something really amazing. Your students and you will be able to send a message to space. Can you believe that? We made it happen. We promised that you would be able to send a message to Mars. Well, that will happen thanks to Rick and Bob. But not now. We will be sending a message to the Perseverance rover, but it is still in space. It's not yet landed. But promises have been made, and so we went to look for alternatives. And so we came with a solution for it. We will be sending your message. This is not fake. This is actually going to happen. We will be sending your message to ISS, to the International Space Station, to astronauts, and you will be able to share your message here up until the 1st of January, up until New Year. You will be able to submit your message here, and that will be sent in an eco-friendly way to ISS. Another thing, you will be able to generate your certificate. We know that this is important to some people, to students and teachers. I was shared by Liu from Vietnam that her students were offered new opportunities just because they had a certificate, and I'm going to get that link for you. In the meantime, Jennifer is going to share some of her ideas.
So we definitely cannot end today without thanking all of the teachers who participated with us. For a lot of people, this was their first time participating in global collaboration, first time using these types of technologies, really making room in their curriculum, even when they were working in a pandemic and not knowing where they were going to be teaching, if it was online, if it was in class, and joining for this important cause. So absolute gratitude for our teachers and students. We also want to thank our facilitators. So we have facilitators all over the world volunteering their time to lead groups of teachers. So they've been there every step of the way, answering questions, leading WhatsApp groups, and joining teachers as they needed any assistance. And then our final group before we have our concluding group, we'll thank, is our ambassadors. So we have ambassadors that are representative of the countries and United States that are doing press releases. They're going to their leaders. They helped us get speakers for today, and we couldn't have done it without any of them or without any of you. So thank you to everyone for being a part of this journey. As Koen mentioned, we really just feel honored and privileged to be able to be a part of this work every day. This has been an effort of volunteers. So we are just thrilled to be a part of it. And we really believe this is only the beginning. This is such an exciting time to be an educator, to be in this most amazing profession of education, and to work with students who are absolutely making a difference in the world. As we're talking about some students making a difference in the world, I'd love to invite in Abby and Caroline. And you just met Caroline in our interview with Dan Shepard from the United Nations. She has been our project manager, our student intern project manager for this entire event. So she was writing bios and helping prepare student groups and really doing outstanding work. So Caroline, we'd love for you to join in. And then Abby is our lead storyteller, and she has been on the stream all day looking for amazing quotes, sharing those with Lena, who Lena has been leading our social media. So happy to have you both. And we're excited to have you both sharing here as we thank our sponsor, Global Citizen Year, and everything that they have done to support us with both Climate Action Project and helping us get connected to our team of interns, and also with Climate Action Day. So Caroline and Abby, we'd love if you want to say a few words, and then we'll conclude.
Yeah, well, I've loved being part of this all day. It's been such a great experience to hear from all of the speakers. I also want to say thanks to Global Citizen Year for introducing me to Take Action Global, because it's been such a wonderful experience to be an intern with them. If I had to pick a highlight from today, I'd maybe say I really enjoyed Jane Goodall earlier, but also just seeing all of the classrooms sharing their solutions, because that's been wonderful to see.
Oh, thank you, Abby. And you'll have to make sure you catch some of Abby's blog posts that she's been authoring over the past 6 weeks. And Caroline, our project manager, who's been a part of every part of this event. Thank you so much, Caroline.
Yeah, I just would say it's been a pleasure and a privilege to be here today. We had so many phenomenal speakers, and it was wonderful to see the motivated students who had the opportunity to share and present their projects. That was my personal highlight of the day, and I am so excited for all the elementary, middle, and high school students out there who are already thinking about how they can change the world, because I know one day they are going to do that. Yes, a big thank you to Jen and Koen, and also a big thank you to Global Citizen Year for sponsoring this event and connecting us interns with this wonderful organization. And a thank you to the audience as well. These events are for you, not for any of us, and we're so grateful that you chose to come out today and participate in climate action.
Fantastic. And thank you to Herman and Hila and Lena, who all had to go to bed because they're in Asia, but they were with us from the start too. So thank you both. Koen?
Yeah, thank you so much. So I'm excited, Jen, because what we aim to do with the Climate Action Project is just making sure that students can do more than memorize definitions about climate change, that they can come up with solutions and meaningful actions And I think this has become more than that. We are speaking with presidents and ministers of education and with people from the European Parliament and first ladies. And I feel that this is going to make sure that we will bring national change and international changes as well, with the curriculum, compulsory climate education, etc., etc. We already had a lot of countries. During this webinar, I received a letter from the Minister of Environment from Germany. So a lot is happening. It's not just like something happening every week. It's like a lot happening every hour. So for me, that concludes this day. I will leave the last words to you, but I will also share 2 small videos after this from one actor in Hollywood, and he has been appearing in Grey's Anatomy, and also from Sir David Attenborough, because both of those videos have a message of hope.
So, kind of thinking back, we've been through quite a day together, and Koen and I have been through quite a journey together, and we came to know each other through a connection of the Sustainable Development Goals. And 2 educators, and we'll say we're just teachers, we just believe in this work, and 2 educators that believed in the power of connection, starting to work together. And so we've worked together with SDGs, and Koen messaged me one day and said, I have an opportunity. We need some help on instructional design with Dr. Jane Goodall. Would you be interested and available? And it was like, how do you say no to that? And so that began our work together, and that turned from a project to a program to a nonprofit organization to what I hope will be our life's work. And Koen has been leading the Climate Action Project and work in different parts of Africa. And so Koen, thank you for bringing all of us into this. And I leave today feeling great hope. And that's my overwhelming emotion, that I really believe that education is the way. And I'm thrilled to be on this ride with you all. So thank you, Koen, for your friendship, your leadership, and your inspiration.
Thank you, Jen. Really. I think we did it.
We did it.
We did it, yeah. Also, thank you to the speakers, to all of those people who made themselves available in their really crazy schedules. And yet they came to us and they shared their passion, their experiences, and their expertise. And so let's dive into one final video, and I would say good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Everybody, you made it. Hi, I'm Thomas Anthony Jones, and I'm thrilled to be talking to each of you today. Special thanks to the students, teachers, attendees, esteemed speakers, and world leaders who made today possible. I'm no expert, but I know that everybody's experience and input counts when it comes to climate change. I'm in my home here in Los Angeles, California, a place where you can ski in the mountains in the snow or surf in the ocean, all in the same day. You can even snorkel at Catalina Island. There's so much to do here, but if we continue on the current path we're on, all these opportunities will rapidly decrease. Come on.
Climate change has many negative effects, and one of the most devastating is fire. California's forest fires destroyed countless trees, property, and displaced and killed humans and wildlife. It's a horrible reality, but we haven't lost the fight yet. There's still time.
I'm so glad we got to hang out today. It was so much fun. All the presenters, all the information that you're sharing, it's fantastic information. But guess what? None of it matters unless we hear each other. And by hear, I mean H, help anyone willing to change our world or improve our environment. E, Educate yourself about climate change. A, assess your life and figure out ways that you can reduce your carbon footprint. And finally, R, respond, react, take action, do something, hear each other, and change our world. See you guys next time.
My name is David Attenborough, and I am 94 years old. When I was a boy, the world was much wilder than it is today. I worry about the legacy that my generation is passing on to yours. The destruction of nature that I've witnessed in my lifetime is starting to erode all the things we rely upon for society to function. Clean air, water, food, and a stable climate. When you look at the scale of the problems that we face, it's easy to become downhearted. But do you know what gives me the greatest hope? It's you, young people. Your actions are already making people sit up and listen. And the choices you make now and in the future are key to putting us back on the path to recovery. Start today in your community, your school, your home. Together, we can create a wilder world. Just imagine that.